إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه من يهد الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل الله فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي ربي زدني علما آمين.
آمين. السلام عليكم.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. So, yeah, uh, sorry about not having this 15th one in the middle of the week. I know I just had quite a few things happen during the middle of the week, so
Right. By the way, you want to sort your lighting because you've disappeared from the frame.
I am back.
Just
Oh,
a-
this is interesting. Let's see.
yeah, you're
Where
pretty
do I go?
close to it. You don't want our
I
viewers
think
thinking you might be a jinn.
I have my windows on, and it snowed here in Canada, as you would expect, right?
Yeah.
So everything is really bright when you go outside. One of the things that people who live in the north know is the glare that you get
Mm.
from all the snow and all the uh, everything else that is around during the winter months. There's this uncanny brightness because the light keeps bouncing off. Everything is white. The light just keeps bouncing off. So even during the during nights when the moon is not out, you still get this unusual type of light outside, which you're not used to during the summertime or any other time.
Subhanallah.
Yeah. Okay. So we were our last stream. We had been reviewing discussion between Alex O'Connor and Joe
Joe Schmidt.
Joe Schmidt. Right. Thank you. So they were going over the different arguments for atheism and why, and categorizing them in a tier list. So anyone who's aware of tier lists, this is more of a sort of Japanese anime type thing, probably, where they start from this S tier, then it's A rank, B rank, and all the way down to F. So we have a listing of the different arguments for atheism. And bear in mind, these are not an exhaustive list of arguments. They're going through, they're sort of picked a few arguments and which they think are the best and they've, or the most common, and they're just ranking them. Right.
Yep. It's worth noting this is a sort of not reply or part 2 exactly, but they did sometime before the same thing but theist arguments.
Yes, it
And
is.
there is an interesting asymmetry in that when it comes to the atheist arguments, they do represent them, even though they simplify everything because it's run through. They do an accurate simplification of the atheist positions, and so they are ranking the steel man, not the straw man. When it comes to the theist arguments, it's a bit more mixed because what they're doing, partly habitually, partly through their training and learning and study, is viewing the arguments as arguments for post-enlightenment variants or philosophical representations of theist positions. And so they don't even tackle Hinduism particularly well, but because they're usually working on, looking at the one God concept one way or another, they are at least sort of attacking that, but they're really attacking this sort of post-church Christianity views of God, which in some ways is sort of philosophical toy models of God that sort of various philosophers came up with. And at no point do they adequately tackle monotheism as in Islam, Tawheed. So there's an asymmetry in that they're sort of fairly accurately ranking the arguments for atheism, but the accuracy of their ranking for the theist arguments really depends on what theist position you're talking about. And when it comes to Tawheed, Islamic monotheism, it's just not even relevant, not even a relevant ranking. It's interesting. I've taken more and more of an interest in this Joe Schmidt chap because he's got some interesting stuff, and he's often relatively fair, or at least interesting in the way he sort of puts things. But he's really very deep at the moment in sort of modal metaphysics. And so he's written a paper fairly recently, although it's a bit old now, I think, on the ontological arguments for God's existence. And I find it quite interesting because William Lane Craig basically gave it a review as a damp squib. He didn't think it was interesting at all. He thought it was a sort of silly little exercise. And Joe was very, very upset about that and did gloves off video response and tore into Craig, I think mostly unfairly. Mostly he didn't see why Craig was saying things he said, and he was predisposed to sort of give a bad faith reading of everything Craig said, I guess. But I went and read his paper and watched his videos on it. And I'm sorry, Joe. I really think it's a very, very bad, very distorted view of things, and it comes down to a presupposition of how modal arguments and ontological arguments are supposed to relate to things. And again, it comes back to the issue I said before, where I don't think he really gets. And as much as he's read the literature, and as much as he's a PhD in Princeton, I think it is, or whatever, and I'm just a random no one. Nonetheless, I really don't think he gets the space particularly well. I think he's hyper focused on one particular area of it. I don't think he has a clue about the Arab philosophers and the ones from the Islamic Golden Age. He certainly never cited them, never considered what they say. It's as if they just don't exist. And maybe if he had read some of them or given them some weight or included their thinking, he would come to rather different conclusions.
Yeah, and it's not like he is a knowledgeable chap. He's not someone who doesn't know or doesn't understand what he might be doing. But again, we've talked about it so many times. It's these presuppositions, the axioms that you take, which drive so much of your conclusions. And that's what a lot of people are unable to address.
Yeah, and this, I think, he's a really good example of how you can become completely blind to them, though, because in his world, he's remarkably open-minded. Most of the people in his circles, I would say, are less open-minded than him. And I think, how do you say, I think he is very interested in what's actually true. I think he cares about his arguments. It's not just a game to him, but the tradition he's learning from and what he's learning within, actually it is all basically a game. It's a bit of a shell game rather than really tackling the real positions. But I don't think he sees it as that or understands that it's that. And I think, if certain assumptions or prior positions are held by everyone in your bubble, you don't realize that you are holding a priori biases, because you just don't see another way of thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
So again, I really would find it very interesting to talk to Joe after he's read a lot of the classical Arab philosophers, and I mean that I include obviously Persians and Turks and anyone who wrote in Arabic during the Islamic era, or indeed before then, if he wants to take a learning position.
Sure.
I think one of the I know I'm spending a lot of time on this, but I think one of the words that sort of really should knock him flat is asamad. Because that from his analyses and the way he sort of thinks natively in English, an English rendition of the arguments from dependency or arguments from contingency, or indeed the modal arguments, modal ontological arguments, if expressed in the language of Allahu Ahad, Allahu Samad, they become much simpler, much more profound, and a lot of his objections can't stand. The, what is possible in, this all possible worlds, Kripke semantics, sort of starts to struggle to even deal with the concept of as-samad in any way other than to accept it. Which is very, very interesting. So,
and it's amazing how much language can also drive your thought processes, because as Muslims, we're blessed because we have the Quran, which essentially redefined everything that Arabic stood for up to that point. It recreated Arabic into this tool that can be used to understand true monotheism effectively. Because no matter which other language you take, there's this the connotations for those words are what drives your understanding of what each word means, right?
Yeah.
So the term God can be corrupted with different suffixes or prefixes, or how you are actually writing it down, capitalizing it, using the small g instead of large g, right? All of these changes are allowed in that language, right? In this English language. And that allows you to see the concept of God as something malleable, which you can change because you're allowed to do that within the language.
I
In
think it
Arabic, you
certainly,
don't have that. You don't
yeah,
have that in Arabic, right?
it certainly hides a lot of the mutually exclusive changes that in English you don't see. Why couldn't I just tweak it this way or that way? It's somehow equally conceivable. Whereas in Arabic, you try and remove one of the names Allah, and you've just created this weird hole that doesn't match up with the other meanings so well anymore, because each word is derived from a root. There's pairs of roots. You imagine taking Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim. Imagine trying to remove one and not the other, but you still got the root in there. It literally is just insane. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
But in the English rendition, there's really not too much of a metaphysical problem. We're trying to propose that, and I think it's the other thing is that philosophical analysis in and of itself in a Semitic language is just different, because, and it's especially clear in Arabic, because essentially the derivation of the relation and connection between words is itself an analytical framework. There is a sort of algorithmic methodology for the relationships between words and how you express a related meaning, and that's all sort of shifted into this symbolic framework in English, like the way meaning is carried and the way analysis is done, that you can sort of separate cultural language out from the analytical language in most ways, and there's only a sort of grammar relationship, which is different from the meaning, if that makes sense. Again, if you understand nahu and sahu, sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Nahu and sahu. There we go. I'm embarrassing myself because I'm saying if you understand these two things and then mispronouncing them. But basically, the on the one hand, the creation or formation of words in the first place, which has its own analytical content, and then the placement of those words in sentences to make them valid has its own analytical grammatical system. Whereas in English, that's simply not the case.
Yeah. All right. Do we start or?
Yeah, we should have
go
started.
ahead.
We're just going. We're starting a different podcast as an introduction.
Okay, so let's actually just see
What's
where
next?
they pace. Okay,
Next.
we actually skipped this religious confusion one. Let's go through this
Mm.
argument.
Go on then.
Up next is the argument from religious confusion or religious diversity. So, the idea behind this argument is that if God exists and creates finite persons, it seems like we'd expect God to ensure that finite persons would at least know how to properly relate to him. Like, relationship with God, after all, is profoundly valuable, and failing to appropriately relate to God is believed by most theists to have, like, dire eternal consequences. And so we should therefore strongly expect God to clearly reveal to finite creatures the proper way to relate to him, more generally what God is like, and how we can flourish in communion with him. But here comes the data, right? Crucially, though, God has not clearly revealed this. Like, the world is like massively religiously diverse and confusing, containing thousands of religions with competing claims about God's existence and his nature and his character. And they have various competing claims as well about how we are to live our lives and how God wants us to live our lives, and, you know, the appropriate ways of relating to God and achieving salvation or things like that. And so, like, the idea here is that, like, evidently, if God exists, God seems like shockingly inept at conveying these matters of such dire and eternal significance to humanity, leaving us with, like, conflicting and non-obvious religions with, like, pretty, like, mundane and seemingly silly religious texts depicting God as, like, drowning babies or, like, commanding the utter destruction of entire people groups, including, like, the children, or, like, sanctioning monstrosities like collective punishment, things like that. So, like, just the sheer mess of religious diversity, the extent of confusion and strife that this causes, and the kind of, like, lameness of purported divine revelations, they all seem to be a testament, intimately bound up with one another. They seem to be a testament to God's, like, failure to kind of adequately communicate and clearly communicate to us what God is like, how we are to live, and how we are to kind of appropriately relate to God. And so, given that we, like, very strongly expect God to do that, if God exists and God hasn't done that, whereas under naturalism, this is all just like, these are all just, religions are the results of various complex social and cultural and various other factors that vary region by region. So it's not terribly surprising if God doesn't exist that we'd see this vast diversity, the confusion, the strife that it causes, and the lameness of divine revelations. That's not very surprising on atheism. Whereas on theism, it does seem incredibly surprising. And so it seems to be pretty good evidence for atheism over theism. That's the general line of argument.
Yeah, before Alex comes in, do you want to just summarize the argument for the audiences? Because
yeah, I mean, I think Joe did a fairly good job of summarizing the argument, but I think he kind of tilted the playing field somewhat, because let's say for one, he says we should expect God to clearly reveal how to relate to people, and although I would agree to that, I would also say that has been done.
yes.
But when he says, he's saying God has not done that, and he's taking that as a fact. He's saying it's obviously not the case, because all these people have different views. But there's so many other explanations of why these people, all have different views, and Islam, for example, has an excellent, completely cohesive, integrated explanation for why that is, right down to the sort of branch, the central branch of monotheism, and its various sort of splits off and alternatives and all that kind of stuff. And what's interesting is he treats all the religions as if they're making roughly equivalent claims, but who else claims to have a preserved book from God that claims it is authored by God and delivered by a prophet, preserved from when it's delivered? Nobody. And I don't have to go, to there might be some Polynesian religion that says they have that, but if it were the case that there is one, they haven't managed to become a major religion, and so there's other kind of problems with that. So we're talking about this argument sort of only really works for talking about the major religions, I think. Otherwise, you're essentially saying, well, as long as someone can be confused, then it sort of means God's a bad communicator. Well, that would only be under a lot of sort of ad hoc extra assumptions on God. And this is the thing, again, in Islamic monotheism, it's very clear that he could have made us all believe if he wanted to. It literally says
Exactly.
that. And that's obviously not the point. So if you think you would expect him to have made everyone believe, then you've got the wrong end of the stick from the outset, or you're essentially doing an underhand begging of the question.
Yeah.
And you know, the angels are the ones that don't have free will, and once you have free will, you would expect there to be this confusion. So everything we see is exactly what's expected under Islamic monotheism. And then when it takes to yeah, go on.
One thing I would say before we move on, it's not addressing the idea that humans themselves have agency. We can choose.
Exactly it.
We can choose something which is not true, which is not wrong, which is not rational, even though we see that the rational matter may be completely different.
Yeah, and this is exactly it. Is he's sort of jumped to it somehow imputing God's incapability rather than the failures of mankind. You know, it's he has to have the assumption that God's trying his best, if you like, to make everyone believe, and he just can't do it, and that would then, you know, undermine everything. But it's a completely different, you know, either he's attacking a straw man, which would be true in the case of Islam for sure, and most of Christianity and most of Judaism, you know, or what's he attacking exactly? So yeah, it really, you know, this one would expect X. It's like, under what religion? Like this is a sort of a make-believe religion that post-Enlightenment philosophers came up with. Like no one believes that. That's not anyone's worldview. You know, everyone has their different very good reasons built in for why not everyone believes. I think Islam's is particularly cogent. So yeah, to blame God is just to either completely misunderstand or attack a complete straw man, and just take out this whole question of the agency and free will. I mean, if there was such a thing, or Allah had put down such a thing as an irrefutable, you know, humans could not refute this proof, then that would be a complete coercion, and that would take away the fundamental thing where there's no coercion in religion. So this whole reason of, when truth is clearly written down and presented, are you attracted to seek it out? And are you attracted by it when you see it? This is part of the point, and it's differentiating different kinds of souls, you know, and generating the manifest evidence through this whole dunya process. So it's just, and it's funny because when it comes to naturalism, he says, oh yeah, under naturalism we'd expect exactly what we say. It's like, no. Under the sort of colonial construction and view of anthropology, where they took in, you know, what they see and tried to make a naturalistic explanation around it, then they managed to make it fit somewhat. But if you were to not do that and start with, you know, principles of naturalism and human beings being broadly alike and in their thinking and drivers and all that, actually one would expect a remarkable amount of homogeneity, or arguably would expect a remarkable amount of homogeneity, and a kind of to have, by the time we get sophisticated, to have pretty much settled down on a core belief system. So there's no really good argument to say that under naturalism one expects this diversity that we see any more than one expects the homogeneity, and I can give very good arguments why one would expect homogeneity instead.
Yeah, let's continue. Let's see the argument from Alex O'Connor. Let me bring that back up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so sure about this one. It's like, would we expect everyone to get it right? It seems like there's a sense in which this is kind of a subset of the divine hiddenness thing. It's like, well, if you've got a totally wrong idea about who God is and how to worship him, that might just be because of your upbringing. That might be because you haven't sort of been given the relevant evidence or information. But it does seem as though you could point to the fact that, though like human societies the world over think of God totally differently, almost everywhere we look, there is some kind of religious sensibility, some sense of the sacred and profane, of the numinous, of the supernatural. And so throughout this religious diversity, the fact that despite this diversity, they all sort of converge on this one thing. There's some evidence that there is something going on, because even everyone who disagrees can agree that, like the supernatural exists, for example. So you could sort of flip it on its head and say that but as long as there's that common thread, this gives us the sort of the diversity of everything else only serves to underline and re-emphasize the agreement.
Suppose a single parent raises children, right? And we come across the children one day. They're alone in their house, and
By the way, Alex actually pointed out exactly the same idea, that people won't get it right, and that's I think we can see that he's playing the devil's advocate to the arguments, just to sort of get this some credence. And let's see.
I think what he raised was correct, but it was one thing I thought was very interesting to note is he was saying, it could be because of their upbringing or not being supplied the right evidence, but he tacitly assumes this, again, very Enlightenment view of tabula rasa of people. And obviously in Islam, we believe you have, your ruh, your nature, that's blown into you. We don't all start as, we have a blank slate in terms of our sins or accountability, but that's not the same thing as not being unique. We're all unique from the outset, so he doesn't seem to entertain or a thought of that someone could be created to be that somebody could be created to, in a way that they have an adverse nature against Allah. And the whole point is, they're generating, Allah's generating the evidence saying, look, someone like this has an adverse nature to me, and this is why they're not compatible with Jannah. Like, that's part of the whole sort of ecosystem. But yeah, other than that, Alex raised a decent point. What does Rushmanis say? Particularly cogent, splitting the moon in half. How do you square that nonsense? If you'd paid attention, Mr. Rush, you would have seen that I specifically said the explanation of Islam regarding the multiplicity of belief systems is particularly cogent, and arguably more cogent than the explanations under naturalism. So what's the moon splitting in half got to do with that? Or did you miss the point of what I'm saying entirely? Or are you bringing something spurious and unrelated?
Yeah, this is what happens, right? We're given a red herring just to distract from the actual argument, because they do not have any cogent argument. Using the pun here because he was trying to use it as a pun, right? For atheism, you don't have it. It breaks apart when you start analyzing the arguments for atheism. Plus, atheism does not give anyone any decent worldview where they know what they have to do in their life.
Yeah. But here's the funny thing, right? If at some point in the future they discover some phenomena like soliton gravitational waves, and they do the modeling, they're like, oh yeah, this could have appeared to a certain bunch of people in a particular, portion or location of the Earth, could appear to have been split. And here's the phenomenon, here's how it works, and here's the solutions to the field equations. Then what happens then, Rush? Suddenly it's like, oh, now it's plausible it happened, but it's okay because we have an explanation, doesn't rely on God. It's nonsense until you know. Do you know how many of the things, like if someone had said you can communicate 1,000 years ago, said you can communicate with someone on the other side of the world, right? Everyone would have said that's nonsense, it's ridiculous, it's absurd. Oh, but yet, here we are doing it right now. So this is so extraordinarily narrow-minded and illogical that to come with it as if it's a logical, rational, or scientific gotcha is, frankly, I mean, I can't find words that are appropriate to the behavior of a Muslim to describe
It's
it. But
let's
what I
just
would
call it
say is
silly.
that, but what I would say is that, you know, I graduated in theoretical physics. I study physics. I study maths. I understand it. I understand how crazy it is, how crazy it seems, why it makes sense. You probably, like most naturalists, just suckle on the teat of popular science and don't really understand any of the science words you use or any of the theories or what is even possible or not possible. That's probably the case. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you have a really good understanding of physics, in which case, click the link and come up. Let's have a chat.
Okay, here's the thing, Brother Islam, and I think we need to address this. We believe in miracles and we have an explanation for miracles. All right. We believe that this universe was created by an all powerful entity with a purpose, and he can do whatever he wants with it. Right. That's our paradigm. In that paradigm, if he can create the universe, splitting the moon and putting it back together just like it was is not a difficult thing for that entity, right? I'm not
Yeah.
using the word God for a reason right now, okay? Just so they're not triggered. Now, they believe the universe came into existence without an explanation. They
Or they
believe
believe
life,
it exists infinitely without an
or
explanation.
yeah, or they believe that life, and they believe life came into existence from non life. They believe intelligence came into existence from non intelligence. They believe consciousness came into existence from non consciousness.
Mm.
They have no explanation for anything, whose
Yeah.
miracles are more absurd to believe in,
But and
yours or
here's
ours.
the funny thing is that, as we've touched on before in previous episodes, what counts as an explanation bears noting, right? Because
Mhm.
what they usually actually have is just another description of what things look like or what things are in a different abstraction layer, and count that as an explanation. You know, I give the example, I think I gave it before, of you know, why is the sky blue? What's the answer to this question? Why? Well, if I describe it in terms of, you know, rally scattering and all that sort of stuff, all I've done is shifted to a different, more detailed description of what blue is and what the sky is, and just given more detail. And I've actually completely evaded answering the question why. But in, you know, post-rationalist world, that's the question why and what it means has changed so that they could say they have answers, whereas all they really have is descriptions. You should look at Hume's ought from is and question yourself. So and the other thing to say is that, you know, again, all these things are systems of descriptions of structures, norms, and patterns. um, and so by miracles we tend to mean things that are outside of the norm. um, you know, or that,
Yeah.
you know, that is what we mean. But that isn't to say that that there's no mechanism by which Allah does that. Like, you know, if we're permitted to see the mechanism, there will be some, you know, they'll whatever it is, there'll be some way of describing it that sounds scientific, if you like. Are you smart enough to know? Are there enough um, instances of something similar that you can make a reliable description system and show that it
Mhm.
comports to reality? Well, that depends on the miracle that you're talking about. There's a lot of miracles. You know, let's put it this way. You know, why doesn't God show a whole bunch of miracles all the time? Well, there's a lot of sort of miraculous recoveries in health, for example. But they're just, oh no, they're anomalies. They're not miracles. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, because as long as you can play those games, then there's no such thing as a miracle. You know,
I
what if God sent an angel down to every person? As I said on the last stream, you know, people would just start calling them weird aliens and call them
Yeah.
liars and all this stuff. It's just such a basic, like, ironically, it's an F tier objection. You know,
FTR objections, yes.
yeah.
Maybe we should start using this. This is just an FTR objection. Can you not come up with something better?
Yeah, I mean,
But
do
but
something
here's the
better. Do
thing.
better. Like I've seen and spoken to so much better and so much more interesting. This is just so like,
Yeah.
yeah, give me something to get my teeth into. It's
But
such a
there's something that you said which I just want to bring up because these people, they keep asking for a miracle to happen to them, some sort of proof, some sort of sign. don't they see a child being born? Do they not see a body dying? Is that not miraculous enough for themselves? Like, what is death itself? If you just ask that question and ponder over that, what is life itself? Just look at that particular, ask yourself that question and search for that answer, you would realize how silly you sound when you say there are no miracles.
Yeah, it's
Because,
funny because yeah, I mean, you can
yeah,
also think of miracles as something man could not do, even in principle.
not even
um,
understand. Do is way far away.
yeah,
We cannot
yeah.
even understand what it is.
I know this is. I think birth is an interesting example, right? Because
Mhm.
you can you can describe it in different degrees of detail, right? You can start with there's something develops between the backbone and the ribs, and then comes out in a gushing fluid. Very high level description of water breaking and a birth happening, or you can go down to much more details of gestation. Indeed, parts of that is in the Quran as well. Or you can go to arbitrary levels of detail with microscopes and cells and their splitting and all this sort of stuff. And it's interesting that at one point cells seem to be like the atoms of biology, because microscopes are only so good that they sort of look like this mostly empty sack with a dot in it, right? And it was like, this is the simple building block. We can talk about
Mhm.
biological things that are being built up from that. And then when we started to get scanning electron microscopes and things like that, we could see extraordinary detail in cells, and that there's basically an entire world in each cell of
Mhm.
incredibly complex machinery. I mean, literally just like machinery. If you've ever seen, kinesin and dynein, so you imagine just a single brain cell, right? A single brain cell is like a ginormous coral reef with all of these things running around on it. There's microtubules inside, kinesin and dynein walking up and down, like literally these sort of chemical robots
Mhm.
that are carrying sacks of neurotransmitters. Like, yeah, there was a point in history where they looked like simple building blocks, and now we see like, no, they're incredible. Again, miraculous. We can describe it,
Yeah, and the
and
more we
there
learn,
is
the
a
less
sense.
we know.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This goes back to what I said about souls are being tested. Are they going to look at this stuff and just think meh? I think, oh, that's cool, but it doesn't in any way fill me with awe and make me contemplate
Mhm.
various things in a certain way. Yeah, you're whatever I've seen about the world and how amazing it is and how amazing it works. It tests you. What do you find
Mhm.
more plausible? What do you latch onto? And what do you not? Yeah, you're being tested, mate.
Yeah, and it's like you just said, the more you learn, right, the more you come to that realization that you know less, the less you are aware of what is really happening. Because there was a point where we didn't know about atoms, right? We didn't know about um, the nucleus, the electrons, the photons, and all of these things. We
Well,
thought we
arguably, we
had an
still don't.
understanding. Well, yes, that's the point, right? We we feel that we've now understood what it, we've understood how they're working, probably somewhat, right? Or how they how what we see or understand from what we've observed.
Mm.
But even our observations change what they are, right? When we start to try and observe something, that very action changes what they really are, right?
Well,
And
how
that,
yeah, how you observe it? I think the cell's one example.
Mhm.
Observe it through a normal light microscope. You get different detail from if you look under differential interference contrast. You get different level of detail if you look under a scanning laser or scanning electron microscope and all this sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and you basically want us to believe in the idea that this imperfection is going to lead to perfection somehow. Not possible. It's you will always be in a position where you don't know enough. You don't
Mm.
know what's happening in this universe because, frankly, you're not getting data from every point of existence. You're only limited to what you can observe.
Mm.
And even with that, you're so limited when you think about it. Just it's bizarre that they can claim that science would someday give us answers to all the mysteries as they do right now.
Well, again, there's this question of what counts as answers. But one of the things that really amuses me about this is the hypocrisy that I know myself. When I was atheist, I couldn't see this deep hypocrisy of saying, "Why can't you just say I know? I don't know. Why do you have to say there's God behind it?" It's like, well, hang on a minute. No, actually, in many ways, the believers in monotheism are much more the skeptics. And there's a lot more we say we don't really know and are able to cope with that, whereas the naturalists have to pick some stuff and say we know this, we know that, and argue from that. Indeed, this very chap we started talking about is tacitly starting from a basis of we know what's possible and not possible with the moon, whether or not it physically split, whether it looked like it split, whether there's something even in between that's possible. It's it's funny because most are so indoctrinated from the way they're taught how science works from the very beginnings of childhood. They're indoctrinated with naturalism from the outset. Even the ones who go to Christian school or whatever, the very way, what's even admitted into the subjects called science are ways of talking about the world absent of God. And so I think a lot of people don't realize the amount of indoctrination they have in their very foundations of how they perceive the world. And so they make statements like this, not realizing that they're the ones who are very, very arrogant in what they think they know, and not really able to be as skeptical as they think they are, and not really able to identify how selective their skepticism is.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway,
I did ask him.
I
did ask him to come up, and he just said nah. So
yeah, I thought so.
Running away, as you would expect.
This is one of the problems. Maybe I need to sort of present as being scientifically ignorant, and then they come up, and then we start talking. Because it's when people know that they're going against someone who isn't an idiot and has studied the sciences and does cogently and rationally integrate and the scientific and the Islamic view. They know they're going to be lost. And this, again, it's a test for you, mate. Were you genuinely intrigued? Is it that you care about what's true and what's not? And this is an interesting opportunity to discuss science and religion in a way that you perhaps haven't seen or thought of before or didn't think was possible. What an opportunity to just say nah to. Wow. I mean, you've been tested, mate. You've been tested right now.
Exactly. All right, let's start. Let's get back to our,
there's just like engaging in massive strife. Like sometimes they're punching each other. They're like, there's pretty big strife between them, pretty big conflict. And we sit down with them. It's like, guys, why are you like yelling at each other so much? Why are you being so mean to each other and so on? And it comes out that like at least part of the reason is that according to one of them, the single parent said that they get to have the Wii today. They get to play with the Wii today. They alternate days or whatever, so they get the Wii today. But according to the other one, the parent told them that they have the Wii today, and so like it's the conflicting claims about what the parent says to them that's engendering this strife. Now we can ask like. Supposing that they're equally genuine, they totally believe that the parent has revealed to them that they're the one who's supposed to have the Wii today. Supposing that they're being honest and reflective and whatnot, and that this is engendering the strife between them, and supposing furthermore that the parent has the opportunity to clarify this matter very easily, they could just walk down the stairs or something and just tell them. We can start forming hypotheses about how good of a parent this is. Is this a perfectly good parent? And it doesn't seem to be the case that the parent is perfectly good. Given this, the parent easily could have prevented lots of this strife by making it clear which child gets the Wii today. And, you might come around and say, well, they at least agree that there's a parent, we agree.
It's interesting because, on the one hand, this is a pretty terrible analogy.
Extremely terrible.
Even with this analogy, it shows how shallow the analysis is because, if the parent is just going to come down and resolve things between them, what are the children learning? Maybe it's better for the children to learn to talk about the differences, have their differences, and then, you know, come to some resolution of how to either agree or to live with each other and be good to each other, even if they disagree. You know, in the Quran, we're told you know, that people were split into nations to come together to know one another. Like that entire raison d'etre of the system, the way Allah chose to do things, would just have no place in Joe's thinking.
Mm-hmm. And this analogy is atrocious, really, because I don't even think it is it's an analogy that it is an analogy, right? So first of all, it's talking about a parent giving a specific instructions, right? If it was an analogy that you want to make, it should have been, does the parent exist or not? Talk about
Well,
that first.
he does touch on that, because I guess part of his point was to say,
So that's the whole point, right?
there is
It's
the
not
proof
an
that
analogy anymore when he brings that up.
well, I think what he's getting at again is remember, he's arguing from the atheist perspective while trying to at least present as, or trying his best to argue from a neutral perspective. And remember, I said before about not realizing how much certain views are sort of embedded. So the fact he thinks this is an appropriate analogy does reveal a lot about what he thinks around the world of religions, and what God's relationship to them would be like, or should be, you know, what's appropriate analogous. He didn't bring this analogy disingenuously. He thought it, you know, really made the point, because what he's saying really is that people disagree on what should be, you know, what should be the rules, or how people should, you know, behave given the rules and so on, and saying, well, God should set everyone straight. Otherwise he's a bad parent, you know, or bad upbringer, or bad educator. Which, you know, again, this is from the Islamic paradigm is you know, absurd and a very bad analogy, and completely misses the point. And to make those inferences would be just illegitimate, for the reasons we just spoke about. So yeah, it's the thing is, all analogies, you know, have deep flaws because they're analogies, they're not the full system. But I think it certainly does serve a purpose, in that you can, you know, say the kids are both arguing about what the parent said, and so they both agree the parent exists. I think they touch upon that later, if I remember.
Yeah.
And you know, what he's saying is it's more than that. But again, you know, then he jumps to, well, you'd say it's a pretty bad parent if he doesn't come down and resolve the dispute. It's like, well, actually, maybe it's a pretty bad parent if they do resolve the dispute for them. You know,
I mean, if there's
an
clear
interesting
instructions,
analogy here in raising dogs is often if you have, particularly with two female dogs, if you go down and try and settle when they have a dispute, then they're going to have another dispute, and they're going to keep doing it. Most of the time, obviously nothing happens 100% of the time, but they're much more likely to keep having increasingly aggressive and dangerous confrontations if you step in and separate them, and you'll have to always be alert to that. Whereas if you let them settle it between them once early on, they establish a pecking order, and rarely, if ever, then get into that cycle of going at each other. And once that cycle's established, the end result is much worse. So yeah, the analogy fails really badly on multiple levels, or elucidates why it's a bad argument on many levels. In which case, it's not a failed analogy; it's a good one.
All right, let's go ahead.
That there's something supernatural. They agree that there's a parent. Like, oh, it's not a very plausible response. It's not that wouldn't do in the court to try to exonerate
well, I think
the parent.
If the question was whether this parent existed, let's say it's in a courtroom, you know, does this parent exist? And they brought in these kids and they said, can you tell us about your parent? And one of them went, oh yeah, you know, she said I could have the Wii. And the other one goes, no, that was me. And they start sort of bickering in the courtroom about like who got to play with the Nintendo Wii. I think the judge would like bang his hammer and say, okay, you know, sort out that argument elsewhere. We don't really care. Like we've got what we need, which is like obviously the parent exists, right? And also, you say, the parent could just sort of come down the stairs and reveal himself. People often say, why doesn't God just come down and reveal himself? And the Christian answer to that is, of course, he did, and we killed him. And it's sort of like, okay, at that time, that's kind of what's believed to have happened. It's sort of like it's the grandchildren of the people who are fighting over it, trying to figure out if the parent existed, and the grandchildren sort of can only remember that their grandparents said that they'd saw the parents because the parent.
If he had said adopted, maybe there would be some thing to the analogy, but
I mean, if you killed God, then is he God? Can't you? I mean, I don't get it. Why he would even bring a point like that up?
Well, that's a separate issue. I think because one of the reasons he brought it is it's not so much that the Christians claim that they killed God, or at least I should say unalived the body in which the soul resided, notwithstanding the empty cup of divinity and all that stuff. So I think what he's saying essentially is that Christians have an explanation, of why, or at least they have a theology that says, well, even God coming down and showing himself, you're still going to reject him. And we also in Islam have a deep and cogent theology that explains and makes a lot of sense of why not everyone follows. Some people are just fake interested in the question, and they're not. Some prefer their own ego to submission to Allah, and that's the fundamental underpinning of what chooses which directions they let their brains go in.
And I think what's telling here is how they immediately go to the Christian argument. So this just shows that they're working with limited information here. They don't understand the rest of the religions. They don't understand how the Hindu religions, right, explain this very idea, or the Islamic faith explains this, or some of the other faiths do, right? So,
no, it's interesting. I mean, I guess in a sense they would leave Hinduism to one side for most of this, because other than the sort of Brahmins, the only real thing niche, they're really dealing with monotheist religions proper.
all right.
But yeah, they are definitely way more clued up on Christianity, and they do seem to sort of put the Abrahamic faith in a bucket and say they're all near enough to Christian conception, so I don't need to look in any further.
Exactly. They don't realize that Abrahamic faiths are not just Christianity. It's not representative at all of what the Abrahamic faith is or was, because neither Jews nor Muslims hold on to the same theology as Christians do. Actually, that is the most misrepresentative view of the Abrahamic faith that you can get to. All right. Let's move on.
Is now like dead or whatever, and so it's sort of a long time ago, and they're not really sure about the accounts and stuff. I mean, sure, God could like come down every single day and correct us, but then people would say, like, how detailed is that going to get? If somebody has a dispute about whether God is a Trinity or not, okay, maybe God should come down and like let us know, with like a big sort of angel with a horn and a big scroll that says, "Verily I say unto thee." But then what about like minor disputes? What if there's like a debate about, whether it's appropriate to use the female pronoun when referring to God? And it's sort of like, well, is that really worth a whole divine decree? What if they're sort of like debating whether, churches should be tax exempt or something? It's sort of like, well, I don't know if that's quite worth it. So I'm not sure God would come down to settle every dispute. It does seem plausible that the biggest ones are quite important, but then some would say he did. He gave us a book, and the book is what we need.
Right. So no, I think that's I think this is a good point. So the argument really, so to your earliest point about how the judge would say, well, clearly you have a parent, right? So like we should simply say, well, like this is not a challenge to God's existence or something like that. But like, listen, the challenge is not so much to the mere existence of a supernatural being, but to God conceived a certain way, a perfectly loving, perfectly good, just and fair God. So it may very well not be a challenge to the bare existence of something supernatural, but it does seem to be a challenge to God so construed. And indeed, the judge would probably say, this parent is not perfectly clear to their children, or something like that, or like the parent is not perfectly efficient and fair, or something like that, even though the parent does in fact exist. So that's one thing that I wanted to say in response to that point. I guess the next point that you mentioned was about like major disputes versus minor disputes. And I think this is a pretty important distinction in mounting this argument. I think the proponent of this argument, in order to have any like modicum of plausibility, would have to restrict this to like major points, like whether there is a God, like how to appropriately relate to this God, and like what this God wants of us, or something like that. But not so much the minor details about like, well, should we like go to church on like Saturday evenings or like Sunday mornings or something. That's not as important as like whether or not there is such a thing as God. But and I know you mentioned like a lot of religious theists will say, God has indeed revealed this. But the point is not whether or not God has revealed it, but whether or not he has sort of clearly revealed it in such a way that like it reaches people, and there's no kind of confusion or like diversity as a result of it. I mean, maybe the parent really did clearly reveal to one of the children that they do indeed get the Wii for the day.
Go on, let's
given that, one of
chat, otherwise we'll get accused of needing a copy strike. I think just two things I wanted to highlight on that one. First, related to what I said earlier, Alex says, what about an angel appearing, with a horn and a scroll? And like I said before, plenty of people would say, back in the old days, say that's some kind of witchcraft, some kind of magic. These days, some kind of alien, some kind of other thing, or it's lying about being from God. So, that why would that constitute proof? In what sense would that, if someone's going to be remotely skeptical, the only way it would constitute a proof doesn't need an angel and a scroll. It just needs any means of coercing into being unable to not believe and having to choose a belief or forcing to believe. And that again goes against the fundamental reason for us being here and for the entire sort of system being as it is. So it's just a retreat to absurdity, but it makes sense in their worldview to consider that. But it's really just a complicated, convoluted way of saying, well, suppose he makes a square triangle and then he's proved something, and if he can't make a square triangle, it can't be proved. It's just starting with an absurdity and using it to reason forward. You're just going to arrive at non-functioning arguments. The other thing I thought, sorry, did you want to say something on that before I go on to the other thing?
Yeah. Just one thing that I find here is that if anyone sees this type of an argumentation, remember that this is a total straw man of our position, right? They've basically created this version of our beliefs that we do not believe in, and they're just saying that does not make any sense. Agree with them. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, and we don't believe in that. Period. And start establishing what we believe in, because that is what makes sense. These people, by generalizing every religion and sort of trying to create an argument that fits all, they're ignoring that each one of our worldview, right, has equal footing to theirs. They're just one other belief system. Atheism is a belief system. They cannot run away from this idea.
I think
they like to.
Naturalism is a belief system, and atheism is it's the
a subset or a result of their naturalistic belief system.
It's a symptom. I was going to say. It's a common symptom that can have many different illnesses, but also atheism itself again imports this word theism, and then a definition of deity and what it means to believe in the existence of a deity. And again, the colonial philosophers, to to emphasize the role they had in the Enlightenment period, literally redefine deity and theism in a way that's completely incompatible with the view of what that even means in Islam. In their view of deity, there's no such thing as taking your desires as a deity. It's a completely different concept, and therefore it's a completely the very foundation they're using is a completely different concept. So does atheism even exist? It's a very interesting question in and of itself, because by their own invented standards, where they try to carve out some way to differentiate themselves from polytheists, if you take that worldview a priori, then you can say they exist. But according to the standards of monotheism that was established, and also the standards of prior polytheists as they understood deity, almost everyone, certainly the ones I've spoken to, themselves atheist, is de facto a definite. So yeah, there we go. It's interesting, and that sort of relates to this thing you're saying about sort of straw manning position. It's interesting because what they're doing, they're not trying to tackle every religion. They're really trying to go after the ones that are where there's a notion of God that fits this generalized concept that emerged out of the melee in Europe in the 1800s-ish to 1800s-ish. And one interesting example is this, and they keep bringing it up like for years and years, this perfectly good God. And it's like, hang on a minute, let's look at the names and attributes of Allah. Now, where is this perfectly good? There's many different kinds or notions of goodness that that are included in certain ways, but none of them can be abused in the way that arguments against there being a perfectly good God can possibly apply. One that we do have is Al-Bar, but critically, it's the source of all goodness, right? And the being the source of all goodness, as opposed to just good being the attribute in and of itself, has subtle but profound implications for whether or not any of these kind of great making related arguments either succeed or fail. And they've never noted that point. They've never noted that the Islamic view has a very substantially different way of framing and understanding the names and attributes, to which their generalized theism just applies to abstractions of Christian views of monotheism.
Yeah. All right. So do we skip to the other one? Because the religious confusion, I think they're pretty much
go on.
around
Let's just skip
right?
to where they rate it. So we should put the ratings in.
All right.
I reckon they'll rate
Free
it as being a
societies,
form of hiddenness.
Yeah.
religious traditions and histories and theologies and scriptures, and like really, like one of at least one of them is just like completely doomed. I don't know about it, man.
And I mean, also, just think if things were different. This is another way that we can see the force of the argument. Think if things were different. Think if across causally isolated societies, across thousands of years, people independently converged on like one religion, and they got like, although they may disagree about like whether or not to use he or she or them pronouns or whatever for the being, although they disagree on minor things, they get, generally speaking, the major things of major significance right. Like that there is a God. Generally speaking, what God is like, generally speaking, how we are to appropriately relate to this God, and in general, what God wants of us. Imagine that independently people sort of converge on that. That would be significant evidence, I think, in favor of God's existence, in favor of there being a being who's directing the things like that, directing its creatures like this. But the fact that we don't see that then is evidence against the existence of such a God. And so, I don't know. I think there is some plausibility to it, and it makes me think maybe it should go somewhere around B tier.
Do you know what? I was thinking exactly the same thing. This is going swimmingly so far. We haven't had any major disagreements. B is where I was going to put it.
Okay.
And I am also beginning to worry that maybe subconsciously, when thinking of these arguments, they sort of...
Yeah. So this argument makes it to the B tier, which is like the third one. So that is telling enough itself.
Yeah. And it's interesting the thing he said, near the end, related to what I said before. It's like, oh, if everyone had independently converged on this same notion of God, that would be strong evidence. It's like,
Mhm.
no, it wouldn't. Like, think about, this relies on this sort of what he was saying before, where under naturalism one expects the diversity, whereas actually I don't think he sees that there's a very good argument for why you want to expect homogeneity. And if there was an independent convergence, then people would say, look, we have evidence that human brains are predisposed to, or it's evolutionary beneficial for this particular concept.
Mhm.
Yeah. Whichever way they want to put it, there would always be some way to deny God. Of course there is. That's part of the whole point. And this goes back to what people demand as proof and proof standard. What's getting shown, what's getting evidenced, is people's hypocrisy, where they accept certain standards and evidence of proof in some domains for some, certain things, or depending on whether or not it challenges their kind of stuff, and they'll hypocrisy in their evidential standards generally. So again, this sort of base conception of what God is even doing or supposed to be doing is actually fundamental to all of their arguments and whether or not they succeed. And again, it only relates not even really to how Christianity was understood in Europe, but how the anti-Christian philosophers decided to frame what the Christians were thinking in terms of some higher order abstraction. And all they've really done has been setting fire to straw men for the last 200 years.
Mhm. All right, we do have somebody in the back chat. Mohsen, if you turn on your camera, just verify yourself. I'll bring you up and just write down if you are. Okay, are you a Christian or are you an atheist? Oh, so where you're Muslim, is there something specific that you want to bring up? Because this stream is specifically for atheists, right? Muslim and theists, we don't allow them on this particular one, right? If there's some question
well,
that you
unless
have, put it in the
unless
back
he's
chat.
got a if he's got a question that he's struggling to deal with, or help explain something to an atheist, or if there's something sort of on topic enough,
Well,
then we could potentially.
Okay, I had a question. Okay, why don't you put it in the back chat and then we'll make a decision on whether it's relevant to the stream. All right, just put it in the back chat. We'll continue and we'll bring you up if that is the case. All right. Okay. Oh, he's posted the question before to you, brother. Okay, let's go on.
Next up is the argument from the scale of the universe. So, in short, the argument is universe big, therefore no God. So that's basically what they. I can probably try to steelman it. I see this on atheist meme pages all the time, and it's basically they're talking about the size of the universe and how it's like so implausible that God would create this just to have a relationship with you or something like that. So if I were to steelman this argument, if we look at the universe, it is so overwhelmingly vast, and it's mostly lifeless and barren and just devoid of things of value. It's just mostly uninteresting stuff, And similarly with time. It's only in terms of cosmological history, we've only gotten things of value, like valenced conscious states of pleasure and pain and whatnot. We've only gotten that for the past maybe hundreds of millions of years, and the universe has been here for at least 13.8 billion years ago, and maybe that was preceded by a big crunch or something like that. In terms of the temporal span of the universe and the spatial span of the universe, it seems to be mostly full of barren, valueless, lifeless stuff. And so the thought behind the argument, and this is my just steelman of it, is that, well, if God creates a universe, as theists think he has done, we'd expect it seems, to be brimming with things of value, since that's just that's much more valuable than a universe that isn't brimming with things of value. But a mostly lifeless and barren universe is the opposite of that, right? So the universe that we have is the complete opposite of what we'd expect under theism. And by contrast, it's much more expected if God doesn't exist, and fundamental reality just doesn't care about producing things of value. If there are going to be things of value under such a view, then they're going to be very tiny portions. Or at least it seems more likely that they're just going to be very tiny specks in all of the barren, lifeless wasteland of reality. And so then, the thought is that the size of the universe, the scale of the universe, and the insignificance, the seeming insignificance of things of value within the universe is evidence against God's existence, because it's much more surprising on the hypothesis that God exists than it is on the hypothesis, than a competing like naturalistic hypothesis. So that's my steel man of this argument. I'll turn it over to you.
I mean, you're just sort of smiling and laughing as if to suggest that you can't even take it very seriously. I must say, I was talking about this the other day with somebody or other, about the sort of, I mean, I've been arguing with people a lot recently, or talking a lot about the decline of the significance of propositional arguments, like what I was just saying in the existence of, in the question of God's existence. Like, people are much more interested at the moment, it seems, in the cultural space, in like narrative and politics and this kind of stuff. The sort of analytic philosophy arguments of God's existence has fallen out of favor a bit, and part of the reason for that is because there is something that you can't quite capture in a syllogism about like thinking about the size of the universe. Watching one of those videos where it like zooms out into the Earth and the solar system, and you talked about time, like 13.8 billion years have passed. God knows how much future, including after, you know, human beings could like destroy themselves with a bunch of nukes. Probably not on like a religious picture of divine intervention, but like such a big expanse of time. I mean, famously, the analogy people give, if just in case people aren't aware of this, I mean, you talked about how we've been here for a few hundred million years in terms of like conscious agents, and the universe has been here for billion years. People often can't get a grip on the difference between millions and billions. The famous example is that a million seconds is 12 days. A billion seconds, you know how long it is, Joe? A billion seconds?
Like 2 years.
Like 37 years or something?
It's the
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't going to interrupt it, but yeah, I'm 32 years.
Okay. No. Let's finish up then, because all right.
31 years versus 12 days for the difference between a million and a billion. Like, it's unfathomable. And even then it's quite difficult to really wrap your head around just how long the universe has been here. And just kind of like what? So that like, I mean, the joke is like, oh, and all of that so that God can tell you not to masturbate. You know, like it's funny. It's a good stand-up bit. But it does also capture something which, like, when I see that video, or I see that sort of scale comparison of how tiny we are in these huge galactic expanses, like, it does leave me thinking like, man, there's something just wrong with the idea that we're what it's all about. And could I put it into a syllogism? Like, maybe, like you just kind of did. You sort of steal and you can come up with a way of putting it, but it doesn't quite capture. It's like trying to take a poem and like explain what it means in non-poetic terms. You can do it and it can help people to understand like what the poem's getting at, but there's something captured by just hearing the poem, and there's something captured by just thinking about the universe. It's just like, I don't know, man. So it's got this like emotive power that I think is quite strong. But you're right that like as a syllogistic argument, you could just meme upon it like, oh, well, like the universe is big. Premise 2, if God existed, the universe wouldn't be so big. Therefore, God doesn't exist. Like, yeah, man, like great argument. Yeah, it's sort of, yeah, fair enough. But it's got something to it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're pretty much. I don't think they take this particular argument seriously themselves. Maybe we should see where they rate it.
Well,
right?
I think there's a couple of things worth noting on those. Even in his attempts to steal man, did betray a few things. For one, it was interesting. You said things of value in the last 100 million years, and I started talking about life and consciousness. But I mean, the current theories is that it's about 1.3 billion-ish, or at least close enough to basically 10% of the age of the universe, since there's been life in one form or another on Earth. So I just thought that was remarkably short-sighted, not to realize that, on the one hand, in terms of spatial extent, we're this pale blue dot and insignificant in our size, but in temporal extent, 10%, it's huge. In comparison, I'm just surprised they didn't remark on that.
And
even if it's 100 million years, it's still 1%. Sorry,
10% is unexplainable.
Even if it was 1%, then they didn't count anything as valuable before then, although totally they have a problem with that. Even then, 1% of the size temporally versus I don't even know the figure of how many 10 to the minus whatever a percent that is in terms of the whole. causing the universe.
I'll skip to where they're tearing it. Let's go to that.
Around, notice the look around us, and the everything appears to be lifeless and barren. It's like, whoa, hang on a minute. Would have thought about that about all sorts of places on Earth, and then they find actually there's these microbes or these other kind of things. There's so much we don't know. There could be vastly different kinds of life. We believe there's jinn, and they have all these different kind of forms. All the other planets could be teeming with jinn for all we know.
Exactly.
And so they sort of take this a priori naturalist position without necessarily calling out, and they take sort of things from the naturalist perspective as being facts when they're really just a corollary of the naturalist position. And actually, one thing I really wanted to highlight as well is they're talking about, oh well, everywhere there's not life, and then here's life. Well, if that were the case, there's suddenly a dramatic delta. There's like, no life, no life, no life, and then absolutely teeming with life. That's, if you were going to go on a naturalist explanation, it's much easier to have a naturalist explanation where there's some kind of distribution of life forms, of life-likeness, and we would be slightly more lifelike than other things, and you'd find more or less in our neighborhood, and so on and so forth. So for the universe to, if it is, as they say, be lifeless and barren, and then just on this dot there happens to be absolutely teeming with life, that is something that's utterly remarkable. And again, the theists, it fits perfectly within the framework. There's no problem with it whatsoever. The atheists have to make a large number of auxiliary assumptions, but they don't really count them as assumptions, because otherwise they would know they have like 1,000 assumptions against one.
One thing that I find truly bizarre here is how the very signs that show them that God exists is actually taken as the opposite by these people to the fact that life exists, and it's completely implausible for life to exist.
Well,
Right.
hang on a minute. Just be fair to them, because they're knocking it as a stupid argument. So
Yeah, that's true.
It's not these
But
people. It's people
it's
who
not
run
these
this
people,
argument.
the
Yeah.
people running the argument. So not really with Cosmic Skeptic, Alex or Joe. Not to be fair to them, they're not the ones making this as or claiming this is any serious argument, but just the idea that you can bring this up and ignore everything else that actually points towards the existence of a God just shows that you are either irresponsible with how you formulate arguments or how you observe reality, or you have a, a goal that you're trying to achieve with your argumentation.
Well, this is one of the interesting things about the arguments is, on the one hand, they tend to be analyzed in isolation. And in order for them to be analyzed together, you have to bring a full cumulative case of all the various arguments and evidences that you believe, or that you at least put significant weight into. And this was very interesting for me, because I brought lots of different naturalist positions against the various different proofs or justifications for belief in God and so on. And it wasn't really until I examined them together and went, hang on a minute, these are actually mutually exclusive in a number of important ways, either epistemically, mutually exclusive in terms of they were justified based on different epistemologies or different proof standards, or they were, naturalistically not mutually compatible. Whereas in Islam, everything was epistemically and, functionally or methodologically compatible. So that was a major difference. The cumulative case works and holds together in Islam, doesn't work and doesn't hold together under naturalism. So Yeah, I think this is interesting because, again, when people look at each of these arguments in isolation, they're evaluating their plausibility based on a cumulative argument of the other stuff, that they have come across, that they have thought about. And so, you see Joe and others say, is it plausible? Is it reasonable? Do we give credence or weight to this? In each case, what you're really doing is, highlighting or focusing on a single argument and then neglecting the other elements of what's effectively a cumulative argument. And that's what's sort of all wrapped up in this concept of, do we give it credence?
Mhm.
And again, the we depends on what bubble you're in. I really, if these guys had a decent sized Muslim circle of philosophically inclined people and had similar exposure to the Islamic view, I think their considerations would be vastly different. Vastly different.
Yeah. All right. Question for you: do atheists believe in miracles?
That depends how you define miracle.
Mhm.
The classic definition of miracle as being something that God does and that only God can do or cause to happen. Obviously, they don't, because they don't believe any such thing can happen. But then there's this, I think it's Arthur C. Clarke, who said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from a miracle. And in that sense, they believe in miracles for sure, but miracles are relative. So, a mobile phone now is not miraculous, but relative to, someone at the time of Jesus, yeah, that would have been miraculous.
I think it's at this point when I'll close the window because I'm becoming a hologram again.
Yeah, I shut off the light and put on a whole sort of bunch of
Yeah,
artificial
that's
lights.
it's the halo effect, right? I just want to go for that. Let's see. Okay.
Oh yeah, with the circular window at the back, you better be careful. It's looking very sort of Christology.
Yes. All right. Let's go ahead. So the most replayed part, we're just gonna skip to that one.
Yeah,
And then we're gonna go to the
God's goodness. Like Aquinas famously said that like God created a vast diversity of things because no particular thing could adequately reflect his goodness that he kind of eminently contains. So a vast diversity of things better reflects different aspects of the divine character and God's goodness and so on. And finally, I guess maybe like a large and mostly lifeless universe is required in order for the universe itself to be able to produce life. Like life is a very seemingly rare and precarious kind of thing. And maybe there's some value in the universe itself kind of cooperating with God to bring about these sorts of valuable results, like the existence of conscious life. And so it would make sense that God would then create like a gigantic universe, because it's like making it more likely that life would come about in some small portions of it through the universe's own kind of means. So I don't know. There are a lot of different responses to this kind of argument.
It's also worth considering that, well, for a start, I mean, like you say, the universe seems to be necessary for some areas of life. Like, I mean, famously, the heavier elements are forged in supernovae. How do you say the plural there? Supernovae?
Supernova.
Whatever,
That's how I pronounce it.
Supernova.
All right.
Difference between like an amoeba in the ocean and a fully developed human being. So,
sorry, I skipped it.
Just one thing I couldn't help but notice.
Supernovae.
Supernova.
He's
Sorry.
talking about the elements, the heavy elements being made in it. This famous quote, I think, is from Brian Cox, but maybe someone else said it before him, was, "We're all made of stardust."
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting because, the Quran says we're made from dust.
Exactly.
But it's interesting because I came across someone the other day who was trying to say that the Quran is full of obvious contradictions. Take Adam, for example. Is he made from dust or clay or water? I think was the three things. And it's like they're not mutually exclusive. Understand what's going on here. That's just like saying that you can't have a human who's made out of atoms and also made out of cells. That's a contradiction. It's that level of absurdity. But I do find it interesting because dust has the implication, or there are important implications in the word dust, which are carried over to the reason, to the way dust is seen and understood in cosmology and cosmological models, because dust is a stuff that has mass but doesn't carry significant interactions in amongst itself other than by virtue of its mass. So it's not like a plasma that has like a complex sort of electromagnetic interaction, or or something like an imperfect gas or something like that. So dust, there's also the use of it in describing how Allah Ta'ala created the universe, and it very, very well matches up with the sort of the way we construct and understand cosmological models. There's a few different sort of notions or meaning of dust, but I just found that interesting. He's talking about the heavier elements being formed in stars and made of stardust.
Yep.
Whatever, man.
I pronounce it.
Supernovas, fine. The big stars collapsing or whatever, like that's where we come from. And not only is there sort of beauty in that, like awesome, great. It's also like, okay, maybe you just need these huge like clusters of exploding stars in order to create the carbon that makes up most of our bodies. And it just so happens that, why not make them really beautiful as well? Cool, like awesome. Sure, maybe, but it does seem to me like there's nothing in principle stopping God from just like poofing carbon into existence. He seemed to manage to do that with like hydrogen, so why not? Or at least with subatomic particles. But also, it is worth considering, I think, this universe big thing. There will have been a time when, all human beings were consigned to wherever they were living in Africa, like Ethiopia or something. And if somebody had brought them a picture of the planet Earth and said, look at the size of the Earth you're on, they might have said, gosh, there can't be a God, because like, look at all this wasted space. Look at all of this landmass that's just completely empty, except for a few like wild animals that don't even like have a moral conscience. Like this is totally ridiculous. Why would God create this huge, massive Earth and like consign us all to Ethiopia? And someone could say, yeah, well, we could go over there. It's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna like walk across the ocean, like to like wherever the hell this like Antarctica looking thing is. Like, yeah, sure, man. Like, good luck with that. And then you fast forward a couple of 100,000 years, and look at us go, man. We've even made it to the moon. Of course, light years of distance is a bit of a bigger challenge, but like a lot of people are hopeful about wormholes and galactic expansion and all that kind of stuff. And maybe we're just at the beginning of some like exponential growth of humanity across the stars. And if that's the case, the universe will begin to feel a lot smaller. And depending on just how exponential and just how long we're talking, I mean, 1 billion years from now,
I have to say this. It takes a lot of faith to say all that he said. A lot of
yeah. This is the thing. I often say it in terms of axioms or assumptions, but to sustain any form of atheism, and certainly the naturalist subsets of atheism, you need a huge number of extra independent axioms without proving they're even mutually compatible with one another, or even having the tools to be able to examine and prove that. What they do is call them facts, or just call them beliefs and say, well, I don't necessarily believe they're true. But when they go ahead and give their arguments, they argue as if they're true, and they don't tend to manage the distinction very well, because they don't actually live their lives in a world where everything is hypothetical. They have actual beliefs, so it's disingenuous against themselves. It's fascinating for me. It's really very interesting, because look at things the other way around. If someone just comes and starts from the premise that it's a fact that God is true, they throw their toys out the pram. Although most of them do. Some of them do find it interesting, but my most authentic line to describe why I believe in God is that the Shahada is the best axiom. Some people just go insane and just start crying and saying that's ridiculous and begging the question, because they don't understand how logic and physics and stuff like that works. But some people do find that an interesting position. So not everyone, but if they do find it an interesting position, they will find that by Occam's razor, Islamic monotheism is highly favored.
Yeah. All right, so let's skip to the rating.
Yeah, I've just got to quickly answer the door in a second. So while that's being rated, back in 2 seconds.
Up next is the Evil God Challenge. So,
I mean, 1 billion years from now, we might have made it quite far if we're still alive. 20 billion years? 50 billion years? I mean, like, man, we're talking about a long, long time. We're talking like orders of magnitude more time, possibly, than like the difference between like an amoeba in the ocean and a fully developed human being. So the universe could be full of surprises. I just think that's worth also bearing in mind.
Yeah, now time for ranking it. So, I mean, preliminary thoughts. Preliminary thoughts for me is that it's not a terribly good argument in my view. It's not. I feel like it's not as bad as the stone paradox. So if we put the stone paradox in E, even though I think maybe it should go in F, if we put that in E, I think I'm inclined to put this in D.
I was thinking the same, especially because it has that opposite pull of people do look at the universe and think, how beautiful God must exist. You know, universe big, therefore God, universe big, therefore no God. They both sort of do something for people. Yeah. And so maybe you're right that the rock one should have been an F and this should be an E, but like E and D, it definitely should be above the rock one. Like it should obviously be above the rock one, right? So
yes.
Probably D tier. I mean, we can revise this at the end if we need, but I think at least for now, like D tier seems like a good place to put it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, universe big is going into the D tier. Awesome. Another one down. What's next?
Up next is the evil God challenge.
All right. While Brother Islam comes back, just a quick thought. So yeah, they did rate it just above the stone argument, just as non-serious of an argument as the other one. And I think this is there's a couple of them, the moral argument from evil, which is the last one they will do. And a couple of material causality and improvability arguments. Those we'll take a look. But the evil God argument, we've seen atheists use this one a lot. It will be an interesting one to respond to. Let's get right into it. Yeah, I've seen some of them come up speaking that if God is, if evil exists, then God must be evil, right? Sort of. That's the long and short.
I don't think that's quite what the evil God challenge is as an argument. But let's see what they put.
Let's see.
Challenge. So we've got two different hypotheses on the table. One hypothesis is that there's an omniscient, omnipotent, perfectly good God. And on the other hand, we've got a different hypothesis, which is that there's an omnipotent, omniscient, maximally evil God. And the evil God challenge is basically saying something along, there are different ways to put it. But one way to run the evil God challenge is to say that, well, hey, the good God hypothesis and the evil God hypothesis are roughly equally plausible, or roughly equally likely, or roughly equally reasonable. After all, so the thought goes, arguments for a good God can often be paralleled to create roughly equally compelling arguments for an evil God. And famously, lots of arguments for God's existence don't tell us about the moral character of the creator or the designer or whatever. And moreover, objections to the existence of an evil God, for instance, that there's so much good in the world, can often be paralleled to create roughly equally compelling objections to the existence of a good God, that there's all this evil in the world. So the thought then is that the good God hypothesis and the evil God hypothesis are roughly equally likely. The motivations for the good God hypothesis seem to carry over roughly equally plausibly to the evil God hypothesis, and the objections to the evil God hypothesis seem to carry over roughly equally plausibly to the objections to the good God hypothesis. And so, since they're both roughly equally plausible, or equally likely, or equally reasonable, if the evil God hypothesis is incredibly unlikely, then it's going to follow that the good God hypothesis is also incredibly unlikely. And so then the next premise is that, well, hey, the evil God hypothesis is indeed pretty unlikely. It just seems kind of silly in itself. Some people call it even preposterous. And moreover, the profound goods that we see in the world just seem to count strongly against its existence. And so then it follows that a good God is also incredibly unlikely to exist. That is the argument.
Now, I see this kind of as, I mean, it's obviously connected to the problem of evil. It might kind of be a support of the problem of evil. It might like be a version of it, because
is that what you thought it was?
Consider
yeah. Sorry, go ahead. What do you ask?
So it is the argument as they presenting it the one you thought they were bringing?
Yeah, I was sort of just oversimplifying it, but that's essentially what it is. That if God, so that's pretty much what it is, right? That they want to present that, and it's sort of an emotional argument, more of an emotional argument for theists to basically deny the existence of a perfectly evil God, and that is in a way used to deny the existence of a perfectly good God. And that's
right. Yeah. So what they're essentially saying is that it's, to their minds, equally plausible to conceive of and hypothesize that what we see is a result of a evil deity rather than a good deity. And so if you reject one, you should reject the other.
exactly.
And if you accept
And
one, you accept the other, but that's impossible because you can't have both.
mhm.
So rejecting being the only option.
Let's see the devil's advocate.
It's a theist, that there is this evil God. And the theist
No, you
goes,
can't
well,
call it devil's
I don't
advocate,
believe in that evil God.
Oh, okay.
because the devil's advocate would be arguing for atheism.
Let's see.
So you have to say something else. It would be the not the angels. It's not appropriate. Something's advocate. But yeah,
Oh, the divine advocate. Let's see.
I don't know. That's probably even more inappropriate to attribute divine.
Nah, I don't know.
But yeah, I know what you mean.
But let's see.
That you're speaking of, and you're like, yeah, but like think of the Kalam cosmological argument, think of like all this kind of stuff. Like, surely God exists. Yeah, but you're saying he's evil, and that kind of being can't exist. Why not? Well, look at all of the good in the world. If there was a perfectly evil God, you know, why would like surely the universe could be so much more evil? Like, obviously, there's too much good in the world for there to be a perfectly evil God. And and then the atheist says, aha, well, what about your good God? You know, there's too much evil in the world for there to be a good God. Now, the interesting thing for me about this is that when you raise the problem of evil and say there's too much evil in the world for a good God, it doesn't end there, because the theist says, oh, but there are lots of reasons why God would allow so much evil. There are so-called theodicies. You can also construct these for the reverse case, right? So now I'm saying, what about this evil God? And a theist says, I don't believe in an evil God. There's too much good in the world. And I say, but my evil God has really good reasons to allow so much good. For example, what's something worse than a homeless person starving on the street? A homeless person starving on the street outside a banquet where people are like, you know, just overly enjoying themselves, an abundance of food, so much food that half of it gets wasted and thrown in the bin, getting drunk, spending so much money, so much joy. And outside there's this homeless man who can see this through the window, who's starving on the street and freezing. That makes it so much worse. And you couldn't have that great evil, that comparative evil, if we didn't have this great good of luxury and pleasure. And also,
You're on mute.
Sorry, I didn't realize that. I was gonna say that a lot is happening here, and I don't think we need to go listen to the whole back and forth on this particular argument. More so because this is another one of those somewhat of a not so serious type argument that atheists would bring up. It's not meant to present any positive claim for atheism as much as just sort of shake the foundations of some of the claims for theism.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
question-
But I mean, that's ultimately what all atheist positions are.
yes, that's true.
Yeah. So I mean, in a sense, this one can be used to quite successfully attack the ways various people have arrived at a belief in God.
Mhm.
At least in a more generic sense. I mean, it doesn't even throw a tomato at the walls of Jericho for Islam, but
Yeah.
you know, some people, I guess it does challenge them. I think there's some interesting mechanics going on. So you know, this, for one to make the statement there is too much evil, either that is a proposition or a statement which has no role in a logical system, or it's something that is true or false. And I say a logical system, I mean a binary, a true false logical system where you can arrive at an outcome. Let's leave aside ternary logics for now. So to say there is too much evil, you have to have a baseline, objective, consistent standard. Now, with a God who is the source of all goodness, or good God, and you know, all this stuff, there would be a consistent standard of morality that would be expected, and that makes sense for a given being. You know, so that he would have consistent moral laws for how a human should act and how an angel would act, and at a higher level of abstraction, that those would be consistent with each other, and so on. But part of being this perfectly evil or maximally evil thing would be, you know, the kind of gaslighting of having inconsistent standards. Whatever the standards are, if they're consistent, then people are eventually going to kind of adapt and settle to them, even if it's in this horrible learned helplessness sense, right?
Mhm.
So inconsistency is a very important part of maintaining evil. But if there's no inconsistent standard of what evil is, you can't really define this objectively evil standard, except if it's relative to the existence of something that can define objective goodness.
Exactly. All right, let's do we skip for this one? Do we just skip to where they start reading it so that we can go to some of the other arguments that they have?
Yeah, as you wish. I think some of the other arguments are more interesting. I mean,
yeah,
I can talk about these guys and the stuff they say all day long. It's all fascinating, interesting stuff to me, but maybe not so much to the audience.
All right.
Question. So actually, maybe this hypothesis has a great deal of internal coherence, because these are actually terrible. They're all terrible making features, given that it has unlimited, infinite, maximal evil or whatever. So
yeah, interesting. Okay, so once again, we've got to actually place this on the board. So
right.
What do you think, man? I mean, let's think what we've got so far. Is it better than the universe is big?
I think so. Yeah.
Probably. Is it better than religious confusion?
No.
I would say probably not, which means that unless
No.
you think it's sort of on a par with either of those, we've got it in C tier right now.
I think that's fair. I mean, you know, there are other asymmetries between the good God hypothesis and the evil God hypothesis that we can't get into. Again, like the literature on this is.
All right, let's skip to the next one, the improvability argument.
Let's do it. So I guess the next one is going to be the improvability argument. I don't know what to call it, but yeah, like I said to the audience, like philosopher Felipe Leon on his blog has like 200 or so arguments on there, and they're linked. It's not like they're all in this gigantic post. They're linked to various other papers and books and so on in which they've been defended. And a lot of these are like ones that haven't been popularized because, you know, there aren't like there isn't like $1 billion industry which is like apologetics for atheism or something like that. So but if there were, we get a lot of people picking up a lot of these arguments and shoving them down people's throats. So so let's get to the improvability.
Is there not a $1 billion agency that's working for atheism?
It's funny, actually. I didn't mention this, but no, there isn't, because it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry.
Exactly.
It's so big people don't notice it. It's actually the foundation of the Western system, because it's part of the justification of its mode of secularism. This is, you know, we could do a whole thing about this, but yeah, pushing these various narratives, they don't have to do the same kind of what's called or branded, I think distastefully, apologetics, because they have control of the schooling systems. They get the indoctrination in early, and so people are responding to this indoctrinated baseline where everything is understood in an independent of God way, which is de facto a default atheistic perspective. And that's even the case of sciences as taught even in Christian schools, you know, even with the exceptions of things like, you know, young earth creationism or whatever. Not that I've got any time for that particular position, but even, you know, their chemistry and whatever else, they don't think of it all and teach it all in terms of this is how God is doing stuff, and God is actively managing what is going on. They're taught us these things that we can discuss entirely independently of Allah, or of God, and that does have significant bias to stuff. However, the thing about these particular kind of arguments, well, I don't know, how big is the industry of philosophy and whatever else depends upon Western philosophy? Quite sizable, I would think. But these specific arguments, that they're not really needed, and the thing is, they're not really that good. They're not that compelling. This list he's talking about is not 200; it's 240 arguments. I've been through it, and yeah, they're crap. Just saying. But anyway, you know, and as a former atheist, like most of them, I would have just been too embarrassed to run as an atheist. But you know, the ones that I would have picked up and run with as an atheist, then I can see now how poor they are. But there we go. You know. Anyway,
Let's see.
Good point about the size of the industry. It really depends how you.
I mean, the fact that you cannot publish a paper on intelligent design when we're discussing or we're trying to put academic argument for intelligent design,
Mm.
right? Just shows there is a very um, powerful agency
Yeah,
when it comes
how
to
big is the
yeah
market of naturalistic sciences? It's pretty big,
sciences. That's
actually, Joe.
extremely big. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
and
it takes
granted,
someone.
it's not philosophical apologetics in a certain
Mhm.
sense, because they have different, more powerful means to 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 reach their convince their target audience, should we say?
Yeah. All right.
Essentially, via a modern form of the sort of magic that convinced people. But that's
Mhm.
a whole nother discussion.
The
Right.
argument. So there are different ways to sort of construe this kind of argument. Here's just one way. So I guess the first premise would be something like, if God exists, then it's possible for God to create a better world than the actual world. That seems pretty plausible. Like, the world could be improved in certain ways. Like, he could have created more happy people, or like our pleasure could have been like adjusted 10% up. So it was like every instance of pleasure was like a 10% increase without affecting anything else. Or, like maybe certain instances of evil could have been prevented and the world would have been slightly better. Or maybe God could have just made a different causally isolated universe. If you think our universe is on the whole good, which theists are apt to think, then maybe God could have just created a separate causally isolated universe.
Translation: maybe God could create Jannah.
Yeah, right. This is the
Exactly.
thing. And
All right.
you think of the arrogance involved in saying create better. How are you the
Exactly.
arbiter of what's better? Because what is the purpose of dunya? Is it better at the purpose that it was created for, or is
It's
it? It's just.
it's absurd when you actually translate this into who the entities that we're talking about. Number one, you, a limited human being, are judging an entity that is all powerful, all knowing, all wise, and you're saying that you, in some way, are better equipped to say what is good, what is better,
Yeah,
what is not evil
and even if
than
they were
that
to try
entity.
and even if they were to try and judge it, rather try and do it in a way where they were avoiding judging God directly,
Mhm.
it would still be like the flea judging the cat. Like they've got this tiny little specks of life on the overall mantle of life and the earth, right? They spoke before about it's 100 million years or so. So these sort of tiny pipsqueak things that just sort of in the scheme of things just appear and disappear like nothing, almost nothing, are, like, from their perspective, in a position to make overall value and goodness judgments on the whole earth and possibly much more beyond that, and then talk about other worlds. And dude,
Yeah,
like, if it doesn't come from God, it comes out of your bum.
exactly. All right, let's see how he let him finish formulating. I just found it extremely telling that he's basically asking for Jannah when he's describing it.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
this is what it all boils down to: is why can't God create Jannah, or why couldn't He put us straight in Jannah?
exactly.
And
Which is
to
exactly
which
like
I'd
ours, which
say,
is on
come
the whole
learn.
good.
Sorry.
To which I'd say, come learn.
Yes, exactly. All right.
The common thought here is that God could have created like more happy people, and that would have been a good thing, and the world would have been at least slightly better if God had done that. So if God exists, then it seems possible for God to create a better world than the actual world. If you disagree with this, you're going to think that the actual world, if you think if God exists, then it's not possible for God to create a better world than the actual world. So the actual world is either the best possible world or like tied for the best possible world. So like the world couldn't be improved in any way whatsoever, like to make a better world, and that doesn't seem particularly plausible, and most theists haven't want to go that route. Okay, so that premise seems kind of plausible. The next premise is that, well, if it's possible for God to create a better world than the actual world, well, then it's possible for God to be better in some respect than he actually is. And you might think that this is just intuitively plausible. Think of a kind of artist analogy, right? Like pick Van Gogh or something. Van Gogh made various artwork.
Uh, just asking it out loud, how does that even follow? That if God could create a better world, then he could be better. How does that even follow?
Yeah. Remember, they struggle to think of. You know how often we get people try and argue that God couldn't be a creator until He's already created, like it's an
Yeah,
achievement unlocked
exactly.
console. it's that kind of thing. They really struggle to conceive of attributes, being prior to the manifestation or evidence that those attributes, existed. And it's a there's a history to it, I guess, and really it comes down to that. So they're basically, but they're putting God's attributes as being contingent on the things he makes, and I don't think they realize they're doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And
but it's actually very
denying,
interesting and telling that you were sort of like, how does that even follow? And it doesn't follow.
exactly. And
But it
here's,
followed very naturally for them and amongst their bubble.
and for our audience, it's a reminder that every time they start conceiving of God, they're actually strawmanning our position of God. So every time they come to you and try to argue with you, stop them, remind them that what they are saying our God is not who we believe in. Give
Mm,
them your explanation of who you believe God to be, why he is not limited by what he created. He's unlimited. He could create a better or a different existence, a different society, right? He
mm.
talks about it in the Quran as well. If we stopped uh, uh, erring, if we stopped having sinning, right, and we all became pious and did not sin, he would wipe us out, create a different existence that will sin, right?
Mm.
So that just shows that it's all within his capabilities. It's he just created us for a purpose that he understands, right?
Well, this is the thing. This is this better and again they're judging God as if this was him trying to create Jannah, and
Yeah,
this is the best he can do. This is how they're talking about it. But as we see, it's the purpose of this is really sort of to manifest the evidence around what choices God will make for the
yeah,
akhirah, right? It's who's he going to put where and why and all this kind of stuff. Like this is he knows where everyone's going to go and why, but it would this appearance of unjustness, and again it comes back to Iblis generating this
confusion.
these seeds of doubt and confusion, and all of this being addressed within there. There's a whole very detailed and again cogent framework that that this all sits in and makes sense, and it's this question of what is better. They're just so off piece, but it's interesting because one way to view it is that they're straw manning the hell out of the Islamic position, but another one, as I prefer to say, is really they're just showing that time after time you can knock down all of these various different concepts of God that were invented in Europe. No surprise there. We agree. So you don't have to take it as if it's intended as an attack against Islam. You can simply say, well, look, either that's just an invented belief that you're attacking that no one holds, or it represents some group of people and what they hold, in which case we agree that's that's a
Yeah.
weak position and should be knocked down. And so general advice for people if they're talking to atheists or naturalists, or basically anyone who has a different concept of Tawheed, is just listen carefully to what their position is, and listen carefully for where there's a fundamental differential with the nature of Allah, his names and attributes. You've got to know them well. Don't even go talking to atheists unless you know the names and attributes of Allah well, because they'll sort of the game that I think the shaitan wants people to play is to, first let's talk about and prove God in general, and then go down to the specifics. And that's terrible. That's the trap. It's like no, there's this specific notion that's actually true, and everything around it is not actually true. So if you're going to stick on the huck, you got to stick on the huck, right? You've got to take what we believe is true, and you will find that for every time they come with these various different arguments and positions, rather than arguing against them in the hypothetical worlds they've conjured, just spot the differences with the actual Islamic position and just correct them and say, can you bring it back to dialogue against a dialogue on why you don't accept Islam, rather, because I'm not defending generic theist. I'm not defending this concept of God that was invented in Europe in the 17th century.
And maybe one way of psychologically winning this battle is just by admitting that what they're saying is right, that the God that they've conceived and they've described, that that will be the conclusion that you arrive at, and
Yeah,
you agree with that
it's
conclusion.
not
and
psychologically, it's philosophically, it's analytically winning. It's just
yeah,
being correct. You give them their due.
and
You have
then
smashed that
say
idol. Well done.
exactly, and then now that's not the God we believe in. And then it gives you the opportunity to actually present Islam and present the concept of Islam
Mm,
in a coherent way, because now they are now interested in knowing how and why it's different.
mm. And it's
So,
interesting how this goes back to how I ended up coming to Islam, or the mechanics of how Allah brought me to Islam, because it's funny, I didn't realize how much I was running around smashing various idols. There's Kareem being very patient, very kind, and talking to me, and helping me see when what I was saying was and wasn't relevant to Islam, and through that kind of learning it. But yeah, I was basically smashing these various figments of my imagination, fighting ghosts and smashing idols. And at some point, you run out of fictitious enemies. Like at some point, you do, and then you're sort of left with this. Oh, so what is it? What am I not getting? And then you sort of you either have to run away or admit to yourself internally, what's actually driving you, or you have to really sit down and ask, okay, explain this to me. Now I'm not going to come at this adversarially. Some of the adversarial nature is consciously known, some of it's subconscious. There's that subconscious and emotional stuff has to go as well. But once that's all sort of identified and been exhausted out, then it's like, okay, now I'm actually open to understand what your actual position is, and then I'll take that on.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's
Works. It seems like Van Gogh would have been a greater artist if he had made even better art, right? We'd rate him more highly. He'd be a better artist, it seems. He'd be a greater artist. Similarly, you're a greater inventor if you make a better invention. And so, by analogy, it seems that also like you'd be a greater creator if you make a better creation. So then it would follow that if it's possible for God to create a better world than the actual world, then it's possible for God to be better in some respect than he actually is. Just like if it's possible for Van Gogh to create better artwork than he did in the actual world, it's possible for him to be a better artist than he actually is. Moreover, if God were to create a better world, it seems like in that world, he'd be responding to and acting on better reasons, right? Because reasons more strongly favor creating a better world than creating a lesser world. And so then it seems like in the world where he creates a better world compared to the actual world, yeah, like I said, he seems to be responding to and acting on better reasons, and that seems to reflect better on him as an agent. Maybe he'd also be more praiseworthy or something like that. But regardless, there does seem to be at least some intuitive motivation here for thinking that if it's possible for God to create a better world than the actual world, then it's possible for God to be better in some respect than he actually is. So from those two premises, it's going to follow that if God exists, it's possible for God to be better in some respect than he actually is. But alas, if God is perfect, then God is a perfect, if God exists, then God is a perfect being, right? And it's not possible, arguably, it's not possible for a perfect being to be better in any respect than it actually is. This is just what perfection is. Like, if it could be improved upon, you're not perfect, you're not maximally perfect. And so then, since if God exists, then God will be perfect, and it's not possible for a perfect being to be better in any respect, it follows that if God exists, then it's actually not possible for God to be better in any respect than he actually is. And notice what we've just delivered. Earlier, I argued that if God exists, then it's possible for God to be better in some respect than he actually is. But we also just concluded that if God exists, then that's not possible. And so then it follows that God doesn't exist. To see how that follows, suppose we have the following two things, like if P, then Q, and also if P, then not Q. How can we infer the negation of P from that? Well, suppose that P were true. By our two premises, we could derive both Q and not Q, right? So we'd be able to derive a contradiction.
Yep.
And if you make an assumption and you derive a contradiction from that assumption, it follows that your assumption is false, right? So P would have to be false. And so similarly, God doesn't exist from this sort of argument. For the audience, I'm not here to say that this argument is a definitive proof that it succeeds. I just think it's interesting and it spawns really cool thoughts, and that's why I wanted to bring it up.
Right.
Let's just stop this for a second. It's funny because it's one of those examples where it's BS expressed in logic.
yeah.
The logic was correct.
That's exactly what I was thinking about as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact he thinks this is interesting and lots to think about in it, it's like it just for me calls into question the world of theists he talks to. Like if I think about the people of knowledge in Islam, the philosophers, the scholars, the people, and anywhere in the last 1,000+ years, I really can't see many of them thinking any of this is remotely interesting. This would just seem
Mhm.
like such puerile, childish, just like it's about as advanced as finger painting is to art. It's so I just found that quite interesting. Like somehow in the world of theist thought that he's connected to, this constitutes something that's deep and interesting. Whereas fundamentally, judging his goodness by this world, it just makes absolutely no sense from the outset.
Mhm.
It's simply not attacking the position. Again, if he were judging Jannah, right, and judging the views of paradise, at least then he could start making a point. But here's what's interesting: the maximally perfect being is also supposed to be unique. So you can't have all of creation also being maximally perfect. He's begging for a contradiction, and so he doesn't actually realize that his the whole landscape of this has excluded itself from ever coming together as a legitimate system of premises, because it is essentially, if they were to arrive at some conclusion that there was this other perfect entity other than God, then they've derived a contradiction in that sense. So they've actually started from one hidden contradiction and arrived at another contradiction and made it look like the contradiction they arrived at was the was the one that came from the theist premise, which is nonsense. Furthermore, in Islam, Jannah, this is interesting. Jannah gets better every day. It's
Yes.
constantly changing. It's
With
constantly evolving, and it's one of those things that a philosopher, especially of their ilk, should sit back and just be amazed at the philosophical detail in that. If you look at, like, the Christian and Jewish concepts, they're pretty philosophically lazy on this. It's the perfect place, but in Islam, they very, very clearly and carefully denoted this important difference. There's something that's in a sense could not be bettered, but is not al-qudus. It's not the perfection, and it must therefore constantly change and constantly better. And the best a thing that is not God could be is something that is constantly proving, wherein everything in it is happy. Everything links together across the entire mental ecosystem in a way that none of their philosophical positions even get close to. So, again, it's really sad that the academic world they've grown up on is just so starved of a decent competition to naturalism.
it's pretty telling, and I
Mm.
guess the question that I'm asking is this argument better or worse than the stone argument? Where would you put it?
Well, it's interesting because I would rate it neck and neck with the stone,
With
because
the stone
the
one?
for the same reason as he said, well, look, it's basically just possible things, not a thing. It's just starting from a position of some contradictory nonsense and then talking about contradictory nonsense and then trying to pin the tail on the theist donkey, right?
Mhm.
That was the whole premise of the stone argument, and this is really no different. It's just a bit more complicated, but I don't see how it would have any more value. Again, there may well be religious doctrines and backgrounds in which this would be a significant argument.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly aware of them, but
Let's
certainly against Islam, it's not just that it fails; it fails in such an exquisite way, and really allows you to look at the intricacy of the concepts in Islam and how they're all consistent. And we didn't there was no slip in the Quran where it says, how easy would it be, this Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the desert just saying, oh, Jannah, yes, perfect. How easy would that have been? And so many other religious leaders and so on to say that kind of thing, but he was very
a simple
specific
word
about how it
explanation
works.
of that.
And when you have philosophers 1,000 years later using computer-assisted proofs and everything else, he's way ahead of them. Come on,
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah.
think about it.
And this, like you were saying, the idea of constantly improving, it's not something which a lot of people give tossed to, firstly, it is everything that you've desired, everything that you are looking for, and then it just keeps improving. It's a concept which once you start, for those who start thinking about it, for those who ponder over the meaning of that, right, they're actually going to come to a very profound conclusion. But let's hear our. Uh, you don't want to use the word devil's advocate, but what do we call him? The anti-devil advocate?
Yeah, go on then. Yeah,
Let's
he's the
do
anti-devil's
that.
advocate because he's not advocating for the devil.
Yeah, let's do that then.
It's interesting. There's lots to think about there, of course. The idea, I guess, the first idea to unpack is this idea that God could always improve upon the world. I think this is kind of plausible. Like, there's difficulty in trying to imagine a sort of maximally great world, because like even just by like creating another planet Earth, like somewhere outside, maybe like a multiverse, you just add like another universe. Although maybe a multiverse that's genuinely infinite would sort of be filled up. I don't know. It gets a bit weird. But, it seems like you can always just create another Earth. You can always just like double the amount of people and make sure that they're all like happy. And that seems like a good thing. So it does seem plausible to me that there can always be improvements made. The next thing to say is that God would always choose to do that. I mean, you could say, given that it's impossible to have a maximally great world, God sort of has morally good reason to just arbitrarily pick a sort of state of goodness and just be like, this is what I'm running with. But that does seem a bit arbitrary. It does seem a bit weird. But if it's a choice between doing that and not creating a world at all, it seems like maybe he would prefer that. But like, okay, that I guess that's the like. I'm not gonna contest the first assumption that the world could be made better. What I'm going to contest is that God could have done that, and also that by doing so, he would be a quote better God. You gave the example of Van Gogh, or rather Van Gogh, and how if he created better paintings, he'd be a better painter. This probably has something to do with the standards by which we're judging. Let's just call him Vincent. By which we're judging him, right? God doesn't seem to be in most religious traditions judged by like some kind of like epistemic survey or some like empirical survey of the things that he creates. God is not as good as the earth he makes. God is this maximally great, perfect being that sort of exists out in the ether or whatever, and like creates the world and could create it worse, could create it better, can sort of do what he wants. But like his goodness would exist even if he never created anything. If he just sort of existed in all of his glory, he would still be perfectly good in a way that Van Gogh.
Sorry.
I was just saying, correct. Kudos, Alex. And I wish he had brought the same things earlier with all the other attributes, and especially this, creating and goodness kind of thing. But what he said there is correct. Just widen the scope.
If he created no paintings, arguably he could have still been like a really good painter if it just so happened that he magically had this ability to paint without practice. But like, we want to say if Van Gogh didn't paint any paintings, he wouldn't be a great painter. If God didn't create any universes, people would probably say he's still a maximally great being, which means that this assumption that to create a better world would make you a better God probably breaks down.
So I think that's where the debate is going to lie. I think that's not as in like knowingly tell a falsehood, but like that's where the debate's going to be. I think this is probably where theists should reject the premise. I mean, it is hard to deny that there's some kind of intuitive plausibility behind the premise, and ultimately that's what we're relying on when we mount arguments for and against God's existence. We're just ultimately we can't mount arguments and premises ad infinitum, right? So we'd have to stop at some kind of premise eventually, and what do you say on behalf of it other than no, it just seems really plausible. So I think that maybe they don't find it plausible, but like it's hard to deny that there's some sort of plausibility behind it. I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll construe goodness as kind of like dispositional. So like.
Yeah,
it's again, this is so telling. Like, it's difficult to see how there could be no kind of plausibility behind what you're saying, and intuitively plausible. But if you canvass Muslims with this argument, that most of them are going to be scratching their heads like, what the hell? How is this supposed to make any sense from the outset? It's intuitively beyond implausible. It like if you were to take Muslims who grew up just with the standard Islamic perspective and hadn't really seen Western philosophy and thought sphere, they would just think this is completely insane proposition. They wouldn't understand how it's even supposed to be relevant, and it would just be like, what do you mean intuitively plausible? It doesn't even make sense. And then once you make it make sense or explain how to someone else it makes sense, they'd get that and they'd be like, why would anyone then believe that? How's that intuitively plausible? So it's interesting, like for them, from their background, and particularly Joe, because I think Joe, whereas I think Alex has a much better intuitive understanding of Christian monotheism with the commas, and so than Joe does. So maybe that's why it's, you know, Alex is better at playing this position, saying it's not quite that intuitively obvious. But for Joe, he didn't just say one could argue that. It's like he said he struggles to see how it's not intuitively plausible.
Yeah, and I definitely think that this argument is probably worse than the stone one, because at least in the stone one, the premise, the hidden premise there, uh, is something you have to dig and figure out. Over here, this is a blatant, open contradiction that is being presented, and I
It's
think it
interesting you
wouldn't
say
work.
that. It's
Yeah.
interesting you say that, because from the Islamic perspective, yeah, it is just as blatant as the stone paradox,
Mhm.
in general. But it is also, in a sense, more subtle, because the stone paradox is really highlighting and trying to say, look, I'm trying to find a contradiction right here. So it depends how deep your understanding of
Yeah.
the Islamic position is. But yeah, in a sense, it is the same or worse than the stone paradox, because the stone one, at least, a lot of people, Muslims as well, they would get hit by it and think for a second, oh yeah. But all it would mean, if they don't figure out themselves straight away, they might go to an imam or a scholar or something and be like, tell me about these names and attributes of Allah. There must be something I'm not understanding about,
Yeah.
this what does it mean to to be the creator, or to be omnipotent? And say, well, careful with this word omnipotent. We've got a much more subtle and eloquent concept, of maximally power. Like most of the attributes are expressed in a maximal sense, the maximal and unique, in definite article sense. So yeah, so there's something in that. In other words, it's probably gonna hit a Muslim as being more intuitively plausible that there's something to consider in the stone paradox
Yeah.
than this. Isn't God better if dunya is made better?
If dunya is
It's just like, what?
Jannah, is wouldn't God be better if dunya was Jannah? I mean,
Yeah.
seriously.
Wouldn't a tomato be better if it was furry and could woof and could run around and was your best friend? Wouldn't be a
Yeah.
tomato, mate.
All right. Let's see. I think we should just skip to where they start rating it, because that's more, because
I wouldn't use it in a
there's
debate,
not
right? I wouldn't
much
bring
they
it
can
up
add.
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
one of my arguments. However, I might bring up the evil God challenge. I might say that at a podium at a formal debate, but I'm probably not going to bring up this argument because I just don't think it does it.
I think that's fair. Right. I mean, I would say either C or D. So I mean, if you want to put it in D, that's fine.
I would say probably D, and also it's
Okay.
my show, so not really. But if you really are sort of somewhere in between, I think
No,
like a
let's
sort of
put it in D.
C.5.
C minus. No,
C
let's put it in
C
D
minus.
because you're leaning towards
Okay,
D.
see,
So
that's why you're the academic one, Joe, because you realize that C.5 is a ludicrous thing to even say out loud. Okay, look, we'll put it in D, but bear in mind also, there's room to maneuver here. We could knock the God rock down and the universe big down. I mean, we could put the universe big in E and then God rock in F if we wanted to, but whatever. We'll sort of have it hovering around. We'll put it in D tier for now because it needs to go somewhere on the screen. Improvability is what you call it, isn't it?
sounds good. And let's just do
I
two more
think they
arguments.
need to-
I know there are more on the
Mhm.
I think they need to put the stone argument in F tier,
Yeah.
and then I think the sister who suggested L tier, they need to add that. Stick this one in there.
Yeah.
Just briefly, I've really got to go and pray Maghrib. I'm going to miss it, so I don't know if you can hold the fort for like
Sure.
7-10
We
minutes
can
while I
definitely
that.
do that.
and then I can pop back on. Just quickly, one thing I thought was interesting to note was how previously Alex had said, there's all these flaws in the evil God argument, and it basically puts it mid tier and doesn't really work, but yet said he would use it at the podium in a debate.
Exactly.
Interesting, and it is interesting because Muslims won't, or at least operating according to Islamic principles, won't use anything less than what they believe is the truth. and is true, because they're not trying to use psychological tricks, because that goes beyond the bounds of what we're permitted to do, and we understand that guidance is in the hands of Allah, and what we're trying to do is convey the message clearly. If there is any element of psychology is considered, it's how can I bypass what is blocking this from being understood, and trying to get clarity on it. But there's no such thing as which arguments might I pick up at a podium to throw at someone, even though I don't really think they're right. It's very interesting, like what's considered valid in their world of academic debate and the normal, even Oxford Union debates or whatever, versus what would have been considered valid in the debates in the Islamic Golden Age, for example.
Yeah, it's I do find it very disturbing that when they're coming to debate us, it's not an even playing field. We're going there in good faith, trying to present our worldview as something that is um, that we believe in, and that we would present positively to someone. Whereas all they're coming here to do is just strike down our arguments. They're not here to
When you
present
say
any
they, you
world.
don't mean Alex and Joe
Not
specifically,
Alex, but I'm
yeah,
talking about
most
atheists
people
in
who turn
general,
up, yeah.
right? Or naturalists, or people who don't believe in any god, right? They don't have any argument to present. They're just there to debate away whatever position you're going to present. It's a bad faith position to hold, so it's never going to be an even playing field.
Having said that, you are right to an extent, but
Not for
if
everyone. I wouldn't say for everyone.
no, I know you don't mean for everyone, but what I was going to say is, had you seen me when I was 17, 18, whatever, and
Mhm.
how I was when I was engaging Kareem, um, you would have almost certainly, like, I would have been like Sheldon, right? You would have just been just like, get out, you nut, you're not, there's no way this guy's sincere, like, because he's
Mhm.
just bringing all this disconnected crap, and there's something he relied on over here that he somewhere else over there he said he doesn't believe in at all. I was doing that all over the place, but there was obviously a sense in which I was engaging in good faith. I just didn't know how that works in reality, right? Because skepticism and conjuring these different ways of thinking without worrying if they all glue together nicely is considered perfectly legitimate, even considered a higher form of thinking, because it's considered to be narrow-minded to not be able to just
Mhm.
leap between different ways of thinking. And so
Yeah.
perversely it becomes like a virtuous principle to actually be a rotten hypocrite. Which is, and saying it like that is obviously, it sounds like it's just a pejorative. But I mean, rotten in the sense of disease of the heart, and hypocrite in the sense of holding different standards inappropriately in different areas. And this is the thing, I've yet to find, no matter how well intentioned they feel they are, I've yet to find a atheist naturalist who is not, in one sense or another, forgive me for saying, a rotten hypocrite. And I was one of them. But most of them don't see it, don't have access to see it. Like, it's you can't sort of show them. And to do so always comes across as an ad hominem, which is a shame, because that would be the sort of shortest route in a way. But ultimately, it's in Allah's hands, and if they're in that position, there's a reason that they've been put in that position. There
Mhm.
was a reason I was in that position, and it's not necessarily permanent.
All right. I know you
All
have
right,
to go
I've really
for
got to go.
Maghrib.
I'm going to miss the Salah.
I also have to pray Zohar. It's in 1 minute. Oh, the adhan's there. So let's just take a short break for prayers, and
Okay.
let's meet in about 10 minutes.
All right. Fair
All right.
enough.
All right.
We'll see if the viewers can be patient. Sorry, guys. Just try and keep the stream on, and we'll be back in a few minutes,
Yeah.
inshallah.
Inshallah. All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Okay. Hmm.
I think this is the
Oh,
problem.
no,
If we
yeah.
both go for a solo break together, then
Yeah.
viewerships drop down to almost nothing.
No worries.
And we missed the guy, unfortunately, who was a agnostic. Wanted a discussion. I don't know if you're still listening. I don't think so. But there was a guy called Moam Rabji 597.
This one? Ah,
Yeah.
nice. Anyway,
He said,
there's another one.
"Can you share the channel name? I'm the agnostic. I had a conversation with him. I wanted to continue the discussion." But he was talking about Ali Dawah. I think we could have had an interesting
Oh,
discussion. I don't know why someone didn't direct him to click the link, but there we go.
no, where is he? I think it's the same guy.
No, and it's not
No.
Mo 964. That's a different guy.
Oh, this is the guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy earlier. He said it was agnostic. Had an interesting discussion.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh well, if you're listening, next
I
time.
mean, just jump back on and use a link. Waiting to have a conversation with you guys.
Yeah, and people in the chat, if you can, think about directing people to click the link and have a chat or give them some encouragement.
Yeah.
Good.
Remember, we're the nice guys.
I'm not saying anything against Ali Dawah. He's also a nice guy, mashallah. But it's just different conversations with different people, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're not gonna throw you out. We're Muslims. We're pretty good hosts when it comes down to it. As long as you follow the rules, you're not coming here to actively antagonize us. You're not coming here to blaspheme. We'll be willing to entertain your thoughts, your differences of opinions, and we're respectable of the fact that you can hold those differences even if we don't agree with them.
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead. I think we should be able to finish up today.
Yeah, inshallah.
Inshallah.
We should wrap it up.
All right.
But I do want to cover the modal argument from evil and the argument for material causality, and maybe we'll go a little bit quicker for them. So,
as you said, there were 200 of them. So if you think these two are particularly worth covering, then let's bang them out and get the hell out of this strange, weird internet meme.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, the first one that we want to cover is the argument from material causality. And so this is actually from philosopher Felipe Leon himself and his article, The Problem of Creation Ex Nihilo, a New Argument Against Classical Theism. And the argument, I mean, you could run it in different ways, but here's a standard kind of two-premise conclusion style argument. So the first premise is that every material thing with an originating or sustaining cause has a material cause, in the sense of some things or stuff from which it is made. The second premise is that if traditional theism is true, well, then the universe is a material thing with an originating or sustaining cause, but no material cause. So then the conclusion follows that traditional theism is false. So on behalf of that premise one, which he calls the principle of material causality, again, the principle of material causality, or premise one, it says that every material thing with an originating or sustaining cause has a material cause in the sense of some things or stuff from which it's made. On behalf of that premise, he points out that actually, like, a lot of the motivations for this premise are strikingly similar to the motivations that theists give for the causal principle at play in the Kalam cosmological argument, that everything that begins to exist has a cause. So, like, more specifically, I'll just mention two here, but there are more that he goes through in the paper. More specifically, it seems to be like an outstandingly well-confirmed principle. I mean, like, everywhere we look, we have very strong inductive grounds for accepting it. Just like everywhere we look, you know, every beginning that we see has a cause that produced it. Likewise, everything that we see which has an originating or sustaining cause, so for instance, like my cup, it was brought into existence, it had an originating cause, we find it to have a material cause as well. It was made out of various materials that were refashioned and shaped into it in some manner. It was made from that sort of pre-existent stuff, or things were stuff. And similarly, like a flame, which you might think has a sustaining cause in terms of the oxygen and whatnot, the oxygen there is the stuff from which, or out of which, it's sort of being used up in order to cause the combustion, right? So it's a sort of like a material cause that undergirds it. So then the principle is outstandingly well confirmed. Our universal experience attests to it, and so we have very strong inductive grounds for accepting it. And I guess the second reason is that, like a lot of people argue that just the Kalam's causal principle is just really intuitively plausible. Like it just seems intuitive that if if something began to exist, then something should have produced it. Likewise, Felipe Leon argues that it just seems really intuitive that if a material thing begins to exist, or it's being sustained in being or whatever, it just seems plausible that it would have some things or stuff from which it's made. If just as you wouldn't take seriously someone saying that their log cabin in the woods just popped into existence uncaused, you also wouldn't take seriously that they kind of made it appear, but they didn't make it out of any materials or anything like that. They didn't make it from anything. They just said they just breathed let there be a cabin, and boom, it just pops there or something. We wouldn't take that seriously. And so it does seem intuitively plausible that material things come from, when they have a cause, they come from some prior things or stuff. But of course, if traditional theism is true, then the universe can't be created from some prior things or stuff. God creates it ex nihilo if traditional theism is true. There's no prior stuff that God could refashion in order to bring about the universe. So then we get the conclusion that traditional theism is false. And again, there are more motivations for that principle of material causality, but that is the argument.
Yeah, I mean, immediately, I mean to say, I feel like to sort of argue from the fact that everything we sort of see materially has some kind of material cause, that material itself, the whole edifice, would have some kind of material cause, I think might just be a kind of category error. We're talking about a different kind of event. We're talking about a beginning rather than a continuation of processes that were once begun. It just seems to me really easy to say the beginning of the existence of everything is just a totally different kind of event to the way that stuff that exists then goes on to interact. If you're a mereological nihilist, you might think, well, your cup never began to exist. It just sort of everything that began to exist at one point. Boom, there it all is, all this stuff, all these subatomic particles, and since then stuff's just being rearranged and bumping into each other and changing from energy into matter and matter to energy and covalent bonds and all this kind of stuff. But it's all just the same stuff moving around. This event where it all comes into being is a totally different kind of event. That seems like a really easy move for me to make here.
So one thing to say is that if that move succeeds here, it would also plausibly succeed in the case of the Kalam. And in fact, you yourself have brought up this point in the context of motivations for the Kalam's causal principle, right? So yes. I think that theists need to be cautious if they're going to be using this argument, and if they also want to accept the Kalam, or if they want to, use your objection here, and if they also want to accept the Kalam, because it's equally open to say, the beginning of everything is just so radically different from the various alleged beginnings that we see in our experience. And if you bring in mereological nihilism, it changes changes the scene. So anyway, I just want to caution that at least many theists are not going to want to take that move. That's one thing to say. And then a second thing to say, and the second thing to say is probably just that whenever we have an inductive generalization, you can always bring up that well, hey, maybe the unobserved cases are different in some way. You can always say that. All the emeralds that we've ever seen are green. But maybe there's an emerald that is unseen and it's existing in. Maybe emerald is bad because maybe an emerald is defined as being green. But whatever.
I know what you mean.
In a mountain, somewhere in a deep cave, we know that there are emeralds, but they've never been observed. Someone says well, maybe conditions are different there or something, and maybe they're not going to be green. It's okay, listen. We grant that maybe, maybe that's the case. But if we want to defeat the inductive generalization and we want to, defeat our justification for thinking that they will probably be green, we need to be given some independent reason to think that they're actually not going to be green. We need to be given some positive grounds. And so similarly, we would need to be given some positive grounds for thinking that the universe is a material thing that has no material cause. And again, material cause is not necessarily just the material things that we find within the universe. As I define it, as Felipe Leon defines it, it's just some things or stuff from which the universe is made. So it could be it doesn't have to be the material within the universe. Clearly the material within the universe couldn't be the stuff from which the universe is made. But this is where, theists, in principle, a theist actually might be able to accept the argument because they could believe in, for instance, panentheism, which holds that God makes the universe out of the resources of his own being. He sort of refashions himself in some way, or takes some of his own being, as it were, as if it's cookie dough or whatever, and then remolds it and fashions it in such a way as to make physical reality. That could also satisfy the principle of material causality because it's the physical world is not sort of created ex nihilo, but it's coming from some refashioned pre-existent stuff, some causally prior stuff. So it wouldn't be able to. I'm circumventing an objection that the universe couldn't have material cause because material things are all within the universe. So anyway, I'll let you have a final word on this before we rank.
Yeah, before he comes in.
Wow. I think it's hilarious that Joe, even after Alex points it out, doesn't really seem to understand the significance of that basically dirty little trick of adding material cause and the way it's then defined as the stuff other things are made of. I think Alex did a reasonable job of pointing out one of the issues, but I think if he had a better understanding of physics and the associated maths used to describe physical objects and systems and processes, he would have given a much better shoot down of where Joe was going. I mean, I think Alex says at some point, I thought it must be later, that you know, the laws of physics as we know them break down, and they're nearing the singularity of the Big Bang, as far as we understand.
Yeah.
As far as I say, we understand, as far as, you know, most people take and accept the inflationary cosmological model and all that sort of stuff. But so let's dig into this a little bit. So, for one thing, an essential property of material is that it's located. It has a location. It is somewhere, and this goes back down. It's so essential that you know, if physics works on material things, then those things have to have an extent and a location, because this comes back to whether or not it's possible, even in principle, to set up an experiment around it, or have any experimental apparatus in causal contact with it. So it's not like oh, this is some way it's different. This is how it's fundamentally very different. But the universe as a whole can't be located in any reasonable sense of what that word means. So it doesn't satisfy this sort of pretty fundamental element of this notion of material, which is the one that allows material to participate in a so-called causal web or causal network. So that's the first thing, which is really, really important point. And the next one, and so yeah, so this additional criteria on top of cause, this is why it doesn't even touch the kalam. I mean, first of all, you know, the kalam didn't actually state it in terms of cause directly. Use the verb sabab, which sort of means cause, sort of means reason, and that's critically important as well, that sort of those two concepts are combined in the Arabic he was expressing in. So if you, let me give an example of this other problem, which is the conflation of the material stuff is made from actually, like, what is causing something to become something else, right? If I have a pile of sand and it then becomes a window, you know, it's, oh, well, it's made from this prior stuff. It's like, yeah, but, you know, you're missing everything if you're not talking about how did this pile of sand become a window. You know, and what I'm getting at here is there's clear sense in which something that is metaphysically abstract, which is the process, is part of this sort of causal description of things. So it doesn't suffice to say, oh, you know, material cause means that there was some prior pre-existing material it was made from. That doesn't even encapsulate, like, you know, most of the causal descriptions in physics, even really in classical physics, if you go wide enough, but especially once you get to quantum physics, because the things that quote unquote exist, you know, we have models that work, but those models can't be said to have a one-to-one correspondence with ontological reality. That completely breaks down with quantum field theory, especially when you get into the fact that virtual particles are required to get the right answers in quantum electrodynamics, for example. So, I mean, this one, I'm sort of surprised. I don't know if this guy's a renowned philosopher that he's pointing to this list of. I didn't find him to be particularly well renowned when I had a quick Google around him, but I was mostly interested in the arguments that were being put forward. But this sounds like something that was, he sat down on the toilet, and by the time it got up, he had this argument ready in its full generality, as its the best form that he presented, and that it was specifically concocted to try and attack the kalam, without realizing that it not only utterly fails, but if someone brings this and thinks it puts a theist in a difficult position, that they haven't really understood the kalam very well. Which again is, sorry, Joe, this is one of my criticisms. We'll do a whole separate video. I know he's a well-renowned philosopher, or up and coming at least, and you know, has done extensive work on those kind of arguments. But again, he's never even mentioned Al-Ghazali. never even mentioned the major philosophers who actually wrote on and by whom we have the Kalam. Like for him, history starts at William Lane Craig, and he attacks that, and he's attacked it ad nauseum without ever actually looking at the real arguments. So anyway, that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, one of the other things I feel that we should address is that we can mean different things from the word cause. The cause of you ending up with a cup of coffee, right, isn't necessarily the coffee beans and the water and the heat and all of that, right? And the cup or the mug, right? It's depending on how you're looking at it, the cause is different. The cause is because you had um, the urge to have coffee at that time, right? Or you just needed coffee, right? So it's misunderstanding this idea and conflating this idea that this just because you can say that this is what it's coming from or what it is made from, all of a sudden you can explain that everything about it. It's
Well,
origin.
yeah, and this is why I mentioned that word suburb, which
Yes.
includes reason for. Remember what I said earlier on the stream about what's a legitimate answer to why. You know, it's just describing something again at a different level of detail, actually an answer to why. And this comes back to the fact that, and it is a fact, I believe, that implicitly or explicitly there is some agency involved in an answer to why. And so I gave a much simpler example of just a pile of sand and a window. You know, you can't say the sand was the cause of the window, but it's the material that the glass for the window is made from. But there's the whole process by which one becomes the other, and then there's some kind of agent which is, you know, enacting that process. And even if you're a pure naturalist, if you have to understand the concept of agent properly, and there is always something that agency is being given to.
And it's absurd that they actually ignore this when they do not ignore it for the rest of their everything else that they do in life. Because let's talk about this type of approach being used in a crime scene, right? You get to a crime scene, you find out that somebody that there's a body, right? And you see a hole in the body in, let's say, the middle of the head, right? And you say, oh, there must be a reason for the hole. And what's the reason for the hole? You find a bullet lying uh, somewhere on the ground, and you say, oh, this body is dead because this bullet went through um, the head, and that's what caused the death. That's it. Case closed. You'd be thrown out of um, your job immediately. Nobody's going to accept that as an explanation. You
Yeah,
have to do
or
a
there
bit
was,
more digging.
yeah,
Right?
the gun shot someone in the back.
Yeah. So
But
now, as a
there was only
naturalist,
the gun and the person found in the room, so it's
yeah,
unreasonable to assume that there was another person holding the gun. So we have to assume that he shot himself in the back. You know,
yeah, exactly. And
or it
then
floated on its own.
as a naturalist, let's say another naturalist comes in, what they say is, no, there must be something which caused the bullet to actually travel in that direction. So let's find the reason for that. And they decide, okay, there's a reason for that because there was a gun in front of that person that fired the bullet, right? And the bullet actually traveled because the gun had fired it. So the cause of the crime is the gun. Now, that's the second naturalist because they've actually come up with a better explanation. And this is Newtonian mechanics evolving into Einstein's mechanics, right? We still don't have an explanation of why this is happening. We just have an explanation of a description, a better description of how it happened.
Yeah, just
Right?
like the sky is blue example. You
Exactly.
know, we're just describing what sky is blue means in more detail, in a
And
way.
And for a
But
naturalist, this is good enough.
well, here's what's really really interesting is how here he's saying, well, look how extremely well established this premise is according to inductive reasoning. So when it's being presented as an argument for atheism, it's extremely well established, is it? But when and this is the much weaker and much more riddled concept of material causality that they just put forward. Whereas everything that begins to exist has a cause, without that limiting qualifier, which makes it a much more shaky proposition. He says, well, there's tons of ways to challenge that. It's not that strong at all. It's not very strong inductive reasoning. So there is, I'm afraid, a clear double standard here. But there we go. And I think the way he said, well, if it succeeds here, then it succeeds in Kalam. It's just,
Yeah, exactly.
I cannot understand how somebody could understand the Kalam, at least as presented in through all of the philosophers of the Islamic Golden Age and understood by the various philosophers that engage with it and so on. Okay, if he only understands Kalam from William Lane Craig and no one else matters, okay, fair enough. His statement holds some water, because I don't think Craig does a great job of distinguishing material cause from others, because he kind of leans on physics in a weird way and a bit too much. But so for me, the only way someone with the integrity Joe appears to have to make that statement is that he's completely, utterly ignorant of this period of philosophy that is much bigger than the entire European Enlightenment. And it's just so telling that someone like him, who wants to be very widely read and reads around a lot, all sorts of positions, just never feels the need to touch anything that came from the Islamic era.
Yeah.
Or give those philosophers any credibility, even though they're the ones that challenged Aristotle, right? And built, new understandings of the sciences upon which the sciences he has so much faith in were actually based. Whereas the philosophers in the church tradition, who he does study when he goes down the Christian route, and the later inheritance of the European variants of those, never really challenged and understood, or never really challenged Aristotle or understood things well enough to be able to challenge them, right up until the Enlightenment.
And it's very telling to see that there's this whole period during which science and religion, or faith and the pursuit of the natural, of an understanding of the natural order, were not mutually exclusive fields of study. You can actually be in a position where you hold your faith dearly and pursue this knowledge at the same time, right? Whereas you accept the fact that enlightenment forced religion out of the society and replaced it with the pursuit of science, and both of them are considered as mutually exclusive. You cannot have faith in academics and you cannot have academics in faith. For if to be able to accept that this is a fundamental weakness in the kind of society you live in, where you're basically divorcing one life that you live in, one belief system that you have and you hold, with the other belief system that you hold, right? When there is a perfectly legitimate and tested out system which is able to marry the two systems and allow you to exist with them both simultaneously without any issues, and you're completely ignoring that, and you call yourself an academic, you call yourself a pursuer of truth, it is fundamentally telling about their uh, lack of consistency when they come to these type of studies.
But this is again, I think it's less telling about them as individuals and more telling about the academic sphere and the way the academic world, particular philosophy, deals with this stuff. Like I say, what you aspire to do in academic philosophy isn't to hold a solid position. that's almost a way to get the exit door shown at you and get booted through it. Like you're considered to be a much better philosopher if you take lots of different positions and freely take different positions. It's like what they're aiming for. In certainly in terms of training, they'll often sit down and have as part of their training, if you like, is to sit down and take different positions in a debate and argue from the different sides. So play the role of a theist when you're an atheist, or play the role of someone arguing for veganism, or whatever, and just sort of role play it. And if you're good at that from all different sides, then you're good, you're doing well. And there's only certain sort of philosophers, if you like, who become defining of a particular kind of niche position, and that becomes like their thing. Once they've been through this whole gauntlet, then they're sort of allowed to stay as long as people cite them often enough. But because they become sort of almost fixed points in the philosophical landscape because they have lots of citations on this stuff. But yeah, it's always fascinated me how particularly philosophers identify that arguments from authority are not legitimate arguments, and yet if their arguments don't cite a bunch of other philosophers as sort of support, then they're considered kind of weak. Just interesting.
We do have, sorry, he's back. Moam Rep G597. Feel free to jump on this. Right.
But can it be measured? Can what be measured? What are they talking about?
Oh, they're having a sort of a debate on things they do not see. We have explained. Here it is. For me, the claims in this
but even Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, I think.
Yeah. Don't really see that. I do agree this. There is a necessary existence. Yeah. Come up on the stage and let's have a discussion, because the worst that can happen is you probably know your own position better. Nobody's forcing you to believe in anything immediately, but just allows you to question whether what you believe in does make sense or not.
And also, be very careful about what matching the observations means, because in many cases the definitions of what a thing is actually based in the observation in the first place, and so it becomes a highly circular argument. And maybe you're satisfied with a circular argument, or maybe you wouldn't be satisfied with it if someone else brought one. But the axiomatic foundations of the various physical theories bake in the definitions of the things that are so-called being seen or measured. Because the thing is, you can measure things that really don't exist in any meaningful sense, because you're measuring a purely abstract artifact. You're measuring something, like, let's say, order. It's something that's useful for us to understand a system by, but it's not really like a material property as such. Although, again, because of how it's used, some people are sort of have this Platonic view of physics and might argue that entropy is some sort of material property in some sense. So it's interesting to have a think about that. I think the brother brought the examples of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. I mean, so do you have the right organs to see it, right? Our eyes are not going to catch the microwave wavelengths of a Wi-Fi network, thank God, or we'd all be blind by now. But there is some extended thing, if we like, some other sensor we can use that can turn those signals into signals we can see, right? If you have a Wi-Fi detector that gives some visual signal, as in the visual range when you see Wi-Fi, then that's one way to do that conversion. But then, do you trust the detector and how it works? And if so, why? How does that work? Are you putting faith in a bunch of experts, or do you know how it works and what exactly you're seeing and verifying? And if if you think about it, that's sort of like a very simple example of something that's beyond you being seen. But then, what kind of detectors would you need? And are there things that are detectors that are built into your body that you don't really realize are detectors? So I even give an interesting example that in Islam we believe there is this thing called a qareen, if I pronounce it correctly, which is something from the jinn that's attached to us. The jinn is from among the unseen. Now, when I took my shahada, when I became Muslim, when I came to understand this concept and the concept of jinn and other kind of things, once I understood it, I could then recognize it inside myself. I know it is there. It's something that's as empirically observable as temperature on my skin, or the feeling of feeling hungry, right? If that could be called empirical observation. Are you empirically hungry?
All right.
So there are things from
We
the
actually
unseen that are in a sense empirical.
we actually have Mom on the stage. He's come up as Roro. All right. How are you doing, Roro? You can
Hey,
unmute
Roro.
yourself.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
We're doing
Good,
good.
thank you.
Yeah, I actually had a conversation with Dawa Vice a few days ago. I was talking with Ali. I was expecting to talk with Ali. He forwarded me to this channel, but I
Ah,
couldn't get a hold of.
oh, is this Ali? I thought you were saying Ali Dawa, but you mean Ali the Stoic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm,
okay, yeah. Okay, good stuff.
I missed that. So can you just introduce yourself for me and for the audience who might not know you?
Yeah, you can just call me Roro. I'm from India, and I was born in a Muslim family, but I'm not practicing for like 10 years or so.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
Okay.
do
And
you
do you mind
believe
asking
there's?
how old you are?
I'm 26.
26. Okay, so you left around 16.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And can you just explain where your current beliefs are? What do you believe in?
Well, I do agree that there is a necessary existence. I agree with the conclusion, but I can't seem to go beyond that.
How did you come to the belief in the necessary existence
With the contingency argument.
and contingency? Okay. And so do you believe this necessary existence has a will and intelligence?
Um, I don't know. I have no way to prove that.
Interesting. So can you run me through how the contingency argument works for you then? Because for me, if you consider it carefully, then this necessary existence must also have a will and must have intelligence.
Hmm. The way I think about it is like everything is dependent on something in the universe, and it
Mm-hmm.
must either be an infinite regress, which which should be like supported by a necessary existence outside the chain, or there should be a necessary existence at the end. But I don't see why it should be like conscious.
Okay, so you think of it in terms of dependency rather than contingency.
I could say that.
Okay, no, it's interesting. It's an important distinction because we say in Surah Al-Ikhlas, Huwa Allahu Ahad, Allahu as-Samad, right?
Yeah.
You know what as-Samad means?
I don't know.
Okay,
He's not dependent on anything. Like I forget.
that's one of the meanings that's encoded in this. There's a lot of meaning encoded in as-Samad, but yeah, the he's the one
He's
upon which
self-sustaining.
he's self-sufficient and self-sustaining, and the one
Yeah.
upon which everything else depends. And nothing else would be able to sustain itself without ultimately coming back to him. So that's interesting because what you said before was contingency, and it's a related concept. which is to do with a contingent thing could have been another way, but a necessary thing could not be any other way. It must exist as it exists. But do you
Yeah.
follow that?
Yeah, the necessary thing is a necessary conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of the modal collapse before?
I've heard of it from you, I think, when you did the why I left atheism on Dava Wise,
Oh, okay.
but I didn't look into it.
So this is very interesting because it's clearer in the modal logic, but I personally I dislike the possible world semantics. That's the way it's usually spoken about. There's other ways to think about necessary and possible, but what it boils down to is if we have if we're the argument starts with there are contingent things, right? There could have been another way because the things they depend on could have been different in some sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so, but if these things could have been another way, then the thing up the chain and so on, as you go up the chain towards a necessary being, everything could have been another way. But if the necessary being just has the property of creating, then it necessarily creates. And that means, A follows B follows C. So it means the whole chain of things that get created also become necessary. You see how that works?
Yeah, I understand.
And then you have a contradiction because you have going up, you've got a chain of contingent things, and going down, the same things are now a chain of necessary things. So you have a contradiction. Now, some people say this is a problem with Kalam altogether, but interesting, Al-Ghazali specifically called this out. And in fact, we only know about Kalam's argument because of him calling this stuff out. And his objection was that the problem with the argument was that it removes the will from Allah. So even though it's an argument for Allah's existence, he hated it because he used different language than the contingency stuff. But he's saying, no, Allah has to have the will, the choice to create or not create, or what to create. And if he has the choice, there's no modal collapse. And in fact, that there must be some element of choice for this necessary being. Otherwise, you're stuck in a contradiction.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is where I remember I said there's two things. One is the must have a will, and the other is must have intelligence, wisdom, knowledge, however you want to frame it. And this comes to again this notion of must have a choice. Well, a simple binary of create or not create would mean any random nonsense could come out unless it was a specific creation choice, unless there was some structure to it. Now, even if you look at this from a physics perspective, right? Look at the information paradox in black holes and how that was resolved, or look at low temperature physics, whichever way you look, or even I won't go into too many examples, but essentially information is pretty much as fundamental as energy in physics in terms of its analytical tool set.
It cannot be destroyed, right? Information is always encoded.
Yeah, sort of. There's something interesting to do with coarse graining and fine graining. There's also something very interesting to do with on the scale of general relativity, even energy is not conserved. It's locally conserved, but not globally conserved. And so you have a similar problem with global information preservation. But the theorem is about the local energy preservation. So there's just a caveat to put in there. We can dig into that if it becomes relevant. But it's just an interesting point to note. So yeah, basically, if this necessary being has a choice to create and says it should be this way and not that way, so it's a genuine choice to create, then that necessitates understanding the difference between the choices. It necessitates the the knowledge of what's going to follow when you do the act of creating. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes sense. I agree with your arguments that it must have a will to solve the problem of modal collapse. But why
Mm.
should it be like a god? It could be something else, right?
What
Well, I
else?
mean, so far we've got the property of necessary being and having sufficient power to create the universe, at least, and also will and also intelligence. How many more properties? Like, do you need to be able to logically derive all the 99 names and attributes of Allah? Or if we get to 98, is that enough? Or 97? Or
But the question really is that what other existence is there that you're going to position other than God?
I
Because historically, the only existence that can fit that category is God Himself.
yeah, and I was trying to go about this the other way of saying
Yeah.
how many of the names and attributes need to be
Mhm.
proved from first principles.
it could be a simulation, like something of that sort, right?
So
It's a plausible case.
how does simulation work with the necessary being? What do you mean by that?
You've changed
Like
the paradigm completely now. Do you realize that it's now a completely different game? Now you've taken it from a reality into non-real, right? That if it's a simulation, then nothing is real. If
Well,
that,
I wanted to first probe, what you mean by simulation. I mean, I'm sure, as
Mhm.
you say, if you came from Islam, you know that there's a sense in which this dunya is basically a simulation.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm wanting to understand what sense you mean by simulation, and I want to know how the necessary being relates to this concept.
like something made a computer powerful enough to simulate a universe, and that universe may sentient beings arose from that universe, and that universe made a computer powerful and a computer to simulate another universe. So it's like an infinite chain of simulation, right? So the one who made the simulation in the first place is the necessary being.
Hang on a minute. But we've just knocked into two significant problems. Do you really mean infinite chain, or you just mean a very long chain?
It could be infinite. I see no reason why it couldn't be infinite.
But then why did you say that the necessary being makes sense to you when we took out this detail of the
Infinite chain. Yeah.
But the
because
infinite
all you've done
chain
is
in turn,
all you've done in the simulation context is just given specific detail of one particular way there could be a regress of causal chains. So
but the chain itself needs to be supported by a necessary existence, right?
right.
So it's not
So,
an
so you're
infinite
talking about an
chain.
infinite chain that is supported by a necessary existence.
So wait, Roro, do you understand what the term
Yeah.
infinite means?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
Can you explain that to us? How you're
Uh,
using it?
which is uncountable.
Uncountable.
Yeah, you
Infinite
cannot get to
really
the
means
end.
that, yeah, so you're basically saying there's no end, but it has an end. And that end is actually the necessary existence. That's what your positioning, your position is actually stating. That doesn't make sense to us. So please make it make sense to us.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add a bit of precision because it will become important on this notion of infinity and what countable means. So, if you're talking about, because what you just labeled was discrete things, there's some computer thing, some intelligent entity, and so
Mhm.
on. Each one of these can themselves be counted, and so even if you were to have an infinite set of them, it would still be what's called a countable infinity. Uncountable infinity is things that can't be put in one-to-one correspondence with the counting numbers. So
Mm.
just careful with that. So what you're actually describing is what would be called a countable infinity, but you've got to be careful then if you're talking about one that's a countable infinity that's bounded from above, or that's bounded from below, or that's unbounded on both sides. And so what you're describing by it being terminated is actually a countable infinity that's bounded from its origin but unbounded in its future. Yet we're at somewhere in the stage of that simulation.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Okay. Now here's
So
a
I'm
few
just
questions.
pointing out the possibilities that. Yeah.
Okay, so let's hang on. Let's look at this word possibility. What criteria are you using to assess whether something is possible?
Like it explains all the things.
Because I'm just interested because just in the chat before you were talking about, well, Wi-Fi, I can measure it, and you don't believe in things you can't see, but now you're saying it's quite possible that there's an infinite chain of infinitely more
Simulations.
intelligent beings embedding things in computer programs. So I'm struggling to see those two standards, how they work together.
I'm just saying that it's just as possible as a religious god.
Why is it just as possible?
I don't see evidence for a religious god here. Yeah, that's why.
Well, so okay,
I mean, he
so
could be a god, but he necessarily wouldn't have any ulterior motive. He could be a god who doesn't intervene, right?
well, I mean, that depends. I mean, you're sort of undermining. Do you realize that a god who doesn't intervene sort of undermines both the positions you've been saying were possible before?
No, I don't understand. Can you elaborate?
Okay. So which direction should I go in? It's a bit complicated. Okay. The contingency argument that we started on, the one that I think makes a lot more sense than this thing that I really don't think you actually believe with the infinite simulations. So this contingency argument. Let's put it to you this way: in what sense would dependency have any meaning if this god was not active? If instead of being active, all he did was, for example, could have just initially created things to move in a certain way and they just died. Right? If that's the case, then the other things are not dependent on him. They just happen to be part of their long distant past.
I didn't get your question. Can you repeat that?
So let me put it another way. Obviously in Islam, as you should know, we don't believe in God creating stuff, right? And Allah creating stuff, and that stuff just has its own nature and operates autonomously, right? You know, in the Quran, if he did not hold us together, we would fall apart, right? So this concept of Allah we're talking about is actively managing everything with agency. Now, in that context, this dependency we were talking about makes perfect sense, and we can follow the logic of how everything depends upon him. And what I'm now saying is, well, if you're talking about some, hands off, created the initial moment and everything just follows, first of all, that means everything follows out of necessity, and you've blown apart your contingency argument that you agreed with before. Right.
Okay.
And secondly, you've actually lost a lot of this notion of dependency that you were talking about before. So it doesn't work.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Roro,
Okay.
I just want to point something out that the it's important for you to understand that this discussion we're having is for your benefit as much as for our benefit, right? For us, we need
Yes.
to understand where you're coming from, right? And it also reinforces our faith as well in what we believe in once we have these conversations. For you, this is obviously a way for you to uncloud your mind from all that you've read and heard and seen, because it appears that you have a lot of contradictory notions and arguments that you're coming up with, which are not really addressing the core question. Okay,
Mm.
like for example, when we are talking about this contingency argument, the notion that you're putting forward, that what if this is a simulation, that doesn't take away from the idea of the contingency argument. This a simulation embedded in a simulation embedded in a simulation is just
Mm.
another way of talking about dependencies, right? It
Well,
does
it's
not.
actually just one specific subclass of the
Yeah.
overall situation.
So
Yeah.
the point, the main piece that we're trying to make sure that you're grasping is, when you put this argument forward, when you come to the realization that the necessary existence must exist for us to have an explanation of our existence, and if the necessary existence must exist, then it actually follows the only explanation you have which gives rise to a contingent existence like we see around us, and gives an explanation of a contingent existence, right, from a necessary existence, has to be a necessary existence with a will, with a consciousness, with the ability, with the agency to act, to cause something to come into existence.
Yeah,
Because
we went through
otherwise,
that.
it,
Otherwise, you
yeah,
have this contradiction where you have contingency going up and necessity going down. So
yeah,
we've already worked on that stuff. This is why I was interested and surprised that you thought that the you could have an infinite chain of
yes.
simulations.
And this is where I'm reiterating this point, that once you've arrived at that conclusion and we're asking you the question, what other existence other than God, what other word do you have for an existence like that? Is there a different word that you know of which we've not heard before ever in our whole lives, which explains this existence better than the
Uh,
word God does?
no, I think Brother Islam said it perfectly, that it needs to have a will, which I agree with,
Hmm.
and it should intervene. And he gave like cogent arguments for it, so I agree with them. Yeah.
Mm. Okay, so and this is sort of why I think it's interesting. You may have picked up in the stream before that the Western philosophy in particular essentially redefined what deity and what God means, you know, and so there's a whole number of concepts that are overtly or covertly given agency in physics and just normal physics as it's taught, right, in universities. And a lot of atheists will hold those beliefs and repeat them, and not realize that they're actually polytheist, that they're actually having faith in multiple deities. One example I often give is, you know, Fortuna was the deity of chance in the Roman and Greek, times. And if you depersonify a deity, so you take away its, you know, human-like name and face, it's still a deity. There's plenty of deities that aren't anthropomorphized. And so when somebody in the modern era says, this happened, or this happened because of chance. So let's say it's in a quantum field, and they say a particular state emerged by chance. You know, it was chosen at random. That's the beginning of their ontology. That's where causality starts for them. For those people where it's not a matter of our lack of knowledge, but it actually is fundamentally random, the randomness inherits the agency, becomes the agent. And that is, if you were to resurrect the ancient Greeks and point them at it, they'd say, yes, that is a deity, obviously. And so somebody holds that and then holds another deity, they will be a polytheist. So I think this notion of what God is, or God is, you know, needs to be better understood, because whatever you're going to point out and say, or maybe it doesn't have to be, you know, Allah as written in the Quran. Yeah, I agree to an extent, because the argument so far has only established some of his names and attributes. And I don't believe it's possible to use this first principles logic to establish all of the names and attributes of Allah. And there's very, very good logical reasons why that's the case, by the way. And so there came my question of, what do you mean by a god or not a god? And how many names and attributes of Allah would you need in order to look again at the Islamic view and take it in a different light of plausibility, at least?
Like the biggest thing that is stopping me from like practicing Islam is that there are I cannot reconcile the inconsistencies between science and Quran scriptures. That is the biggest thing for me.
All right, let's go through some of them then. I mean, yeah, I can say I've studied a lot of science stuff. I've studied the Quran. I don't find inconsistencies.
Yeah,
so
I'm
let's
open
talk
to
through some of
the
them.
idea that I might be wrong.
Yeah, it could be, but bear in mind, we've got to be careful when we think we know what the Quran says. So, and let's just review, maybe for the sake of the audience, maybe it'll help you as well. You know, in the beginning in Surah Baqarah, where it says, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ, right? This is the book about which there's no doubt. It doesn't mean that it's not possible for a person to misunderstand something, right? And it doesn't mean that every statement in it is completely unambiguous and has a singular meaning, because we understand the Quran to be an essentially unlimited source of wisdom. So just with that background, we've got to be careful. Like, the Quran should never fundamentally mislead, meaning say something that is irreconcilable with how reality actually is. But that doesn't mean that the Quran will use the same framework as modern science will use to describe things. And if it did, that would be a problem for later generations when the modern framework changes, because the framework's changed, 6 times in the last few hundred years, right? So yeah, imagine for a second that the Quran, just to put a pin on that one, imagine for a second the Quran spoke much more explicitly in terms of quantum fields, let's say. Then, you know, everyone for the last 1400 years would have been like, this is obvious nonsense, that has no connection with physics, and it's illogical, it could never be like that. Right? And then whoopsie, 1925 like, oh, it does work. So
but Roro, here's a question. You've basically put science on a pedestal. I want to ask you this: the day-to-day things that you do, the way you interact with your family, the way you interact with your friends, how much of that interaction is guided by scientific endeavor, right? Do you love your mother or your father or your brothers or sisters, or maybe, I don't know, if you have kids, your kids, because you've done a scientific study and actually found out that there's something or there's a reason for it, that you've come up with a scientific explanation for that? How much are you expecting of science? Because science isn't some agent out there. People use the terminology that, oh, science gives us answers. Science gives you no answer whatsoever. It's people who do who follow the scientific method, right? They come with answers. They're the people, the agents, who actually come up with those answers. And
careful with saying the scientific method, because it's a myth. There's a whole
yeah,
bar of methods that get that label.
that's we can get into that, but the bottom line is that at the end of the day, you've raised science into something which it is not. You've given it agency. You've made it the guidance for moral right and wrong, right? You basically put it up into something which it is not, and then you're comparing it with the Quran. So in what sense are you talking about science? In what way is science a judgment for What is written in the Quran? I need to understand that from you.
I'm just saying that the claims in the Quran don't match the observations that we have now. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so can I I think what Brother Faisal was saying was really about why if this science as we understand it, and I alluded to with quantum theory, it's only really in what 1920s that really started to become a thing. The ideas in that would have been considered ridiculous before then. We had a good run with classical physics, Newtonian physics for basically a couple hundred years until thermodynamics showed things were a lot more complicated than that. Somewhere in between, we had Poincaré show that we can't necessarily predict everything in the future because of chaotic or a chaos theory, what became chaos theory. So there's a whole, it's a moving picture, it's a moving target, and so I wanted to just check to be very careful to distinguish between the observation itself and the theory. If I give just one example of that, if I have a Geiger counter, you know what a Geiger counter is?
Yeah, measures radioactivity.
Right. Okay. So if I am walking around with a Geiger counter, what am I observing? What is the observation?
The amount of radiation, right?
Well,
In terms
I'm asking you just for a moment, because what we're trying to get at here is to tease out the difference between the observations and the theory, because the theory is where there's many different ways to interpret or understand things, whereas the observations are just truth. But a lot of people conflate the observations with the theory. So I just wanted to use a really concrete example of the Geiger counter, just to let's do this as an exercise. Try and be as accurate as you can. What exactly is the observation?
I think it measures the isotope from the radioactive material.
So for you, if you're walking around Chernobyl, you're around the elephant's foot, and then the observation that you're getting, the observation you would have is according to what you're saying, various isotopes or specific isotopes. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, normally it's alpha radiation. You can also measure beta radiation, but essentially it's really stuff that's flung out from a nuclei that it's actually supposed to be measuring. But you're not actually observing stuff flying out from an atomic nuclei, are you?
No.
So what are you actually observing?
Its effects.
And what's that?
Its effects on the electronic equipment.
All right. Do you observe the electronic equipment's internal functions?
No.
Do you mean the Geiger-Müller tube?
No.
No. So what do you actually observe? All right, let me give you a clue. Let me give you a clue. What if? Do you remember those fake bomb detectors that they had, during the Iraq War and stuff? Some people made a fortune selling them. What if I made a little box and labeled it Geiger counter, and on it I just had an LCD screen that just randomly sort of went up and down, and the rate of clicks it made just went up and down, and it just gave you that. And you were just walking around, sometimes terrified and running away from a spot because you thought it was really highly radioactive, and standing next to radiation and thinking there was nothing there.
Yeah, but if radiation is actually there, like it would have effects on the human body, like it would be easily falsifiable, right?
Eventually, yeah, but we were picking this example of the Geiger-Müller tube. I mean, you wouldn't have to wait there and die until you can falsify it, right? You could open up this device, look inside it, and be like, it's full of junk. There's no, there's a whole load of ways to analyze it and see if it's genuine equipment or not. you could have known good sources and see if you repeat going to it and whatever. So the random one that I posited, it couldn't be that. But the point really is to distinguish all you're actually observing is the clicks and the changes in the numbers on the screen, right? That's the observation. That's what you can see. And this is basically all experimental observations go down to. So the reason this is really important is, let's take another, so we've gone small scale, let's take a really large scale example. We talk about observing black holes, recent observations of black holes. We talk about observing, binary stars doing stuff. We talk about observing all sorts of fantastical things in the universe. But in reality, what we have is dots of light. That's it. All we ever actually observe are the dots of light. And those dots have different wavelengths. And sometimes certain wavelengths are missing. And we say, on Earth, when we see those little bands missing, we know that that's hydrogen, for example. And so we can use our theory, our modeling, to infer that there's hydrogen, somewhere in the path of light that's coming towards us. So do you see how now there's stuff that is usually presented as an observation is actually not directly an observation?
Yeah, I do agree that it's not a direct observation, but it does indirectly provide an evidence. But like by that notion, nothing is a direct observation. Like nothing is a direct objective truth. Like everything is like a indirect truth that we experience. Right?
Sort of. Yeah. I mean, I think it's good to have that kind of humility to start with. Yeah. Exactly. So be careful with the definition of objective, because that was, again, much like deity, was sort of redefined objective to mean that you could put any observer and they would come to the same answer. But hey, then that makes whether or not the Earth is round or flat not objective, because there's some people who still argue the Earth is flat. You see them on YouTube, no doubt, right? And they look at the same evidence, but they say, I refute that, or I have a different view on things, or whatever. So then you have to say, oh no, objective means someone who has sufficient understanding. And they say, well, how are you measuring sufficient understanding? I say, oh, well, I mean, they see things the same way as I do. You go, aha, there we go. So got to be very careful with this sort of objective truth thing as well. And yeah, we do need to be very careful. I would say that my internal experiences, I mentioned hunger before, I feel hungry. That's something which is very real, very true. It's in fact true now. But there's not going to be a bunch of other observers who are checking my observation that I'm hungry. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree.
But there's a strong sense in which feeling hungry is real, right? Yeah.
I lost you there for a moment.
There's a strong sense in which feeling hungry is real, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But now, something interesting I noticed when I took my Shahada, right? There was this feeling of having a blank slate, this feeling of being fresh, this feeling of having had the sins forgiven. Quite unique, quite a wonderful, interesting experience. That was, in pretty much every sense, as real as feeling hungry. It's an internal empirical observation, right? And many other reverts had experiences that, when they describe it, matches the experience that I had. And so, if we're using this sort of standard of checking, many people's experiences versus our own to see if something's real and or illusion, then that's in some sense been, validated quite strongly through multiple similar attestations of an empirical observation. Are you following me so far?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So,
By the way,
now
Brother
I just wanted to, now that we've got this sort of background, I wanted to Sorry, is it something quick, Faisal?
Yeah, very quick. We do have one other person in the back chat, right? I would say let's go on for about 5-10 minutes, right?
Okay.
And if Roro, you can
It's okay.
stay.
I'll come by again next time when you
Yeah,
do
yeah.
the
But
stream. I
for now,
actually emailed brother Islam regarding this.
yeah. So let brother
Yeah,
finish what he was saying, and
yeah,
then
Okay.
sure.
we'll move on. All right.
Cool. Yeah. So to go back to these observations, I did want to sort of pick an example observation that you felt was irreconcilable from the Quran versus
Mhm.
science, and just sort of let's run through an example.
Like I work in the medical field, so I know more than the average person knowledge of medicine. And
Right.
embryology part in the Quran, like it says that bones and muscles were formed together at the same time, but in actuality, I mean
Doesn't quite
bones
say
were
that.
formed
Careful.
first.
Mm-hmm.
Bones
Yeah.
were formed first and then muscles,
Yeah.
but in actuality they're like they're both formed simultaneously. So
This is a beautiful example, actually. Careful with this. Now, imagine if I said to you instead of using the word bones, if we said bones and cartilage.
hmm.
Now,
Like
you familiar with when does cartilage form?
a cartilage are the first to form before bones.
Aha. Right. Now, the Arabic word that is in the Quran, although you'll often see it translated as bone, covers both cartilage and bone. So it's actually perfectly consistent with what we see in science. It's only the misunderstanding that it means later ossified bone only, which leads it to look
Mm.
like it's a contradiction. All right.
I don't get you.
Do you
Can you put that
understand?
another
Well,
way?
as you said, cartilage is earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And your problem was saying that bone is later. Now, bone is this ossified
No, bone
cartilage,
is
right?
first, I think. Bone is the first one.
No, it's not. I thought you know
Uh,
the medical field, right? Well, right. The
yeah.
cartilage later ossifies.
No, in the Quran, I think. Quran says bone was formed first and then the
No,
muscle.
yeah, but no. This is what I'm trying to say is that when you're reading bone and thinking bone,
Hmm.
you need to think of the cartilage and even the
Cartilage.
stuff that first forms the cartilage, because they also use the same word that gets translated as bone is also
Hmm.
used for this cartilage stuff.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
what I'm trying to say is that if you understand the Arabic words properly, there was never a contradiction to start with. It actually, quite remarkably, like always, actually matches up with the observations we have. But the problem is often in understanding the Arabic properly, and particularly when you're getting it through translation. And in
Yeah.
this case is a classic one, because it's often translated as bone. It's kind of a lazy translation, but also the problem could be said to be in the English language, because we don't have one word that covers all the different states of this stuff.
Okay.
It's also the verb that is being used, which can mean not just one after the other, but it can also mean together with. So
Together,
it's
yeah.
happening at this simultaneously. But having said that, where did Searching go? I wanted to bring him up very quickly because he's back, and mashallah, he's
Yeah.
uh,
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so
all
much for
right.
the nice
That
Roro,
makes
thank
sense.
you,
conversation.
and
So
do
have
come
a,
back.
especially because of the medical stuff, have a real serious think about this, because it could well be, remember the theory, and think of it not as a religion and treating it different from scientific theories. You think of it all as a theory, right? Which
Hmm.
theory is better? Now think about this theory of
Mhm.
Islam. Think about
Okay.
how well it works, and think about within this theory, right? There is entities that try to mislead you, that try and distort what things really mean and make you think they mean something else and use that to mislead you, and who make things seem attractive or plausible to you when actually, when you think about it, are not that plausible to you. And you know, these
Mm.
contradictions, you know, the concept of the shayateen mix truth with lies. You know, we went through stuff before where actually when it's pointed out to you that there's contradictions in these different positions, you're like, oh yeah, no, I don't accept that. But you know, on your own devices, you were misled somehow. I'm just saying, actually Islam presents very good theory.
Like,
So
I just don't
do
want to
think
be
about
like,
it.
yeah, sure. Thank you so much, guys. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you,
May Allah
Doro.
guide us all,
Please come
inshallah.
back in our next stream
Yeah,
as well.
sure. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Islam. I just want to say that.
All right.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay. So, Mr. McTime, how are you doing?
Mr. McTime.
Hello, can you hear me? Does my volume sound okay?
Yes,
Hello,
we can
I
hear
can
you.
and your sound is fine. Would you mind if I take just 15 seconds to grab a water?
Yes, sure.
All right,
It's
thank
your
you.
show. I give due deference to the host and his guests.
Thank you. I'll be back very soon.
All right, Mr. McTime. Yeah, sorry about that. Back chat, you had some confusion, but searching has been coming on for a while, and we've been having conversations with him, so it was sort of in the middle, and I started having. So, searching, if you're listening, do jump on. We do want to hear from you. All right. Okay.
No problem. I apologize for speaking out of turn. I will
No
try
worries.
to be like it. Yes, sir.
Nothing like that. But can you just introduce yourself? You said you would, if there's a label that you might accept atheist as a label, but it's a bit more nuanced. So why don't you go ahead and explain to us what your where you stand currently?
What I meant by what I said in the back chat was, first and foremost, I'm a person. I hate labels, and I don't want to be defined by any particular label. But in the the interest of being succinct, I accept the atheist label. I was a former Christian for the past 30, almost 35 years of my life, and I realized that religion isn't false. Christianity, Islam is so similar to where I'm leaning that might be false, but I'll be dishonest if I didn't at least come here and ask questions. I've been in your chat for maybe 30 minutes or so, and I asked everybody, do they care if their beliefs are true? And nobody said they do. So I don't understand, don't really see why should anybody take this seriously if nobody don't care if their beliefs are true.
No,
Well,
no. We believe
maybe
very strongly that our beliefs are true.
yeah. I was
Nobody
going to
told
say
me that in the chat.
I was going to say maybe people in the chat didn't think it was a serious question, but you know, for you, Mr. McTime, I would say I was a former atheist. You know, although I went to Church of England school, I lived most of my formative years as an atheist. I went to study theoretical physics, and I used to argue against everyone religious because I was raised to believe that religions were a root of all evil. I hated them, and one of the people I was studying with was a Muslim. And I was like, how on earth can you believe in God and even do anything science based? And we had a lot of deep discussions. And by the end of them, I believed that it's absolutely true and that Allah exists and that the Quran was written by him. I believe it's more strongly evidenced, better proved than the foundational theories of physics we were learning, even though I believe they have much merit. And I didn't even want it to be true. I, in fact, was very scared of this concept and it being true. And it seemed to rip away from me my life and how I wanted to live my life. But because I believed it was true, I was basically dragged by that to change my whole life around this truth. So you are with someone for whom truth is very important and who changed my life because of what I believe was true. Okay?
What
Yeah,
was
and
I'm sorry.
just to add to that, Mr. McTime, for myself as well, I grew up in a Muslim family. However, I've made an active choice in accepting Islam as my way of life, not just because my parents followed it, but I'm doing that as an active choice in my life. There's um, my uh, my life is dedicated to studying it and accepting it as truth if it can prove itself to be true, which I feel that it has enough. Um, there's enough merit to the arguments that are positioned in the Quran that makes you realize that this has to be the truth, right?
Mm.
Uh, and we also sort of want to understand from you, Mr. McTime, as you were an currently you say you don't believe in a God. That's essentially what we are
Yes,
understanding.
sir.
But you were a Christian before. What was it that triggered the questioning of the Christian faith?
Well,
Maybe we
to
can
be
start
honest,
with
to be
that.
honest with you, somebody else talking.
No, no, no. Go ahead now, please.
To be honest with you, even when I was little, I never liked the way the Bible treated the women. I never liked it, and that was one of the first things in my first crack in Christianity. Then after that, I just read the Bible over and over again. There was times when like I never was an angel. There was times when like I was in jail, and the only thing I could do was read the Bible. And I read it over and over and over again. It contradicts itself. It says silly things, and it's just obvious that it's not true. Now, I have tried to read the Quran, but the version of the Quran I had, I don't know if they all like that, but the version I had, it kept saying "peace be upon him" or something on every line, and I kept getting lost in the thing. I just gave it up. But
Yeah.
What?
Okay. So this is interesting. There's a few things here. I think we're differentiating one thing, for example, the exposition of or treatment of women in the Bible. You found distasteful. It doesn't make you didn't like it, so you were averse to Christianity for that reason. But you wouldn't say, correct me if I'm wrong, but you wouldn't say that's a reason why it's untrue. It was the contradictions that made you think it's untrue. Is that right?
that's what made me examine it even further. Like, why would a divine being treat half of the population like that? If he created all of us, why does he treat half of the population like that? But then,
Mm.
slavery and all that other stuff came in the mix
Yeah.
too. Why would
So
if I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
guess what I was trying to get at there is what I want to understand is your criteria for determining what's true and what's not true, because this is obviously what's fundamental, right?
Yeah, you're trying to get in my epistemology, like I was trying to get the chat
Even better
epistemology,
if you can give it in
which
those terms. Yeah,
I didn't see none in chat. So I'm glad I'm talking to maybe somebody who can talk better than them.
it's easier to talk with a microphone on the thing
Yeah,
than
I
to
realize
talk in
that. I
chat.
realize that, and I try to be as respectful as I can. To be honest with you,
Mm.
I don't want to say nothing to make you mad at me, but I don't respect your God or your religion. I respect you as people because I think we all have to share this world together. But
Mm.
if you give me a reason, a good, very good reason to dedicate my life to this, because you can't just give me no millie mouth something to
Yeah,
dedicate my
no,
whole entire life
no,
for a belief.
I appreciate that, and it's it can be a journey as well. I mean, do you believe there is such a thing as the truth, or do you think everyone's just got their own relative truth and there's no actual truth?
Yeah, yes, I do. Reality is the truth, and I realize that with our feeble brains and biological matter, that we can't see the whole truth or even put it in words. But there is one objective truth, and that's called reality, and that's probably about the only thing that I think is objective, other than death.
That's
People always talk,
interesting, because if
yeah,
if we split those apart, the reality that's out there, if you like, testifies to there being one objective truth, I would say, but it's not exactly the same thing as being truth itself, I would also say. And one of the reasons I find this interesting is one of the names of Allah has got multiple names. And one of them is Al-Haq, which means the truth. So the as in definite article, there's only one. And it's so this essentially is this objective truth. So arguably, there's a sense in which you already believe in Allah, at least from one perspective, or from one
that
of
just sound
what we call the doors to him.
That just sound like word redefinition to me. I can name my cat God. Should you worship my cat if I name it God? You believe
No,
in my
'cause it
cat,
doesn't.
don't you?
It doesn't change the, change calling a cat a dog doesn't change its nature.
I said God or Allah.
Yeah.
Name my cat
No,
Allah.
I know, but hear me out here, because calling a cat a dog, as an example, doesn't change its nature from cat to dog, right? So it's not just a matter of renaming. It's saying this concept that I'm trying to that we believe, right, is the creator of us, the universe, everything else, and all this stuff. This central pillar that the whole of Islam revolves around. Allah is like one of his names, and he has lots of these other names, and you can think of each of the names as being different. It's like doorways or windows through which you can understand this overall concept that we're trying to get across to you, that we're trying to explain to you, that we believe in.
But see, the first thing you would have to do is you got to demonstrate to me how calling Allah that other name is just not renaming him. How is this not what you doing? How is that different from me naming my cat Allah? I mean,
because with your, let me take this away, because with your cat, you're taking something with one nature that you know does not have the nature of being the truth of the universe, right? It's a cat. And then you're just sticking a name on it. Whereas we're talking about something where it's in the definition of the thing, the nature of the thing we're talking about, the nature of Allah includes being the truth. It's part of the definition of the thing, right?
Well, I disagree. It just seems like you're taking a name and putting it on a nebulous concept.
Well, it might seem like that, but that's not the case. We believe that there's one God, and that in order for us to understand him, there are a number of names and attributes, and we use these in order to understand this one God.
Yeah.
Does
So,
it say
Mr. McTime, what I would suggest here is that please try to understand. We may actually be speaking about, when we use the term God, we may be speaking about some things different, right? And it may help to actually go to the definitions itself, because if you're saying that the God that you are talking about is not the truth, then you're not talking about the God that we believe in, right? So it
what I'm
would be a
saying
straw man of our position. What I'm trying to make sure is we don't do is we don't talk past each other just because we're using the same terms, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here too. That's why I'm trying to get a demonstration of how, because it's what it sounds like to me is it sounds like you just putting a name on a figment of your imagination.
No, we did not.
No, but I'm trying to explain that's not what happened, and see if you can understand the difference. Like being the truth, the source of all truth, the arbiter of all truth, is not an intrinsic characteristic of your cat. So putting that name on your cat would be doing exactly what you're saying. But the thing we're talking about, it's part of its intrinsic nature. And so what we're doing is describing the attributes of this thing. It's like if there's something that you haven't seen before and someone has to describe it to you, they have to describe it in terms of things you can understand, right?
I'll give you that. Yeah, you got like I say,
Right.
We may not be able to
So
speak the whole truth in words, but
so I don't know how good your knowledge of the creatures of the world is, but I'm sure if we went long enough, we could find some creature you've never seen before, and then I would have to try and describe that, give you its name, and it might be a name you've never heard of before, and then describe it in terms of a bunch of different animals you do understand, right? And then you can understand what this thing is I'm talking about, even though you've never seen it. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I mean, you could describe it, but see, the thing about that is you could also just point that animal out or show me a picture, especially now with internet and Google, just show me a picture of the thing. You can point to it. Point to Allah. Show me how Allah is the truth. Because in order for me not to...
yeah, don't jump the gun. We're going through things step at a time here, because obviously if we're at the looks like it's the same as naming your cat, then we've got a lot of work to do. It's completely irrelevant whether I can show you a picture at the moment. What I'm talking about is, and it doesn't have to be an animal, whatever. In fact, I could be talking about an electron, right? But maybe I'll pick that as an example, because if you say, show me a photograph of an electron, I'll have to tell you that's ridiculous. There is no way, if you understand the concept of an electron, you would ever ask for a photograph of it. Okay? So
But
maybe we'll use electrons instead of an animal and see if that's a better analogy. Do
it's
you
the point,
believe?
the analogy still fail because I'm an electronic technician, so I know about electrons, and you
Perfect.
can use devices to demonstrate the truth of electrons. Give me a device.
Have you seen an
Perfect.
electron?
Hang on,
Mr.
Faisal,
McClime.
let me take this one. Let me take this
Okay.
one, Faisal. Okay, so this is good. We both have technical background. Like I said, I studied theoretical physics. I have a load of cool electronic test equipment, by the way. I'm a bit of a geek in that sense. So now we're
multimeter, oscilloscope, and all that.
Yeah, oscilloscopes and things like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got
absolutely. Old school wave generators from the 1940s. Anyway, so now we've got some topic that we both understand we can talk about. I assume, well, maybe I shouldn't assume. I'll ask you because I know you didn't like being assumed. So, do you believe electrons exist?
I believe that the scientific explanation is plausible because you can demonstrate the usefulness of it in the technology. Right now, see, I don't really have no belief that I hold that is I'm sentimental to. So if somebody can come with something that explains something better and demonstrate that it actually works, I'm gonna jump on that ship.
Okay,
so that's what I'm trying to do here.
Now that's interesting, but let's just probe this a little bit and see where you are at now with electrons. So, is what you're saying that for you, electrons is just a model; they may or may not exist?
For me, electrons is an explanation of a phenomena in nature that seems to work fine, better than 90%. That's why your TV comes on when you hit the power button.
Okay, well, I mean, the TV, yeah, I guess the old school TV examples, cathode rays, and they don't have to be packets of energy at all. And if you're looking at the modern example, you're talking about, a bunch of semiconductors, which, electrons work as a model. I mean, do you understand how semiconductors work on that level, or you sit at the sort of more practical level?
I mean, I was electronic tech. I have knowledge of it, but I'm getting older and I haven't been working in that field for a long, so I'm losing it. Let me posit this one thing first. Science defines knowledge as use of data and or information to predict the behavior of a system better than 90%. That's why science works so well, because everything that is built upon it has a effective value of 90% or better. Can you show me something that Allah does that's 90% or better?
Hang on a second. Let's be careful to differentiate science from engineering. So, because what you're talking about is this using a scientific theory for engineering purposes.
No, I'm talking about knowledge. Knowledge is predicting the behavior of a system with an accuracy of 90%.
You see, what usually happens is something gets called a prediction, but what it really is just, did I have the system I thought I had? If you say you've got a circuit, let's say it's a basic LCR circuit, right? And it's got inductor,
capacitor, resistor.
Exactly. So let's say we've got basic LCR circuit, right? And the components have a certain inductance, capacitance, and resistance written on the thing. Yeah. Now, are you going to be able to accurately predict what the waveform you're going to see in your oscilloscope is when I put a 100 hertz wave through some pair of terminals on it?
Yeah, you can. All you got to do is just do the capacitance and the inductive times the frequency of the system to get the overall impedance, and then you can use that too.
I thought you were going to do better than that, man. Come on, think about what I just asked. Maybe you didn't take it. Maybe you didn't realize I
used to do it in school. Like I said, I'm getting old, so maybe I missed something.
No, actually, what you miss is a point that you're going to kick yourself when I mention it. You know how bad the numbers, especially written on capacitors, are. Like, they're often within 20%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not going if you read what's written on the side of the components and figure out your expected waveform from that, you're going to be way off, certainly less than the 10% mark you gave most of the time.
I
Because it
disagree.
turns out the thing you have is not actually what you thought you had in theory.
I disagree because although you are right that everything has a margin of error, the capacitor rate will have a margin of error, the inductor rate will have a margin of error, the Hertz frequency,
Yeah.
you still can add up all those margins of error and still build a circuit that works within 90% with a 90% effective rate.
Right.
That's why
Yes.
your TV come on. Your TV come on 90% of the time, don't it?
Hopefully it comes on more than 90% of the time.
Exactly.
But the point I'm making is important, right? I'm saying, because you're saying you can predict what the circuit's going to do based on and I was specific about the values written on the side. The fact is, you can take a good guess, you know, using the formulas and all that kind of stuff, you can take a good old guess, but it's actually almost certainly going to be wrong. You're almost certainly not going to see the precise waveform in your oscilloscope that
I
you
agree
had
with you on
calculated.
that. You're right.
That's right. So that's the point I'm making. In terms of its predictive power, be very careful, because what you would actually have to do to so-called predict what its waveform will be is you independently actually measure the actual values of each of those components. And if you measure them to 1 decimal place, you're going to have a closer so-called prediction of what the waveform you'll see in your oscilloscope is. But if you measure them to 3 decimal places, you'll be able to much more precisely get the waveform on your oscilloscope, right? You with me so far?
You're right, but see, you are overlooking. I said 90% or better. You overlooking the margin of error.
No, I'm not. I'm certainly not overlooking it. Honestly, I'm.
I mean, if your prediction can't be better than 90%, then science won't call that knowledge. It's not. It won't. It don't live up to that standard. That gets pushed to the backboard.
It doesn't work like that. And 90% isn't a universal standard. In science, we typically use what's called a standard deviation, and we talk about the number of standard deviations. So let's just get that straight just to start with.
I'm talking about knowledge, not standard deviations. Let's not change words.
Where you're saying 10%, I'm saying in science, in all the sciences really, but particularly in physics and in engineering, we're normally talking about a number of standard deviations. That's the statistical measure of error. And whether or not it fits within or out, if a hypothesis is in so many of those or outside so many of those. But that's a minor detail because for the purpose of this, what I'm trying to point out is when you start off and you just look at the labels of the things, you actually really can't predict very well what the waveform is going to be. And if you think you can predict it precisely, you're going to be wrong. And if you think you can predict it within a certain percentage, you're more likely to have a working prediction. Let's say your standard is 10%. Well, you look at the values on the side of component. If they're all high quality components that are all within 2% of the nominal value, you're going to get a waveform that's what you expect, right? And the point I'm making here is, again, these things have been tested before they leave the factory. If you would test each specific component and get its specific values and then put it into the circuit, in what sense are you really predicting the waveform? You're not really predicting it anymore. What you've done is measured all the parts of the system and then put the system together. And all you're doing is just describing part of the system.
But what you explain is the difference between the tech and the engineer. The tech design the circuit. They're the ones that make the predictions, and the engineer just put the stuff together. So
but
I mean, they don't have to know anything about anything.
No, what I'm really
not
saying
the engineer, the electrician. I'm sorry, electrician.
Yeah, what I'm doing is the difference between theory and practice. But also, what I'm saying is when what you're calling predictions is not really prediction. It might look like a prediction to you, but someone else has already sort of measured what the actual outcome is.
Yeah, that's when it becomes.
Hang on. They've measured what the outcomes are, and then packaged that into nice formulas for you. So it's not true. It's not. It doesn't. It's not the reality that these are predictions. These are after the fact. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. But see, like you said, after the fact, it becomes a reasonable expectation. Like when you go to your car, you got a reasonable expectation for your car to start because it started yesterday. Do you know how all the parts came together? The margin of error it took to get the combustion engine to work?
Yeah, not off the top of my head, but yeah, I do
Exactly. So
appreciate
that's
engineering.
why that's when it becomes, like you said, after the fact, it becomes a reasonable expectation.
It does, but it was an important distinction between something that you something that is a genuine prediction versus something that is just packaging prior measurements and prior information into a package and then that continuing to work. Because if it doesn't work, it means you didn't have the system you thought you had. Someone's played a joke on you and put a capacitor can around a resistor and you're scratching your head like, why on earth is this circuit not working?
Well,
If
I
you see what I
just want to
mean?
posit this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just want to posit this. There are times when the system breaks down, and that is within the 10% margin of error.
I understand that. We
10%
don't need to go back to that. Honestly, I'm saying something that's maybe more intelligent than you're giving me credit for. So please try and follow
I
what
may
I'm
not be
saying.
intelligent enough to pick it up, but go ahead. I
No,
apologize.
I think you'll be able to. Just try and work with me. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to help you understand my reasoning and sort of where I'm coming from. So as I was saying, if someone plays a trick on you and wraps a resistor in a capacitor can, if you don't think of that, you'll be scratching your head like, why on earth am I just not getting the results I expect, right? This makes no sense. There's no, because the system then is not what you expected it to be. And so this is what I'm saying is this thing about theory and predicting what's going to happen. It's what it really is some things are described and things that match that pattern are the things that's being described. And if it doesn't match that pattern, it's actually just a different system. That's all it really is. So it's not really about prediction. Now, if I bring this for a second back to let's bring it back to the religion a bit more. You're talking about if it works and it works reliably, then there's some intrinsic value to that, and that in some sense proves it's true. Now, here's an interesting question: if the Prophet Muhammad gave a bunch of advice, and that advice works for me and has the benefits that he said it would have for me, would that prove something to you?
Not really. Then you have to demonstrate that these effects are not placebo and sugar pills.
Well, why did you not ask about placebo for electrical circuits?
Well, I was going to get off into that, but you changed the subject, so you the host of the show. So
we can. I thought we were clarified on circuits, but if you want to go back to it, go for it.
Okay, like when you was talking about wrapping a resistor in a capacitor can and the circuit don't work, I thought you said you was an electronic tech man. Do you know they got this thing called troubleshooting, right? And a person with knowledge and predictions of how a system's supposed to work, you can troubleshoot and trace it all the way back to that capacitor. You may not take the whole thing apart and figure out that it got a resistor in there instead of a capacitor, but you can see that you'll find that thing is wrong, and
that's exactly my point. That was because I understand that process, and I understood you understand it. That's exactly why I made the point. It would not work as predicted, right? And you're thinking of it in terms of prediction, but really it would not work the way you thought it would work because it's actually a different system. It's not actually some LCR circuit. It's actually just an LRR circuit, right? And so and that's what you find when you dig around with your probes. And I appreciate that you've got a bunch of different loops, current loops, and you're going and isolating which one, and you've got this whole process. I get it. But this is exactly my point, is be careful when you use the words prediction. It doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. And in the case of electronics, they're not real predictions. What they really are is if it fits this model, then that's the thing that's being described. And if it fits something else, then something else is being described.
I disagree. I think once, like you said, after the fact, those predictions become reasonable expectation. You can troubleshoot with your predictions of, like, you supposed to have 5 volts here. You predict you're supposed to have something else over there because you have all this in between and it's not there. You be like, something is wrong in between.
I agree. You get the illusion of prediction, but what I'm explaining to you is the fact that it is an illusion of prediction and not a genuine prediction.
I disagree because, like I say, you predict it's supposed to be, if you get this over here and you predict something supposed to be over there, and if it's not, then you know something is wrong in the middle, and so you can.
How do you know something is wrong?
Because if you predict something is over there, if you got all these circuitry, like you said, a LCR circuit, and you got all the circuitry in between, and you got X amount coming in and X amount coming out, and if it's not right, then the problem is somewhere in between.
Exactly. The behavior doesn't fit the model. Exactly right.
So,
but all you actually have is whether or not the behavior fits the model.
Can I land the plane now?
Sorry?
Can I land the plane?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
All right. So like, all right, I think like what you call illusion and prediction, I call a reasonable expectation, but that we won't argue that fact. What makes this better than placebo is that you can troubleshoot the system and figure out what's wrong, and I could do it. We're on the other side of the globe. We could talk to each other over the phone, but your personal experience with Allah is only for you and you only. And you can't reproduce it. You can't verify it. Can you tell me a prayer works better than 90%?
Hang on. Well, yes, actually, but let's just go back to what you're saying there. It's very interesting because yes, for the last God knows how long, I've been doing exactly what you're saying. We talk to other Muslims, particularly the ones of knowledge, when we need to, and we do exactly troubleshoot our lives, how we're feeling. We do exactly use the theory of Islam and the theory of what a human being is constituted of and our purpose and our relationship with the Creator. And we do exactly the troubleshooting you're talking about and try to fix things. And then we find that it works and things are improved.
Okay,
but then so yes, it's actually a very good analogy. The only difference is you don't measure it with an oscilloscope.
Yeah, but see, the problem with that I see is I could talk to Christians who say the same thing. Talk to Sikhs. Hey, Sikhs give you a free knife with their salvation, right? Talk to Zoroastrians. I talk to. I mean, everybody say their religion always do the same thing.
Mr. McTime, with all due respect, right? What I want you to realize and what I want you to focus on. Number one, this is an Islamic channel. Yes, the others have their arguments and these subjective arguments, and there's really no response to a subjective argument if it's someone's personal experience, right? But we do not give those personal experiences as the argument for the existence of God.
I wasn't giving a subjective experience, and so two things there.
And one last, let me just finish it up, because we've not even discussed our arguments for why we believe in God. Right.
Yeah, I noticed that, but
we've
I
not
appreciate
gone to it. So you jumping to the idea of asking us, can you show us that what you've just said for something which is I think it's a complete category error here, right? That can you prove to me in this way only that God exists?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I just
when
said
you're asking us, so when you're asking
I don't
us
say proof. That's math. That's math. I don't say proof. I say demonstrate. I try to be honest.
So okay, so I just want you to appreciate that we've not positioned any argument for the existence of God right now, and we're just discussing your epistemology, and that's what we're trying to unpack.
No, he started. He said I can get with other Muslims and we can troubleshoot our religion, and I was like, well, Christians could do that too.
And this is why I really wanted to respond directly to what you said so I'm sorry, Faisal, but I wanted to pick up on exactly this point before anything else was said, because now we've sort of lost the thread, because there's a really good reason I'm saying what I'm saying. And your response that Christians can do the same is false. It is false. There is a specific theoretical framework in Islam that we use that is from the books that works. I am not talking about someone having a subjective experience and there's some feel good from the religion, or someone going to some, pastor that says, "Well, the devil will cast you out," and they fall back, start speaking tongues, and feel better. I'm not talking about anything of that. I'm talking about there is a specific theory which is very deep, very structured, and very intricate, and all this sort of stuff about how human beings work, how the system works, and about the fact that we're not just flesh and bones, this other stuff. And this theory works.
Sorry about that.
This is what I'm saying. So first thing is it's not the same thing as appealing to some general religious experience or appealing, oh, if only you try, Jesus will show himself to you, or any of that kind of stuff. I'm talking about a theory and the fact that it works. And I just thought that would be interesting for you to consider. I'm not saying it's proof that God exists.
Please don't say proof. Say
Sorry.
evidence.
Yeah, okay. You used a better word before, demonstrate. I wouldn't say it's a demonstration that God exists, but I would say it's a demonstration that Islam is effective. It's an effective theory, much like electronics that you learn is an effective theory. But according to physicists, the electronics you learn is not reality at all. Reality is way different from what you learn in electronics.
From my standpoint here, sir, it just looked like sugar pill, because my mother told me the same thing about Islam, that we got the truth, and it's some kind of thing we could practice. We got the Holy Spirit, we can do this, and the Islam don't have that, so that's what make them false. So just look like sugar pill, like she believe whatever she believe, and you believe whatever you believe, and it makes you feel good, so therefore your life is better.
Well, maybe, but remember what I said before, give me a little bit of credit for intelligence, right? I studied theoretical physics, and before I was even Muslim, I believed it was true, that Islam is true, and I started changing my life because I believed it was true. It's only after that I started to then be able to engage with this theoretical framework and see that it actually works as well in practice as it was supposed to work in theory. So it can't be the case that I became convinced just because of this. That's obviously wouldn't be following what I've been saying. We can go into lots of other reasons why I think it's true. And for me, I think it's as well proved as my own existence. I think it's better proved than most of the theories of physics, the ones that underpin semiconductors and the other electronic stuff we've been talking about, the ones that are considered to be much more true than anything you learn in electronics, right? It's stronger than that. It's going to be complicated and take a lot of time to go through all the proofs. I wanted to first understand what your standards of truth are and your standards of demonstration, and what leads you to believe that something is true or not true. It's not simple stuff, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I want to point out that you do realize how you came to Islam is your personal experience, right?
Well, it is my person. It's true that I personally experienced it, but that doesn't mean that the proofs are just personal experiences and don't stand.
That's all I'm hearing.
No, but here's the thing: if you're taking it that way, what is not a personal experience then? Because everything that you experience is personal. There is nothing which you can say, "Oh, this is impersonal." The just because you can, somebody else can validate it, it might very well be, and this is the argument sometimes people put in, that everything is a simulation. Just because somebody else is validating it doesn't take away that it's not a simulation. The simulation is validating your own observations to you.
I think solipsism is a useless concept, but back to the personal experience talk. What is not personal experience is how we can talk about electronics from wherever. What's your name, sir?
My name is Faisal.
Oh, Faisal.
Brother Islam, yeah.
Your name is Faisal?
My name is Faisal. And Islam.
Yeah. And Islam. Mr. Islam, we can talk about electronics, and we could build circuits using that knowledge and only that knowledge. You can't build electronics using Christianity. You can't build electronics using mechanics. You can't build electronics using Islam. You can only use electronic theory to build electronics. But from what I hear is people can use Christianity to get the same good outcomes that people in Islam say they get. I hear it all the time. Every chat I've been in, that's the first thing they say. Allah is good to me, gives me peace, and blah blah blah. Christians say the same thing.
That's very different from what I said, though. This is what I was afraid you were misunderstanding me, and I tried to really labor the point. I'm not saying.
I apologize.
I'm not saying that Islam gives me the feel goods. I'm not saying, well, when I pray to Allah, I feel good, and when I pray to other stuff, I don't. It's nothing. That's not what I said. What I'm saying is, In Islam, there is a specific theoretical framework of how human beings work, how we're made, how we're composed of. We have a soul, we have a heart, right? And not just a piece of flesh. You know, it would take some time to explain the whole framework, right? And how we relate to God and other created beings and so on. What I'm saying to you is that theoretical framework matches up to reality, to my real experience.
Not from my viewpoint. What is a
And,
soul?
and Mr. McTime, again, with all due respect, you've dismissed our position even before you've heard our position, and that is not fair, right? The fact that you're saying, the fact that you've actually put us
what I
in.
wanted, I don't think he's, I think he's only dismissing it because he hasn't understood what I'm saying, and I think let me ask Mr. McTime.
Just call me
McTime,
man.
Oh, sorry, McTime. What is the equivalent? So the thing I just described to you, what is the equivalent in Christianity?
What the Holy Spirit. They have souls and Holy Spirit too, and I don't know what those things are. That's why I'm asking you, what is a soul?
But there's no detailed theoretical framework for any of that in Christianity.
I mean, they call their theory apologetics, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not a Christian, and I don't want to straw man Christian.
No, I appreciate that. You know, like I say, when we do, I probably looked at Christianity more than I should. But what I'm saying is, and maybe I need to do it by example. But there's a really good example actually. Francesca, I forget her name on Blog in Theology, talks about Islamic psychology. In Christianity, they say there is a soul, right? But there's nothing really more to it than that. And they don't have a heart thing. They say there's a Holy Spirit. They're saying there is this stuff, but it's very thin on the ground. And the so-called theory or theoretical framework isn't actually from the books, what we call the Quran and the Hadith. What I'm trying to tell you is there exists a detailed framework of what these things are, how they work, how they fit together, and how it affects and shapes your life. And that framework comports to reality. It works. Now, from all that I understand of Christianity and Judaism to a lesser degree, but Christianity especially, and other religions, there just simply isn't an equivalent framework. There isn't something that says this is how it works. This is what you should expect. If this works, this is broken. You know, if this doesn't work, this is broken, and so on. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I'll give you an example, Mr. McIntyre. Do you know how to run a government in the Christian framework, which is based on their scripture itself?
Run a who?
Or
can say government?
Government. The government. Can you today set up a Christian government system which is completely independent of any other which is a framework independent of any non-Christian paradigms, right? And it can take fully and explain fully what the government needs to do, how the government needs to interact with people, how the people need to interact with themselves, right? And takes and describes the different situations and how they need to regulate the different aspects of life. Does Christianity give you that?
I know they have some things that they say they you know they got ideals and stuff, and they have had governments in the past 300 years.
Those governments were not based on Christian rules and regulations. There's nothing.
They weren't based on the Christian sources, or rather, you can't get the rules directly from the Bible and their equivalent of Hadith. Although
they were coming up with those rules as they go along.
Exactly, the church inventing the rules, or like church philosophers inventing their or changing Aristotle's theories of medicine and thinking that's how humans come together. Whichever example you pick.
I'm not here to defend Christianity. I don't agree with.
But you were bringing up that as an alternative.
But I mean,
it's not about defending Christianity, and I really want to try and get this point across. What we're trying to say is, because you were saying, look, if the theory works and gets results and is reliable, then that is something that matters to you. And
Yeah.
so what I'm trying to get across is that in Islam, that there is a theory that is very detailed and that does reliably work, and it comes from the actual sources directly, not from something some church has built over many, many years and whatever.
Or something
If
Faisal is bringing
if
or
this
Islam
isn't
is
making any
bringing.
sense
Yeah.
to you, or why I'm making this point is making
Yeah,
sense, we can move to
it
something else. I thought you'd find it interesting.
it makes a sense that you believe is good, and so you think it's good. But I mean, what I can say about history is Christians had they sphere influence. Islam had their spheres influence. Advancement only came within the past 300 years or
Yeah, but
so. Can I finish?
yeah, please go ahead and finish up.
Once they made the American government did the secular separation of church and state. Once we started getting the churches out of the state house, that's when you started having more advancement in humankind. We're bigger, we're stronger, we're more healthier now than we ever been in the human experience ever. And
Whoa, hang on a minute. Who's bigger and stronger, and how did that happen?
because of medicine, the advancement of medicine, science, and everything else that came under the secular experiment that we're losing in the government right now because
most
we
of
got
that
this dumb president now.
most of that actually came from the Islamic Empire. So chemistry, right? The major medical textbooks, all of this stuff. Like, have a look at how much came from the Islamic Empire. You know, algebra, right? And algorithms in your computers. This again, Al-Khwarizmi, Islamic Empire. So you know, actually there was the gigantic breakthrough was actually off the bat of Islam specifically. And what happened historically is in the Enlightenment period, they consumed all of this stuff from the Islamic Empire and made up a completely false history where they're the ones that invented all this stuff and put a bunch of Greek names on things, or put their own names on things as they came to understand it. There's a whole thing to dig into here. So it's simply, I know it's what's regularly taught in schools, but it's simply not the case that the world just lumbered on in stupidity until the Europeans suddenly came up to it.
I didn't say
This
that.
is a
secular government, but number two.
no, but this secular government is actually this European. Let's do a little bit of the history there, right? This whole secular thing, what it really was, as you said, separation of church and state, but it was a specific church because it was a power grab, and they replaced it with their own church, which is a church of naturalism. And the reason for that was to do with nationalism and the education system. In the French Revolution, that was when this nationalism thing really started, and they were looking around trying to see what it means to be a French national, a German national, and whatever. You look at Frederick the Great from Prussia, one of the first people to really take on these Enlightenment ideals and try and turn it into something. He made the education system, right, specifically to indoctrinate the population into one way of thinking, and made it this atheistic, basically, that they took the Enlightenment ideas and made a new religion and glued it to the state so tight you don't even notice the church and state are one thing now. It's just that there's so much history to unpack in what you just said, really.
Yeah, but I mean, history has never been perfect. There was never no clean, perfect separation of church and state. Atheists can't get elected dog catcher in this country. And now we got a crazy madman that is riding on this coat that he created to destroy the president. But but back to the Islamic Enlightenment. Yes, I am not oblivious to the fact that Islam and algebra and all this stuff was created under a different mandate. I don't have the words for it, but that's when it was curiosity was encouraged. But when it was shut off, yeah, there was hardly any advancement coming from Islam anymore. And then y'all created countries like Afghanistan and where girls get killed for going to school now.
No, but hang on a minute. So this is what I was trying to make the point of, is that let me put it in a much shorter way. The story that's usually told is that there was this massive advancement, and then they got all rich, and everyone else was left behind and they were poor and backwards. But what really happened was a colonial monster got rich by savaging the rest of the world, and that's why the rest of the world was screwed and they were doing well.
No disagreement there. No disagreement.
Right. Yeah. And so this is the thing, though. So careful, because it doesn't, them being rich and doing well doesn't validate their approach, because their approach only works as long as they're savaging the rest of the world and
I'm
getting
not,
all their riches from that, right?
I don't
Um,
agree with the approach, and I wish that they really was a true separation of church and state. And I'm against people creating atheistic religions, because
Yeah.
I just don't think religion works. But
Well,
uh,
so I guess this is what I'm trying to get. The reason I was making a point of that is it's not that that these so-called secular, what secularism really means in this model is saying founding your beliefs on no God, and it is better, because that's a better way to deal with people having different religions.
that's not my understanding of it.
Sorry,
Yeah, but
did you
there's
say that is or is not your understanding of it?
That's not my understanding.
Mhm.
So hang on, which bit did you not agree with?
What you said about secularism. Secularism, my understanding of it is a separated church and state where everybody can go home and practice their own religion of their choosing. But
Okay,
when they go to the courthouse, they have to put all that aside and just handle business. Just talk
yeah.
about it. So that way you can be a Muslim and I cannot have a religion, and the other guy can be a Christian. And we all go to the courthouse and tell who cut the damn tree down in the backyard.
Oh, that's cool. So in that sense, you could, or if that is called secularism, then so too is Islam secular, because Islam allows people of all different religions to practice their religions. In fact, it protects their religions and protects their places of worship. The Jews escaped the Christians for protection with the Muslims, because back when, I won't go into the history too much unless you're interested, but that
I'm
thing of
interested.
respecting and allowing practice of other people's religions has absolutely been proven out in history to be what they did, and in the scripture is what is taught in the scripture. And I know there's some apparent exceptions to that, but they're really often misunderstood. Anyway,
Well, maybe that's on. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So the reason I was trying to make this point is to say that accepting other religions being part of the fabric of life, like, Dubai is only about 80% expats from other places in there. Accepting other religions having, other ways of life and all this kind of stuff, that's a secular principle, agreed. But it's different from a secular state in the sense where the state and its apparatus and its rules and its institutions are all designed and run as if there is no God, right? That's their model of how to achieve that secular goal. Do you understand what I was trying to say?
Can you repeat that last part again? I'm sorry. I took a drink of soda.
Sorry, it was a complicated sentence. That those institutions, how they function, and all of the institutions involved are created, put together as if there is no God, and that's how their approach to secularism functions.
Well, I mean, I think that should be the best way, because if you put the religion in the state house, then everybody gonna go to the state house and fight about who's God gonna be in charge.
Well, yeah, hang on a minute. So whether or not it's better is a different discussion. I'm just saying, when you talk about at least the Western model of secularism, this one that we've been talking about, like this is what I meant, because you said you disagree before, so I just wanted to clarify. When I'm saying it's all designed and put together as if there is no God, that's what I meant. Do you see what I mean now? But that's not the only way to achieve a secular objective. If secular means that other people are also allowed to practice their religions.
But I mean, under your paradigm, can a Christian be in charge of your government? Can an atheist be in charge of your government?
No.
What do you mean by in charge of the government?
Be the whatever, the president, the state, parliament,
They can be,
what
they can, and in many cases are required to be high-ranking officials and parts in it. But I don't.
But if you're
think
talking
they can be
about
the Khalif, the overall king.
Khalifa, no, not
Oh
the
no,
Khalifa.
not
But
no,
they,
not,
but McIntyre, if you
So
read
Jews,
any of
just
our
an
history
example, Jews had very significant high positions
I like the
in
way you
the
say my
Islamic
name.
in our
Empire.
history, and
Yeah.
even if you look at the history of the subcontinent, you'd actually find that Hindus had very high positions as well when
Yep.
they were being ruled by Muslims. But the point here is that and something you need to understand and realize, secularism isn't really um, accepting of different religions. It's not really like that. It's actually equally discriminatory with every religion. So essentially, what it's saying is keep your religion in your house. That's not what
Exactly.
religion is supposed to be.
It's
Religion is
actually
supposed to
even
be,
worse. It subordinates them. I mean, look at the French version
yeah,
of
exactly.
secularism, where
And
they
and
banned
the
the
idea
hijab.
that what we have right now. Give me 1 second. Islam, I'm just gonna join back.
Okay. So the reason I was sort of emphasizing this is to say, there's something we agree on, which is, this thing about religious freedom and the thing about, the way the way you're treated, the way you do things. There should be a law which is fair for people, and so we agree on that stuff.
Yeah, we'll agree there.
So, but one of the things I'm challenging is that making the institutions as if there was no God is not, first of all, not necessarily the only way to achieve that, but also not necessarily even possible, let alone the best way. And I'll tell you what I mean by that is in the Quran, for example, it talks about the rabbis taking themselves as gods. And one of the ways they were doing that is to write their own laws. So if whatever is writing their own laws is a kind of deity, and so we have been taught, we've been raised to say that this state is somehow different from the other states that had religions involved. But if you resurrected people from ancient Greece, who we recognize as a polytheistic religion, if you raise, people from Rome, who recognize as being polytheist religious, and we asked them if the modern state is a polytheist religion, they would say absolutely it is, 100%. I'll give you one solid example: the markets. How often have you heard politicians say we have to make sacrifices for the economy or for the market, or the market is going to be self-balancing? Or you look up Adam Smith, the invisible hand of the market, which is acts to self-balance it. These are religious polytheist beliefs that just escape having the label by fiat, by calling a cat a dog and pretending that's changed it into a dog. It's polytheist. It's not non-religious. It's a hidden religion with a church that isn't fully attached to the state and in control of it.
Well, I think polyism was a strong point of Rome, because number one, when Rome was polyistic, it lasted for like 1,000 years, but when it converted to Christianity, it lasted like for 400 years. But that's besides the point. Why should I care what somebody from ancient Rome and Greece said? Those people were primitive, man. They believe in all kind of crazy stuff. Who cares what they thought?
Whether or not they would say it doesn't matter. Muslims would also
don't.
say it, and they're around today. The point is,
I don't care what Muslims say either. I
the
just want to know the truth.
the point here is that we've been raised. Certainly, I was in the UK, it's where I come from. I'm the other side of the pond from you. Was raised. So I was raised to think that the state and the way it runs is not a religion, is not religious, that there was a separation. And what I realized is the fact is there are religions, and it is a religious state, and it's polytheist religious state. It is not without a god. It is not without deities. They just pretend they don't have deities. For them,
I would agree to you to the extent that secularism has never been practiced, right? Like you said, it's been impossible. People always find a way to sneak their God up in the gap and put it on the banisters and try to make everybody worship him. Is what they're doing now in America with Trump. But
do you understand what I said about the markets? And
yeah, I understand, but you're looking under the paradigm that it's never been perfect. They never really had.
No, not that it's never been perfect. I'm trying to see if you recognize that the beliefs about the market and it having its agency and it being self-balancing and this makes it a de facto deity. which is not the same thing as being without a God.
I mean, I hear you saying that, but I mean, this is like you say it is and they say it's not. How do I tell who's right?
Okay, well, yeah, that's a fair question. Would have to go and examine this concept of deity. I think it's very interesting because this is actually one of the, to go back to the deeper original stuff. You were asking about what brought me to Islam, although we went in our houses a bit. Realizing that I had been raised to believe I was atheist, but in fact was a polytheist, was one of my big first steps. Because I realized that my whole life, not my whole life, a lot of my life, I was, studying science, studying physics, all this kind of stuff. And the way I thought about the world, I thought was without a deity, without a God. Because this is part of how the colonial system worked. It was, the assumption is that the Europeans are superior to everyone else. And so they look around the world at what they're doing and somehow they're differentiated. And so I thought, okay, this is different from that primitive old polytheism that these primitive Romans and Greeks did. This is something way more sophisticated. And when I understood the concept of deity in Islam, not just the God, which means the true one, but also the false gods, I realized that I had many deities. I was fooled into thinking I was atheist. I was no more atheist than your cat is a car by changing one letter, and one of those, for example, is Islam makes it clear that you can take yourself, you can take your own desires as a deity. You can take yourself as a deity. And I realized there was a sense in which I was doing that because I'd sort of appointed myself as like an ultimate judge over my own life. I'm sorry. Go on. No, go on.
Speaking from my personal experience, I come from the opposite direction. I'm trying to break all the chains of indoctrination. Been indoctrinated into this religion since my birth. My foreskin was taken without my permission, and all this other stuff. I still don't gamble. I still don't have any tattoos. This stuff, the chains of indoctrination run deep and they're hard to break.
Well, I would say don't break the chains that are preventing you from gambling. You don't want to get into gambling, man.
Well, I mean, I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I don't want to do gay. I don't got nothing wrong with anybody else who want to be gay, but that's not me. But you know what I'm saying? I feel kind of funny about trans people. I hate to say that, but I do. But I try to overcome my indoctrination and break these chains and lose this burden. Because I just see it as a burden. It's useless. What good does it do if I can chug along without a soul and I can still achieve all the good that you can achieve without any of the baggage?
Well, can you? That's a great question. It depends what you think is the good that can be achieved and all that sort of stuff. So it's a very existential question. I mean, like, more power to you in terms of breaking down the what you were indoctrinated with. I think that's a very important step. Hold on to truth being something that's really important to you, and think very carefully about what do you believe to be true and why, and keep going about that. At the end of the day, like one thing I'm not sure if you know about what we do in Islam and this dawah and these channels is we don't try and convince you in terms of like give you some super compelling arguments and things like that. We just try, and our limit is to clarify and explain the religion as we see it. We explain how we understand things and why we believe it is true and this sort of stuff. According to us, the guidance, the ability to guide, is in Allah's hands alone, not in ours. It would actually be a major sin for us to believe, to go beyond that, to try and actually guide you, because it's only He can, so we're not trying to sort of convince you, if that makes sense. We're just trying to explain the position.
I appreciate you taking the time out to explain. I will listen as long as you will allow me to, and interject where I can.
And McTime, we do have one other guest in the back chat, right?
Yes,
we'll
sir,
bring them out.
Okay.
And we would recommend come back next week. We may be on a bit earlier than this, but do come back. What we would love to have um, a discussion on is the reasons that we believe are good reasons to believe that there has to be a creator. Because
Yeah,
what
yeah, we
we've
can do
not
a lot more of
discussed
the
so far,
logic-based stuff
yeah,
and all that sort of.
we've
Yeah.
not discussed the logic-based arguments and the rationale behind why you should believe that there is a creator, why you should believe that there is a reason behind your existence, there's a
Yeah.
purpose to your existence. All of
that
those questions.
Yeah, that's the other one, and also, why do I believe that the Quran is preserved
Yeah,
as it was, as
true.
it came out of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's mouth? Why does it matter to me what this guy Muhammad said? Why do I think he's special? Why do I
Yeah.
believe he's from God? All these kind of stuff. We can go
And
through
time,
stuff another time.
Christianity and Islam, they're apples and oranges. We're talking two different paradigms, and when you
Yeah.
get into the details of things, right, this is completely different.
Yeah, they're both fruit, but it's
And
more like guavas and apples. They're so different.
yeah,
And
or carrots and
I
apples.
that's why I said I would be dishonest if I just reject it without even looking at it. So that's why I'm calling in and checking out.
Exactly.
You guys have better reasons than the people in chat. They don't even know if it's true or not. So
No,
I
our
would rather
chat
talk
may
to
not
you.
have understood. They may not have understood what
I mean, when
you
you ask
were
somebody,
discussing, but
do you care if your belief is true? I mean, how simple
they,
can it be?
yeah, but that's a question. If somebody is putting that in the chat, it's not understood in its context, right? So,
I mean,
Normally, if
if,
someone's writing that in the chat, the other people in the chat will assume that it's not a sincere
yeah,
question. They'll
we get a
assume
lot
that.
of trolls,
And
I mean, the
honestly.
same thing happened on atheist chats. And if somebody asks, "Do you care what you believe is true?" I say yes. And if you want to know reasons why, here's the reason why I think what I think is true.
no,
But
I get you, but
Yeah.
honestly, there's a lot of people would say something like that, but they don't mean it. They're just trolling. They're just being nasty. They're just like,
Mhm.
because a
Yeah.
lot of people just like to assume that religious people are just idiots or
well,
don't
before I,
care if something's true, and so it could have been understood in that way, and that's why you didn't maybe get a serious response to it. I don't
well,
know. I'm not those guys,
you're
but
not
I
the
do
chat.
know
I
they're
know.
generally.
I'm just saying it so they can hear me. And before I leave,
But the
people should
regulars
stop
in it are good
assuming
people,
the
and
people on the fence that could be listening.
yeah, but the regulars that are there are generally good people. But I can't speak for everyone in that chat. There could be people who were there just it's their first time. I don't know.
I don't know either. This is my first time here.
All right,
Thank you,
cool.
gentlemen, for the
Well,
discussion.
no, you're welcome. I hope to see you again, and we'll chat about some other stuff, God willing.
Bye. Stop assuming people. People are listening to you.
All right. Right, this has got to be the last
All
one,
right.
Faisal. I
Yeah.
thought we were gonna remember when we said we're gonna do about 2 to 3 hour streams.
I know,
I am
but this one
hungry.
was.
Go on, who is
I am
this?
hungry too. James, how are you doing?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello, Gems.
I'm actually very happy to see you.
All
Oh,
right, that's
happy to
good.
see you too. I remember your voice. I was trying to think where I remember that picture from, and then when you spoke, now I know you.
Oh, it's a different picture from the one he used to have.
No, he's had that picture before, I'm sure.
That is the same picture.
How far back?
Maybe a year
Yeah,
or
that's
year and a half.
okay. Maybe I remember an older one, but go ahead. What's on your mind today?
I actually had another question, but I wrote on the chat I see, but I'm still on the
Mhm.
wondering what's the definition, because there's apparently like two definitions. If deity is that which is worshipped or loved or given most importance to,
Mhm.
then I would not maybe, because then it becomes a perspective question, and I think in your view, your God it's not about like perspective; it's an absolute. So
Mm.
That is an excellent question.
Yeah.
Top-notch question.
Brother Islam, I have to step away for a few minutes. So you
Okay.
take on this question, and
Okay. I'll try and answer it before I die of hunger. No. Oh, we should. I shouldn't jest of that because people are seriously hungry. And as Muslims, we get to practice fasting. So this thing about what constitutes a deity, very, very good question. Now, first thing to note is, we believe, there is one God, and he is worthy of worship. Yeah. And then there is false gods, things that are not actually gods, but godness is attributed to them by some people. And then there are also things that no one's ever attributed deity to at all. It's just never been considered a god. You understand that sort of the categories?
So there are three categories, which the one is the absolute, which you think, or actually, so there's, I think there's like two. No, wait.
Yeah, I mean, you could simplify it
because there's like a dichotomy, and somehow there's trichotomy. So
okay, yeah, we can simplify, and I'll tell you why. Is because take for example a river. There are certain rivers. I can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but we can Google them. Where like
Nile,
some tribe has decided that river is a deity and worship the river. You familiar with these? Yeah. So there's a sense in which they're taking it as a deity, and that's one of the senses in which Islam is saying that's a false god. So even though it's a river, right? And whether or not something is a stone on its own, or the stone has been carved into the shape of a face or something else, if you're worshipping it, then it becomes a false deity. It's that makes it a type of deity, right? But does that make sense so far? You see what I mean?
So your God has some attributes, and then if some of those attributes are attributed to, let's say, a river, then that river would become a false deity.
Beautiful. You've gone even further than I thought. Yes. Yeah, you've jumped right to the end and got it correct. The best way to understand it, if you like, is there are all the names and attributes of Allah that we know, and there is him. That is true God. And then any association of partners with him, or essentially giving credit to something else as if it were an independent power or entity, that is taking as a deity. That's shirk. That is the false gods, and that's polytheism and all that sort of stuff. Does that make sense?
Yes, in a sense, it gives the like sort of two categories.
Yeah.
I'm
but
still.
The thing I wanted to say about relative versus absolute, though, is really important. Is the true God is not in any sense relative to people or angels or anything else, any created thing. It's entirely independent and self-sufficient. But everything other than him is dependent and is not self-sufficient. So things, other than God, right, are his creation. There's God, there's Allah, and then there's the created things, the things Allah created. So there's nothing else. There's only Allah, and then things that are not Allah, and not Allah includes all created things, right? And then so amongst the created things can only be raised to be some kind of deity relative to someone's perspective. People can become mistaken one reason or another and treat something like a god. So that's relative. But Allah, the God, is never relative. That's absolute, independent of the existence of anything else.
Okay.
And so in a sense, this is sort of one of the ways to think about it is only the thing that is fully independent is actually the deity, is actually a deity, and there can only be one of them, therefore that's the deity, and everything else is actually in some way dependent. And so if one thinks a dependent thing is a deity, they are mistaken. It's a false deity.
I maybe see. I don't dare to say I see it now. but I think I sort of get it maybe.
Okay. Well, maybe tell me how we. Okay. What is there left to clarify, do you think, or where do you suspect it might not be clear? It might just be something you need to sit with.
I'm because there's like this. There's the God and that which is not the God. There's like two clear categories there.
Yeah.
And if you attribute any of the attributes of the necessary thing to something that is not necessary, then you make that in your perspective, you make that a false God.
Yes.
Okay. So then there's this like
it's not just attributes, but that's pretty close. It's also, for example, rights. So one example of that is he has the right to make laws for humankind, to make the laws by which humans should live. And so anybody else, if they make a law consistent with his framework of laws, because they put his framework of laws higher and their law is subordinate to his law, then that's fine. There's no problem. That's just living within the system. But if they try and make a law and somehow overwrite or change part of God's law with that, then they've made themselves a deity, because they've taken a right that's only to God.
Wait. I wonder what you mean by right, but I think I think I kind of get it. So if there's something that is mandated, and then you either think you can do better, or then you or any reason else, you sort of take yourself the right to change something over the mandated thing. Then you sort of make your decisions or yourself sort of elevated into this elevated position.
Yeah. And there is a sense in which you could say, as you correctly said, you would probably think doing that means you think you know better. And if you think you know better than God, then you've taken one of his attributes to yourself. So there's still a way of thinking of it in those terms, which works. It's just that I kind of wanted to point out that sometimes things are more like it's a right that the creator has over us. And if anyone else tries to take that right, then that can be deifying themselves. And something I had in mind for that was the pharaoh, for example, in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian pharaohs clearly deified themselves. They thought they were they thought they had supreme power and the right to supreme power over their subjects. They thought they had the right to just arbitrarily change the laws and kill people and all this sort of stuff. You know what I mean? So that goes beyond bad behavior. He took himself as a deity. That's kind of what I was trying to explain.
Yeah. I remember that part. Sort
Cool.
of. I think it was many times in the text, but
yeah,
in different ways. But it's actually been somewhat a long time since I last time read the Quran. But
okay, fair enough.
Okay, I want. Oh, then there's the love part, which so because it's very natural for humans to love something like
Oh, yes.
like a partner or something else.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't know how that relates to deity.
Do you mean in terms of having love for the deity, or him having love for us, or what do you mean?
From human perspective, there's this feeling, or where you give sort of, it's a feeling, but it makes something feel very important.
Okay. So you're asking the difference between that and worship.
Yeah,
Oh, excellent question.
that's the where I don't really. I think I don't really get it.
Did you know? Okay, I think this is the other part to this associating partners thing, which is really interesting. Let's just cover off what worship means in Islam, because it's a bit different from what other religions normally think of as worship. So, what do you think worship means in Islam? Or how much have you understood so far?
Actually, I don't really. I have thought about this a lot, but I don't really know what like worship is. I sort of know the like practical implications are often to sort of
Interesting.
sacrifice something, or to like so sort of something to rally around.
I think
But I don't think I think I don't have the any good definition apart from like practical examples.
I think your sacrificing was actually as close as the English language gets to hitting the nail on the head. I think that was an excellent way to look at it. And the reason for this is because, well, the reason I say this is because you're always making some choices in your life. Should I do this or should I do that? And so there's always a sense in which you're sacrificing something for something else. And what it comes down to for worship is why are you doing things? What is at the root? What are you dedicating yourself to in this or that act that you're doing? So in Islam, obviously you have like the daily prayers, an example of worship. Fasting during Ramadan, or the optional prayers, obvious worship. But also in Islam, making love to your wife is an act of worship, as long as it's done with the right intentions. Picking up litter from the street, act of worship. But again, the question is not if you're worshipping, but what are you worshipping? If you pick up the litter from the street because you want someone to look at you and think you're a good person, you're worshipping your ego. That is very bad. If you pick it up because you want to please Allah, because you think, you know, Muhammad would like to see that, because it's what he taught us, then you're picking it up to please Allah. So it's an act of worship for the sake of Allah, and then it's good worship. So does that make a bit more sense, even though it's by examples?
So when you make a choice, there's an opportunity cost in economic terms.
Yeah.
So from
the
your
reason I
from
said
your
that is to connect it with what you're saying about sacrifice, in that there is a sense in which every segment of time you are sacrificing something for something else. That's an opportunity cost.
Yeah, so there's sort of a direction in opportunity cost. So there's something you don't get, but there's something you sort of go towards.
Yeah, and then so this question is why? What's driving one choice over the other? For the sake of what is one way of thinking of it, and that's why we say for the sake of Allah. And if we do something for the sake of Allah, then it's good worship, as long as it's something that is a legitimate vehicle for that. Whereas if you're doing something for the sake of money, then it's not an act of worship. Or sorry, it is an act of worship, but not worshipping Allah. It's worshipping an idol, a false deity.
I think I have a feeling where it gets. I have a point where I think, to me, it gets sort of blurry.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
So there are some you have some the prayer, and then the prayer is a mandate thing, or you're given an example from your prophet, and then you follow the example.
Yeah.
So when you follow that sort of given example, or I don't know what the English word is, but it's you're following the rules, essentially.
Yeah.
What are
the
given to
example?
you?
Yeah.
Then when you follow the given rules, then you are doing. Is that when you are doing for worship?
Sort of. I just want to break apart, because we still call things worship, even when they're directed in the wrong place. Because this is kind of what I wanted to get across: is you could be, the example I gave of money before. If someone's doing something for the sake of money, it's not for the sake of Allah, but it's for the money, and that's an act of worship for that deity. That's kind of what I mean. But if they're trying to get money, and it's somehow for the sake of Allah, it's halal income and all this kind of stuff, and their intention is to do it in something that pleases Allah, like for providing for their family and all that kind of stuff, then that becomes a legitimate act of worship. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the word ibadah, which means worship, it's not, we don't want to conflate and say all worship is good worship. So we're not saying the definition of worship is when you're praising God or doing things right, for example, because you can be worshipping the wrong thing. You could be worshipping false idols. So this is why I was trying to isolate this concept of worship, and it's really about dedication, what you're dedicating yourself to, and what you're dedicating your decisions and choices and actions to. And it's sort of one way of thinking about it is sort of your internal drive is one part of it, and then your speech and actions is another part. That's sort of the manifestation of worship. So let me give you just a couple of examples and see if this makes things a bit clearer. One is, there could be a place in, let's say it's in Nepal somewhere, and I just see a bunch of monkeys eating, and I put out a plate of food for them, and when I put it down, I say Bismillah, which means in the name of Allah, and I do it because Allah likes to see that sort of thing, and I said Bismillah. I'm doing it for the sake of Allah, so my speech and my actions, it all lines up. That becomes an act of worship for the sake of Allah. But someone looking at me might know more than me and know that's actually at the footsteps of a temple for some polytheistic god that I don't even know the name of. And everyone else who's going there putting food is doing it to worship that deity. I didn't know. That doesn't mean I'm now worshipping that false deity, because I was doing it for the sake of Allah, even though it's the same action as what they're doing, you see? And similarly, on the other flip side, two people can go to the mosque. They can even walk there together, and they can do the same prayer, and they're standing there doing the same prayer. But one has the intentions to do it for the sake of Allah, while the other one has the intention of looking like a good practicing religious person for social status or whatever. They're both worshipping, but one is worshipping Allah and the other is worshipping probably their ego or something else.
Yeah, so they seemingly follow the rules, but it's not only that. So
Yeah.
So it's sort of similar to a situation where, let's say there's an archer who, and then there's there's an archer and an apple, and that or there are two apples. There's a green and then there's a red apple, and the sort of purpose is to shoot the or hit the red apple, but and let's say when you hit the red apple, it's the way of like following the rules. But if you shoot if you hit the red apple, but you aimed for the green apple, then that's not accounted. But it's accounted if you aim for the red apple, but happen to hit the green apple.
Yeah, okay, yes. So even if you're supposed to hit the red apple, but you accidentally hit the green one, what in Islam, okay, obviously that's not a particular rule in that case, but in what we say is you get rewarded for your intention, but if the intention becomes the right action, so you intend to hit the red and you actually go ahead and hit the red, then you also get rewarded for that. But intention to do an act of worship is sufficient for a reward for worship. So there's a sense in which that's like the beginning of the act of worship, if that makes sense.
To be honest, I just had a thought, and then I didn't listen to you, unfortunately. So.
Oh, okay. Do you want to go with the thought, or do you want to go with what I was saying?
I have the thought right now, and it's about what you said about the pleasing part. Yeah, I think you're supposed to like in your perspective, your God does not have like any attributes like of the unnecessary. So when you please, so how do so how do you define the pleasing part?
That is a very good question. How do I explain this? And I do want to go back to your thing of love and worship. I haven't forgotten that, because that's what I was going towards.
I think it's it might rally around.
Yeah, it is connected, and so I'm trying to think not just how to answer it, but how we can connect back. So one thing that's important to note is that our acts of worship cannot in any way increase or decrease Allah in any way whatsoever. So there's no sense in which he's any better or any worse, whether we worship or not. The worship is entirely for our own benefits. So what we're doing is for our good. And so there's a sense in which he likes to see what is good for us, but really that's kind of it's kind of an almost lazy way of pointing out that he has a bunch of attributes to do with being loving, to do with being the source of goodness, to do with being the beneficent, to do with being the merciful. And so, really it's like it's more like degrees of consistency with him. If we follow all of his guidance, then we become maximally consistent with him, and that sort of increases the almost the utilitarian value we have as we go on our path from birth to death.
Path.
Yeah. You know, from obviously abstract as in over time, from birth to death. If you imagine we add up all the value we have, all the goodness we sort of pick up during that life path, if the entire life path were perfectly devoted to worship, that would mean it's maximally consistent with all of the good things, the good attributes, you know, of all the names and attributes of Allah, which is all the good things, you know, we can do, is somehow consistent with that. And so if we were born on that and stayed on that and then died on that, that would kind of be our maximal utility. And so that's kind of what I mean by he likes to see, as in wants the best for us. And so when does that make sense, or am I making things more confusing?
I have this thought about this. So the
Gems, there's just a quick word, because Brother Islam, I actually have to leave in about 5 minutes. Maximum I can stay is probably 10 minutes, but
I have to leave
be
in
somewhere
minus
as well.
30 minutes. So,
so
but it's
let's.
Gems. If it was anyone else, I would have said let's.
Yeah, I do have a brother in the back chat as well.
Okay.
And Gems, if you want to stay after the stream as well, and just I'll bring you guys up and you can have a conversation.
No, I've got to go. But you can
No.
catch
I
me
know,
on.
Brother Sam, but Brother Sarmat was.
I
here.
actually I came here for Hakim because
Okay.
I think he's the most relatable of the.
Okay, that's
to
good.
me
That's good.
to me from the.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So what I'll do is I'll let you guys finish up
my,
this thought.
Just quickly though, you've got my email, haven't you, James?
No, I haven't.
Can you stick it on screen, Faisal? Save me spelling it.
That's.
Take a screenshot. So if you drop me an email, we can link up on something like Telegram or WhatsApp or whatever, and sort of chat a bit more freely.
Where did it go? Here we are.
You got it?
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Perfect.
Because there's a lot of things to try and touch on. I wanted to get back to this thing of love, and it connected to what I was saying before about when something is legitimate worship. Like if I love someone for the sake of Allah, and you know, it's that kind of love, versus if I love for other reasons, and whether or not it's truly active worship. But you're asking some very, very deep questions and asking them very in a very interesting way. So yeah, there's a lot to unpack in this stuff.
And Brother Islam, if there's something you feel that might be beneficial for audiences to also hear, right? Gems, you can suggest a time, and if you guys agree on a time, I can set up a stream for you guys to just unpack all of these, because sometimes these discussions can go deep.
Yeah,
and
I mean, you can join. You know, you can keep joining these lives. It's cool to to have you on and stuff. But some stuff might be that you don't want to talk about it publicly. Maybe you prefer private chats. That's fine. And
I prefer
some
sort of keep my privacy. So.
Okay, so we can have private chats, and then what I can do is if there's any particular interesting points or stuff, then I can just talk about it without mentioning any names or any identifying background.
And the thing is, Gems, we truly believe that we're on the truth, and when we come to you, we come with the sincerity, believing that the truth is something that needs to be shared. All right, so we're not just here to pull down an argument or pull down a worldview or just bash someone, right? We sincerely believe in this idea that there is a creator and he must exist for our existence to make sense, right? And that when you try to make sense of our own existence, there's no other explanation other than that there is a creator, and we do believe that he has communicated to us. And the right way of communication, we believe, is through prophets, through people he's chosen to give us the way we should be um, worshipping him. And that is what we want to share, that we believe that the Quran is the final
Mm.
one that came out. And we're not here to force anybody, but we want you to take this seriously. That's all we ask.
Mm.
And it really is the one of the ways to think about it is that the last update to the operating system.
Yeah.
It's like if you think of your brain, you know, as a very, I mean, really it is. It's this massively parallel, you know, supercomputing cluster of neurons.
Mhm.
And yeah, a lot of people build their own operating systems or just take the hand-me-down one from their parents or whatever else. And we believe that you know, that the optimum system for our brains has been given, and we need to sort of learn it and run it.
And we do think that it's going to help you as well. Like, we believe that it has allowed us to have a very practical view of life, a very uh, it's a very intelligent view of life. It's a very consistent view of life. It explains our reality, right? It allows us to live, be the best that we are, right? If we're sincere and we're implementing it and we're struggling with it, right? To it's a constant struggle to be better, right? If you want to be better, it's a constant struggle, and that's what we believe Islam allows us to do, become a better version of ourselves. And we sincerely believe that it is going to do the same for you, and that's what we're presenting, right? And in the end, the decision is yours, right? Allah has said very clearly that truth is clear from falsehood. There's no compulsion in religion because of that very reason, right? Once you've understood that this is the truth, follow the truth. That's all we are asking you to do. So it is a private matter. We do this publicly because um, it's it's a way to allow different people to see it. But if you want to have a private discussion, set up a private time with the brother or myself or anyone, and we'll make some time for you. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
I'll maybe stick to the email, but
That's cool.
Yeah, sure.
and
No
these
worries.
discussions, but
We'll
Yeah.
try. We'll see what we can work over that. But sometimes, sometimes I suck when I have to put stuff in too much text, and in which case, you know, it's something like, you know, be able to chat over a. It could be like I throw you a Teams invite and we talk over that,
Yeah.
or it could be a
Exactly.
Telegram or something else, or email might work. Depends on what the questions are. But we'll do what we can, God willing.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, James. All right. Take care.
I want to say that I actually we sort of went past of it. I had an original question when I sort of came to him here, but then I stuck
Yeah.
with the other one.
But James, here's the thing. I have to leave within 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So I have to wrap this up. If you want to stay backstage, all right, if the brother is willing, but he has to also go.
I've
So
got to run.
yeah.
I was supposed to
So
run a while
set up
ago.
a time. Set up a time, private or on the stage, whichever it is. It's going to be okay. Right.
Yes, up to you. But write it down before you forget it. And we haven't finished off a bunch of stuff we spoke about either, so there's probably a few open topics.
All right,
Okay.
James.
Then I'll
Thank
leave.
you so much.
Okay, thank you very
Thanks,
much.
James.
Bye-bye.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye. All right. One final one left in our video. The modal argument from evil.
We don't have time. Next
No,
time.
we don't, and we won't be doing it this time. But we'll wrap it up in our next stream, Saturday again. We'll try and do early morning. If that works, I'll connect with you through WhatsApp, and then yeah, um, as I always try to remind, I think the last time I forgot to do this, but do remember our brothers and sisters around the world in different parts of the world who are going through very tough times, right? Whether it's in Sudan, whether if we're talking about Palestine, in China, in Kashmir, in Burma, wherever it is, they are our brothers and sisters. The Prophet ﷺ told us that we're like a body. Any part of the body hurts, the whole body feels it. We should feel that pain. We should do what we can, right? Whatever is possible for you, try to help them as are within your means. And with that, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.